Mission, I'm trying to get it right. Transition, changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission, trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life. Making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. I'm on a mission, I'm trying to get it right. Changing the way that I see life. Transition in my life. I'm on a mission.
Y'all know I'm a supporter. I'm talking about current events. And I really don't be going over this type of stuff. But I had to just go over this and bring it up. Because it's something that's out here in the news and the media today. And I said, you know what? Let me go in here and cover this because it might be something that eventually comes up. And I want to be ahead of it. If it comes out in the media, this is really true. So let's go on and go over this. Let's check it out.
Let's play the clip.
I ain't get cut by no glass, but let me tell you why they saying that.
Well, here's exactly why they're saying that, because she said it first, but she later changed her story. Now, what's new here is to actually watch her and her demeanor as she talked with the cops. Let's go. There she is.
Yeah. Do you think we're gonna go to jail?
What's that?
Do you think we're gonna go to jail?
I don't know. We're trying to figure it all out. As long as you guys cooperate with us and you guys tell us what happened, we'll go accordingly, okay? But if you guys are not telling us, if you guys are, then
I really cannot go to jail.
Okay.
I cannot have that on my image.
Okay. So how did that happen to you?
Glass.
Glass? Where?
Where we were coming from. I'm not from here, so
Okay.
So they said, where did that happen to you? She says glass. And then she says where I was coming from. So this is like the body cam footage of the actual situation. This is crazy. What? Let's go.
That's the only place you got shot at? That's the only place you got shot?
I didn't get shot.
Oh, you did it?
Oh, man. I mean, no, sir.
And she says it there.
Yeah.
The evidence of any shooting or anything? That's how we got dispatched.
Well, we have the gun here, and then we have other units. They're searching the house where it happened. So that's all we have so far.
So nothing happened in the vehicle.
No, we don't have any casings. No.
Okay, from what you've been told.
And then there's some cash over, looks like.
Was the person who got caught with the other people here that you have in handcuffs? Were they all together?
They were all together.
Yes, they were all in the same car.
Okay. And then, do we know how she got cut?
I believe when she stepped down, there's a glass.
She dropped a glass bottle, and then I think she stepped on it and cut herself. Getting out of the vehicle.
So she dropped the glass bottle and cut herself getting out of the vehicle. Interesting. So let's go.
Okay. So her friends didn't cut her then.
Right.
Well,
that is like the blood.
Alright, you got this on my voice. Keep your hands up. You got this on my voice. Boom, back. Keep going, keep going. Hey, stop.
Now take a look at the bottle right here. It is obviously busted, and you can see all the liquid of the bottle all around the bottle. Now take a look at the bottle right here. It is obviously busted, and you can see all the liquid of the bottle all around the bottle. You can also see what appears to be footprints as she began to walk backwards. Now, if you take a look at the way that she got out of the car, right? Let's take another look. Now, bottle is broken on the ground right now. She gets out and she steps right on the bottle. And if you noticed, she's not limping until she steps on the bottle. Watch. Hold on. Let's watch this again. You can audibly hear the bottle break.
You stepped on a bottle. What? Okay. This is great.
Or that she stepped on shards. Now she's super limping.
Well, the only thing about this is that with this picture, you don't see any kind of, well, there's probably something right here, maybe, but I don't know. But she got some big old bunions, child. She got some bunions. But you know what? That happens when you're in the entertainment industry. You gotta dance and stuff like that. They be having bunions. All them high-heeled shoes and crap they be wearing. That's why I don't be wearing all them high-heeled, y'all, because them bunions be real. But anyways, let's go. So she steps out the vehicle. You hear the glass break underneath her foot. This is interesting. Let's go.
Hold on. Let's watch this again.
Oh,
You can audibly hear the bottle break. Or that she stepped on shards. Now she's super limping.
Yeah.
So with some of the officers visibly watching and audibly hearing her step on glass, and with her own admission that she had stepped on glass, that's how it came up to begin with. Now, line number 2, remember how she was saying that the police officer was being so rude to her within the hospital? Let's listen.
I get to the motherfucking hospital, the police being so rude to me. Well, what's going on? Like, da-da-da-da, you're being detained, da-da-da. Ma'am, I'm being detained, I'm leaking, but I'm still not saying what happened. Shit crazy.
Now, let's watch a snippet of what actually happened at that hospital. Now, she says she stepped on glass just the other day.
So you were already hurt when you got to her. And then at that point, your friends were already grabbed from
The next lie, Megan claimed that she was trying to keep all of this off of the internet.
So, since y'all hoes so worried about it, yes, this nigga Tory shot me. You shot me. And you got your publicists and your people going to these blogs lying and shit. Stop lying. Why lie? I don't understand. I tried to keep the situation off the internet.
Now, that also was a lie. 3 days after the incident, Megan took to Instagram to post this message here on the left about being shot. Day later, she contacted the authorities. About a week or so after that, she made vague public statements in regards to the incident. By the way, Tory was quiet this entire time. Then after that, she did the infamous live stream where you can poke holes through her story like Swiss cheese. Then a month after that, Tory finally said something. And then Tory gave us his side of the story a month after that. And yet another lie, Megan Thee Stallion in that Gayle King interview said that she never put her hands on anybody, right?
I never put my hands on anybody. I never raised my voice too loud. Like, this was one of them times where it was like, it shouldn't have got this crazy.
It shouldn't have escalated to the way that it did.
So I get out the car and it's like everything happens so fast. Yes. And all I hear is this man screaming. He said, dance. He started shooting. And I'm just like, oh my God. Like he shot a couple of times.
But the evidence says other.
Zero tears though. How you crying? Got your a full beat down and ain't got no tears. Listen, I'm not trying to be against Megan Thee Stallion. I'm just saying, like, what's really going on? I don't know. This is weird.
Otherwise, now, due to guidelines on this platform, I may have to change this to a black and white screen. Nevertheless, eyewitnesses and physical evidence indicate that a physical fight between Megan Pete and Kelsey Harris. Kelsey had open wounds and cuts on her legs that were actively bleeding. No injuries were reported on Tory Lanez. The fight was between the women. Now we starting to heat up. If you guys remember from her infamous live stream that she talked about that there was a witness.
The people in the neighborhood, there's a witness. When the police came, because the neighbors called the police.
Now that witness goes by the name of Sean Kelly. He testified what he saw.
Wait, no, it didn't. No?
They shot out of the car?
The windows were open, that's why it sounded like either way. Yeah, I didn't know they were on my side. The girl opened the door, two girls fighting, and then they shot. And she got out of the car and crawled over.
And that's not all he said. He also said that one of the women fired the first few shots while Tory was still in the car. Let's review the testimony. Question, okay. Did you state, sir, that the shorter gentleman didn't come out of the car until the initial shot fireworks had started? Sean Kelly says, yeah. Question, excuse me? Sean Kelly says, yes. So when the initial shot or fireworks had started, isn't it true that you stated my client was still in the car? Answer, yeah, I believe so. The shorter gentleman was in the car? He's repeating it. And then Sean Kelly says, yes. Okay, and did you state that initially you saw the two girls fighting? Sean Kelly says, I did, yes. Did you state that after you saw the two girls fighting, you saw one of the girls shoot? He says, I believe so. But thereafter, did you say that the shorter guy got involved at that point, trying to take the gun away? Megan's lawyer said, objection. The court overruled that. Overrule means that they want to hear the answer to that question. He repeats it and says, is that what you said? The witness says, yeah. So
yeah, it sounds like there's something more to this. Then how did they not catch this during the case? That's crazy.
Witness is saying Tory tried to take the gun away, which was the exact same new written testimony from Kelsey's security guard. This is additional audio of Sean Kelly explaining exactly what happened. Pay attention.
The doors of the Escalade open and the girl come out and pull open the passenger door and started screaming and yelling at somebody in the car.
So the girl who came out of the passenger, you're talking about the front passenger?
No, the rear.
The rear passenger. So the girl comes out of the rear passenger and she goes to the front passenger?
Yeah.
And she opens up the car door?
Yeah.
And then what happens?
They start, they're screaming and shouting at each other and they start fighting.
The two girls?
Yeah, I can see one like feet coming out trying to kick her and the other one's fighting and then the passenger gets out.
So the girl who does the punching and the kicking is the girl that comes out of the back passenger?
Can we stop there? Because I don't want to. I'll tell you, and then I want to go. My son's on his own.
Yeah, I understand. And it's loud with the cars.
I don't really want to. So basically, the car stopped. The girl in the back got out, started screaming and shouting, ripped the door, pulled the door open, but pulled it so sort of viciously. That's why I presume the driver got out. She starts screaming. She starts hitting the girl. The girl then had to sight her feet come out. She starts to kick the girl away. Passenger. They get out. They start fighting here. They start fighting. The driver comes around and tries to sort of break it up. It gets a bit more violent. And between them, The girl then climbs back into the front driver passenger seat.
Where's the shorter black guy?
He's in the back.
He's in the back of the car? Okay.
And then the gun. And the girl shoots into so she.
And the girl shoots.
The driver's door is open.
And you're seeing the girl shoot?
Can I help you? I think, is it this house?
Yes, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
So you see the girl doing the shooting?
I see what appears to be the girl standing here and going shooting into the car. That's what it looked like to me.
Why wasn't this evidence brought into the courtroom? That's crazy. Listen, this is about to be, after everybody get over the Diddy fiasco, I can almost guarantee you that they're going to, because they're probably waiting to start to really push this whole thing with the Tory Lanez thing, but they're probably waiting for the Diddy trial to be over because the Diddy trial is like overshadowing everything. Or it might be a thing where this is going on like underneath all this whole thing, but I think that when they get done with the Diddy trial, this is going to be the next big thing.
But it was dark and I'm above, so, but then the guy gets out again from the back.
Now, surprisingly, or unsurprisingly rather, what Sean Kelly is saying is perfectly corroborated by both security guards in this situation, right? Tory Lanez' bodyguard, and here goes his sworn statement over here towards the left, as well as Kelsey Harris's bodyguard, who was hired for the trial, who overheard Kelsey saying statements such as, "How can I not tell on myself? And how am I protected if I tell certain things?" So it's a lot more clear why she wanted immunity. Together, the statements of Smith, James, and Kelly paint a consistent picture. Two women were fighting. A woman fired the gun. Tory tried to de-escalate the situation. We're going to switch gears here slightly and speak about, did Tory even touch the firearm at all? All right. A forensic expert testified.
If that's the case, what do you think they were trying to do? What do you think is happening in this situation? Why were they trying to frame Tory? That's an interesting conversation. Why do you think at this time that they'd be trying to blame it on him?
That 90% of DNA on the weapon belonged to an unknown male, not Tory Lanez. His DNA was not found on the magazine. Software used for analysis had documented instability and potential for false matches. An expert testified that if Tory had fired the gun 5 times, his DNA would be expected on the weapon, but it wasn't found. Female DNA was found on the gun. Kelsey tested positive for GSR, but her DNA was never tested again on the gun. All right. Tory Lanez's DNA was not on the magazine and only 0.01% on the firearm. This is an incredibly small amount, equivalent to picking up a blade of glass from a football field. I'm going to pause it right here. You guys can read all of these sworn testimonies and cross-reference to what it is that I just said.
But you know, that's crazy. That is crazy. Now, I couldn't zoom in to like see what those testimonies are. I want to find out what his page is to like direct you to like go any further into this. But I just wanted to at least like bring it up to the audience to see that this is going to be the next thing. When they get done with Diddy, then this is going to be the next big trial, this retrial that comes up if he's able to like do this whole situation and stuff.
Remember how Megan described it.
In the car, shooting from the car, Megan?
He is standing up over the window, shooting.
So not only were the bullets never found, but then also they didn't find DNA on the firearm itself. We have sworn testimonies, spoken and written accounts from different people that say that a female fired the firearm. Yet we still have people that believe her story beyond a reasonable doubt.
And all I hear is this man screaming, he said, dance.
That was a lie as well. Now, both Sean Kelly and Kelsey testified that they did not hear Tory make that statement. And here goes the two testimonies right here.
I'll get to to the hospital, the doctors do x-rays on my feet. Oh, ma'am, you got bullets in your feet, got bullet fragments in your other foot. I'm thinking the doctors is the police, so I'm still trying not to tell them, like, no, I didn't know I got shot.
Why would you not be trying to tell the doctors what happened to you if you got shot? Like, if I got shot in the foot and I'm getting operated on by doctors, why wouldn't I tell the doctors so they're gonna find out anyway? What do you mean? I'm not trying to tell the doctors. What do you mean by that? You're not trying to tell the doctor. Are you crazy? I wasn't trying to tell the doctors what was going on because I was trying to protect. What? How can a doctor? So you rather lose your foot than tell the doctor? Like, that's crazy. Let's go.
You know what I'm saying? I'm scared. Like, I've never been shot before. I don't have to lie about that.
You thought the doctors were the police, Megan? You talking about these doctors right here? By the way, none of these doctors were called in to testify in court. First doctor, Dr. Anthony Lafredo, described the injury as a laceration from broken glass. There was no mention of gunshot wounds, fragments, or ballistic trauma. He also described Megan as pleasant and no acute distress. Interesting. Moving on to the right, Dr. Milton Little diagnosed bilateral gunshot wounds based on imaging. He removed 3 small fragments under general anesthesia and called wounds superficial, yet performed surgery anyway. Claims fragments were bagged and given to police. Now, when it comes to what these fragments were, we did also watch her step on glass. Remember that? But yet the fragments just seemed to poof, disappear, huh? Now enter the plastic surgeon, Dr. Anna Howell, described wounds as superficial and cleanly closed. X-rays showed no fractures, minimal residual shrapnel. Dr. Howell treated for cellulitis, infection, discharged without mention of ballistic trauma. Of these doctors, one of which she thought these were police officers, the police, as she said, only one said gunshot. Now, in regards to these fragments that went missing, at preliminary hearings, detectives stated bullet.
So preferences, Rico. The whole trial was railroaded to get him a guilty verdict. His own lawyer is connected to the Jay-Z and Beyonce. So it was a conflict of interest for Tory to get a fair trial. Why would Jay-Z and Beyonce want him to go to jail? Why would that be? Does anybody know that? Like, what's going on with this? This is weird. Okay. If anyone has any information that could like go up here and like just clarify for me, because I don't really know. But I wanted to like, I know that listen, right now, the whole media is focused on the whole Diddy trial. But I believe that once this Diddy trial is finished, like being like the main topic, this is going to be the next thing. What's up, Preference? How you doing?
Hey, Monica, how you doing? Hey, DJ.
Hey, how's it going? Should I call you Preference or by your real name?
It doesn't matter.
Okay, Sabrina, what's up? Man, because I know that you be following this stuff, and because I'm like, what? When I found this, I said, holy stuff.
Yes. Tory,
I know way more than I do. Let's go with.
when Tory is released, because he will be released, this was a clear RICO railroading, corrupt judicial. He didn't have he went into the devil's den and didn't know that he wasn't going to win. He just was set up. He was set up. That's just the whole thing.
Set up. Though. I don't understand what would be the purpose to set him up. You know, like
well, he had the NFT. He had that going for him to where he was teaching artists to be independent and not sign with the major labels. And he was teaching them how to make, like he made $1 million in a minute selling his album selling his NFT for $1 or something like that. And that broke, all kind of records and stuff, because that scares labels when it comes to artists being like, wait a minute, we can make this kind of money. You know what I'm saying? We can make this kind of money with, on our own without needing to sign. And Rock Nation Jay-Z tried to sign him and he refused.
So because
you know, Jay-Z is very vindictive and all that kind of stuff. So when people, oh, let me tell you this. Jay-Z's whole mission is to get all Black artists to be on his plantation so that he can leverage all the artists to the white people, you know what I'm saying, the corporations and stuff like that for what he needs. Just like he did with the NFL. You know what I'm saying? Hey, he told all the artists, hey, you know, we're like Kaepernick, we're going to, you know, we're going to boycott. We're not going to get on the, you know, the football teams or anything. We're not going to do half times if they can't respect the black injustice and all that kind of stuff. And then at the same time he was saying that black power, he was sitting at the table with them like, hey, I got Rihanna, I got Snoop, I got everybody on my.
Before we go, you have Kaepernick saying let's boycott, and then on the other side,
Yeah, but Jay-Z was too at first. Okay. You know, he always had to act like he's for the cause. He got to act like that first so he can show the Black culture that he's for the cause. But really, he's behind the scenes too. Like, hey, so what, you know, this is what I can do. I can bring the Rihannas, I can bring the Beyoncés, I can bring everybody to the halftime.
So are all the halftime for the like Super Bowls like ran by Jay-Z? Is he the one that actually like does that?
Now, since that period during the Kaepernick thing, he signed a deal with them, and yes, they pay him. I forgot how much, $50 million or something like that, or 25. I forgot how much it was every year. So he puts the artist on. The artist does not get paid for doing the halftime, and they go up there and work for like a slave. They go up there and shake and jive and dance and sing, and of course it helps for their music or whatever. But he's the one that actually get paid for it.
Wait, so what?
Yeah, so, I'm telling you, he runs it like a plantation.
What? So before that, were artists getting paid for the Super Bowl?
No, the artists never got paid.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, but they look at it like it's major marketing and advertisement for their new albums or their music and all that kind of stuff or whatever they have going on at that time. So it do boost their streaming and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, I'd rather have how much Jay-Z getting paid.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Pay me, you know, because what? I mean, I'm sure that Kendrick Lamar probably sold more albums of They Not Like Us after he did the Super Bowl. Rihanna, I'm not sure.
I mean, I'm sure they all did, but but even with that whole battle, that was structured. Jay-Z, Kendrick, all them UMG had that structured and set up and orchestrated. Let me use the right word, orchestrated a year ago. They had already had this planned on when they was going, because Drake had went on his tour. His tour lasted for almost a year, whatever. And the whole thing was to strike him right when he was getting ready to end his tour, so he'd be tired, fatigued, you know, a long year, that he just wanted, because he was saying, look, I'm gonna rest for a little bit, I'm not dropping no more music, I'm just gonna work on my health, this and that. And then all of a sudden you got whatever it was with Future and all them dropping that song, F the Big Three is just Big Me. That was all planned.
So do you think that it was a planned takedown of Drake with that thing, because I heard that he was up for like a whole deal with Universal.
Yes, he was gonna get he was gonna be the highest paid artist, because he wanted shares into UMG, because I mean he has the best catalog. He's more sales than the Beatles. He's the most diamond plated artist in history. Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, his catalog is ignorant. So because he's worth so much, and because he's worth so much, his catalog is worth so much, he has power. And so they wanted UMG wanted to knock him down.
Is Rock Nation like really like instrumental in trying to gatekeep who gets to come up?
Oh yes, Rock Nation is media. It's media, it's sports, it's legal, it's everything. Rock Nation is a part of Live Nation. Live Nation, the concerts and all that, which are partnered with Ticketmaster.
Really?
All that is connected, yes. And then, you know, Jay-Z is a part of Cash App. He's
He
partnered with
is?
Cash. Yeah, that's what they being sued right now, though. But anyway, yes, he's connected. That's why he was trying to open up that casino and get that casino bid. And then when that whole thing came out with him allegedly having sex with the 13-year-old and all that kind of stuff, they're right now though the masses are taking Rock Nation down. You heard what's going on with Desiree Perez, right? The CEO.
No, I didn't. No.
Monica, you have not heard?
No.
Girl, forget Tory and them hip. But wait a minute. All this ties in though. So okay, you see what's going on with Tory? How he
I
got
have
set
been
up.
so out of touch. I was like, because I was getting so like, but I was trying to stay away from all like the entertainment. But I'm like, you know what? This is crazy because I'm like, dude. I was like, okay, maybe I need to like find out what's going on. This is some really.
This is going to change the whole industry. This whole that's why no, I'm talking about this whole Tory thing and the take when all this is exposed and girl. Not only was girl, it's so deep. Okay, but
man,
but
let me know. I have been.
When Tory gets this investigation, because now they are investigating the case over again, his new legal team, and they are already putting out the PowerPoints, just like you're watching now, and they're showing how the DA. They're showing how his own ex-lawyer, her name is Miss, I forgot what, Shannon Shelley Holly or something like that. Her daughter actually sung for Beyonce. Yes, and she's a singer in the industry and all that. Then Jay-Z had approved of her to use. She's connected to Rock Nation. She should have never allowed, or she should have told Tory before she took his money, that she had connections prior with Rock Nation, with Jay-Z and that.
The whole background of like this retrial, or what was he doing a retrial?
Yes. Well, no, they want him exonerated. They want him completely, because he should have never been charged, let alone convicted. He never should have been charged in the first place, because period. Everything was okay. Here, let me say this. The incident happened. Kelsey shot at. I'm not even gonna say shot at. I'm gonna say she shot the gun. Megan was not shot. There's no bullet fragments in Megan. That's the stuff that they're dropping now, the 36 hours later on that website, and it's showing the contradiction of what was presented in court and what was suppressed and all that, and it's showing the difference. That's what they're doing, because what they're also doing is, one, trying to get him working on getting him exonerated because of false medical records and all that kind of stuff. Where it goes deep, but also they're building a whole RICO case also.
They're building a RICO case against Jay-Z?
Yes. Yeah. Not just Jay-Z, but Jay-Z, the judge, the DA, the Tory's ex-lawyer, and girl. And then so I don't know if you saw the conference when Tory's team came out and said that they got new evidence, because Kelsey's bodyguard gave a statement saying that when he was taking her to court, when they were going to court at the time, he overheard her talking to her husband and to the lawyer and talking about that, because she had got immunity. What do you need immunity for if you're not charged with anything, if you're not guilty of anything? So that already told you that she did it and she was trying to protect herself. But then she was talking to her husband. She's like, I had the gun and I shot it 3 times and da, da, da. So he heard her confess that she did it. He said that he didn't say anything about it because, one, he didn't want to lose his job. He said, however, it's been weighing on his conscience that he know this, and Tory's locked up. He said he don't have a relationship with Tory or Megan. He was hired through the company that he works for to be her bodyguard, Kelsey's bodyguard. So he came out and gave a statement. But before this was done, the lawyers contacted Kelsey and her team. He contacted Megan and her team, and then contacted Tory already knew, right? Kelsey, nobody responded back except for Megan's team, which is Rock Nation. They wanted to know what was the information that they had. The information was told. That was on May 9th of this May 9th, right? 3 days later, Tory gets stabbed 14 times in prison.
What? So what? So that's what they were. That's stabbing, because what I heard, I heard something like he got stabbed over some noodles or something like that. Maybe
No, that was all a lie. That was all. This was a hit. This was a hit. This man that stabbed him is in there for murder and raping his 13-year-old girlfriend. And this is a grown man, so he in there for pedophile charges, murder. He done murdered some people while he been in there, so he has nothing to lose. So whoever got to him, they probably offered him some money or some money to his family, whatever it is. I don't know. But the thing is, you can see in the video where when he's getting stabbed, that the COs, the correctional officers, was standing off to back. You see them in the mirror, in the reflection. They were standing there watching it.
What?
So here we go. If he would have succeeded in killing Tory, then people would have been like, they're so wrapped up in the Diddy case that, yeah, some people would have been like, oh, that's messed up. Yeah, I bet that was a hit. But then you know how the news cycle goes and goes and goes. It wouldn't have been no major uproar. Now, his family would have been hurt. His dad would have been out there saying, oh, Rocknell, you did. But it would have died off in about a year. But what it would have stopped was the investigation that's going on now into the lawyers and all that kind of stuff. You see what I'm saying?
So they're using the Diddy trial as a cloak to cloak over something. I knew it was something. I said there is something big going on, that they're pushing this Diddy trial so hard and it's flooding the internet with everything Diddy, and there's something else happening in boom.
Everything, it's a lot of stuff happening, but they're using the start of the Diddy trial, because that's when it happened, was that Friday, I believe, and that's when the last juror was chosen or something like that, so the case was going to start. You know what I'm saying? Or they started the opening or whatever it was. But everybody was focused on baby oil. You see what I'm saying? And so even when you heard Tory got stabbed, you was like, wait, what? That's messed up. And then they still was talking about baby oil.
But go back to baby oil. Right, exactly.
Yes, because that's what everybody wanted to talk. Right. Because you had people talking about, well, he shouldn't have been in there. He should have testified. You're like, wait, what? Heck no. So I paid more attention to that, because I'm like, oh, they're using this time to go ahead and get him on out the way. But let me tell you why it's so important to get him out the way. Like I just said, is because with him in there, they're investigating, because they're trying to get a new trial or try to get him exonerated, one of the two. And you have a new set of eyes, and they're looking into all the suppressed evidence, all that kind of stuff. They're saying that he was railroaded. So let's go ahead and close up this loose end.
And I remember the father saying that no.
Oh, he was so passionate. His dad is amazing. I mean, every kid should have a dad like that. He is amazing. So then after that, okay, boom. But he didn't kill him, right? That wasn't nothing but God. That wasn't nothing but God, because he got stabbed 14 times, collapsed lungs, everything. But he made it. So here we go. Because the attempted murder failed, now you have a bigger issue. Because now you have Congresswoman, people are out here really like, wait a minute now. How is this man in here? It's not enough evidence to even say that he's guilty. What's going on? You know what I'm saying? Like all the spotlight is on this case now. And that's what Rock Nation and them didn't want.
And they're going to try to overshadow with the other case with the football player. What's his name? Stephon. Shay. They're going to try to cover it up. Shay. So it sounds like there's a lot of people involved with this.
There's a lot of people involved with this, and that's what Rock Nation is good about: spinning a story, PR teams, and putting just everything. They're masters at that. That's what the devil is good at, disguise. So because he didn't kill him, now you got the spotlight on this case majorly, right? And so Tory's team is like, we're not scared of you. That's what they tell him. We're not scared of you. And we're going to get to the truth, and we're going to make sure that Tory gets up out of here. Right? Boom. So all this is happening, because what happens is once all this stuff is being uncovered, which it is now, people are saying the truth.
You know what I was going to ask this? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Didn't they just pardon NBA YoungBoy? Can Trump pardon Tory Lanez?
But he's already out. No, because it wasn't a federal case. It's not a federal case. It's a state case for what he's in there for. But now that the the feds are going to get involved in it, because now when you have corruption of a judge, the corruption of a DA, now you have to have the Department of Justice involved. Now you can have the Congresswoman involved. You see what I'm saying? It has to become a federal investigation, which now is getting there. So now they're worried because they got all these loose ends. You got the killer that tried to kill. It doesn't even matter about him because he don't have nothing to lose. But those correctional officers, they got shit to lose. So they're going to be when they get in question, why did you just stand there and didn't try to help him? Who put you there? Who hired you? Who paid you? And you know what they're gonna say? They're gonna try to save their asses because they don't, from prison time. They're gonna try to save their stuff. So the dominoes is gonna start falling.
So is this like the fall of black entertainment?
What is it? I'm sorry, it was staticky.
Is this the fall of the black entertainment industry, like as we know it? Like the things that
It's the fall of the entertainment industry as a whole, because it's UMG, it's all of them, because they're not making money. All the corruption of them not paying their artists. Artists are suing now. The death of artists, all that stuff is coming out now. We are in the era of revelation. So revelation means exposure, coming to light, revealing. So that's just what it is. Everything is coming to light.
Right, all the things that people have done to get to the top.
Yeah, corporations, religions, politicians, all that stuff is the truth is being unveiled. It has to come out because what's done in the dark will come out come into light at some point. And this is
do you think it's something that, like, Kanye all of a sudden just did it off to like Japan? During the whole.
You're moving and it's staticking.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but it's staticking like you're moving around or something.
No, I'm actually very stagnant.
I don't know why it sounds crackly like that. Go ahead. What were you saying?
I was saying, do you think there's something to it about Kanye even leaving the country? Ellen DeGeneres leaving the country. All these major people in the entertainment world leaving the country while all this is going on. Like, do you think there was a notice given out? Hey, the hammer's about to fall. Y'all need to get up out of here.
Well, I think with Ellen, it was more or less that she's involved in a lot of this sexual stuff that was going on in the industry. And with Trump knowing how these people know them, she didn't want to be under his governing. You know what I'm saying? So that's why they left. And so with Kanye's blackballed in the music industry. So he went to a different country in order to sell music and do his artistry.
So Nicki Minaj wasn't like Lil Wayne's label underneath the same thing as the Jay-Z thing?
No.
And Nicki Minaj underneath Lil Wayne underneath Jay-Z? Like,
Young Money was under Cash Money, which is Birdman and them. So no, they would never under Roc Nation. And see, that's why Jay-Z has blackballed Nicki, because she wouldn't sign with him. That's why he blackballed it. That's why he's doing this with Drake also, because Drake didn't sign with him when they left Young Money. Wayne, when he paid Wayne back taxes, he was thinking that Wayne would be so grateful that he was signed to Roc Nation, and he didn't. You know what I'm saying? He just paid Jay-Z back over time, but he was just like, no, I'm not signing with Roc Nation, because if he signed with Roc Nation, then at that time he could get paid from Drake and Nicki. You know what I'm saying? And they weren't gonna.
So you're saying that Jay-Z will be able to get paid from Wayne and Nicki if
Drake and Nicki, yeah, from their catalogs and stuff. Yes.
So Wayne said, no, these are my artists. I want to get all the proceeds from it. If I sign to you,
No, I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep it at home with Cash Money. He was thinking that because Wayne and Birdman was into it at that time. Remember, they had a falling out, and Wayne was suing Birdman. Jay-Z thought that was a good time to come in and, hey, I'm gonna help you out with your back taxes. He paid them, I forgot how many millions of dollars it was, and was like thinking Wayne would be like, okay, I'll sign with you. But he didn't, because he stayed loyal to the South, because that's the whole thing. Jay-Z can't penetrate the South. what's his name, Jay Prince, and Atlanta, all that, Dallas, Houston, all that. That he can't penetrate this.
So is Rainwater really a significant figure in that whole Southern people that are running the South?
I don't know. I don't know anything about Rainwater.
Well, he was the manager of Mo3.
Yeah, no, I don't know anything about him like that.
So
I
probably
knew
not.
I knew Mo3, but I didn't know his business dealings.
So bottom line is that Jay-Z was not able to penetrate the South, but he was trying to get control of so what he was trying to create was a monopoly in music.
That's why the feds are watching him and after him now, is because of the whole monopoly system that Jay-Z is having with Rock Nation. It is a monopoly system. He have media, he have sports, he's connected to everything. That's why he's so powerful. But it's not him that's just powerful. His CEO, Desiree Perez, Desiree Perez is the queen of Rock Nation. Beyonce is the work mule. They send Beyonce to be the face as his wife. Make sure she has all the fame. Make sure she stay out there working and in the face of the people and making in liquidated money by her concert tours. That's what they do with her.
And I heard that her concert tours are not really getting as many people as they used to. So
they're really not. And so all that you see when you be like, oh, she's breaking this record. Remember, they control certain media and magazines and all that kind of stuff. So all that stuff is just pumped up smoke and mirrors. They're giving away a lot of those tickets. That's why they stay so full. Even with Kendrick, those tickets, a lot of those are SZA fans, and then they give away a lot of tickets. It's called papering. Papering the house.
You know what? Someone else told me something about this whole thing. That even when it really came down to, they had this whole thing about the, in Oklahoma, Black Wall Street, right? They were talking about that even when you go into these stores, right? It looks like they're selling product, and that's why these stores are really big. But the whole thing that's driving these stores is the stock market. So when you go into the stores, they're empty. They're not full of people buying clothes and everything. But the stock market keeps them. It's like a lie. The whole thing that we think is really like Macy's and Sears and this
is a lie.
A whole lie. Because when you walk into these stores, nobody's there, right? Because I know when I walk into the mall and I go to a whatever store, JC Penney, whatever back in the day, it was always empty, right? It'd be about 2 or 3, maybe 10 people shopping there, maybe 20. But it's because that really the real thing that's making the money is the stock market, and then they're like utilizing that to make sure that this business, it's like a whole like Ponzi scheme.
Right.
So then you apply the same thing to music. People aren't really buying these records; they're buying them themselves, putting the labels are major corporations putting on the stock market, and so therefore, this whole even record industry is a lie.
Well, what happened was when the streaming came into play, it kept a lot of artists from making money because they're not making any money from streaming. So that's why they have to. That's why they have to go
on the dollar. Trust me, I know.
Yeah. So that's why they have to go on tour, because that's where they make their money at. Now, however, you have artists that when they do drop their music, their fans go buy vinyls. And that's solid copies. And so they get, of course, more money that way. But then it also depends on what kind of deal they're in. If they're in a 360 deal, they still ain't making no money. Nicki's not in a 360 deal. Taylor Swift is not in a 360 deal. So it's certain artists that are not. So you see them making money. Yeah.
Isn't there like the Taylor Swift brand? Is it 50 Cent or somebody black owns Taylor Swift? It's some.
Well, Taylor Swift just bought her masters, so she signed with the same label that Nicki is, and I think that's Republic, and they're a pretty good label. They got all the labels from Sony to Epic to UMG. UMG is the parent.
It might have been
company for all of them.
Somebody that was a huge white artist that was owned by a black CEO. I'm not sure who it was. I think it might have been even like either 50 Cent or.
Your phone's staticking again.
No, it was somebody that was one of these major artists that was a white artist. I think it was either Taylor, somebody big that was owned by a black major label, and then they became very well known in the as a pop artist. I think it might be Taylor Swift. I think it is.
I don't know.
Taylor Swift or somebody was discovered by a black CEO, and yeah, they're getting their residuals. So I think that's one of the things that's going on. It's crazy to find out that. So let's get back into Live Nation / Rock Nation. Now I remember when Live Nation,
Ticketmaster.
Yes, Live Nation used to be every club you would go to. If you were a DJ, you would have to give your playlist to Live Nation, and then that's how ASCAP would track it. Live Nation used to own at some point they begin to own all the clubs. Then they begin to slowly own all the venues of music.
Yep, and stadiums. Yep. They own so
then,
that way when I'm sorry, go ahead.
And then Napster came out, and then they had the streaming, and then now you had like the thing with a title, and now you have Jay-Z combining with Live Nation, creating Rock Nation, and now you have this whole conglomerate of he's just dominating everything, including sports. That's crazy to think.
Yes. So when yeah, it really is. You just think about it.
Then you have an artist like Tory Lanez that's doing NPCs, or what's it called, NFTs during the COVID thing, and somebody probably
said he did, man. He started a YouTube channel called, I forgot what it was called, but he had artists on there, and they was talking, and they like Chris Brown, just different artists, and he was getting major numbers and everything. You know what I'm saying? Like that's when he was like really blowing up, and so it was just real fun. You know what I'm saying? And give you something to do during the pandemic was watch them, and just it was good. And so he was building up that.
Did they like come to him and say, "Listen, you need to sign the Rock Nation or else," or what happened?
He was telling Jay-Z about the NFT, and of course, us being older, we don't understand that whole NFT type stuff, write off and all that kind of stuff. These younger people do, and so he was like, he wasn't interested. But then once he did the NFT, selling the I don't know what he just sold, the NFT or something like that as an album for $1, and then he made that $1 million in a minute and all that kind of stuff. Then it was like, Jay-Z was like, wait a minute. You know what I'm saying? Let me go on and sign with me. And Tory was like, no, I'm good. Hold on, let's back up. The same thing that's happened with DDG.
So what's happening with DDG?
That's Haley, the little black mermaid. That's Haley's baby daddy. And he's independent. He's a rapper, but also he do this whole streaming thing like Kai Cenat. And so, his numbers are growing. He's doing good, this, that, and the other. And so Jay-Z wanted to sign him. This is recently.
Wait a minute. They are signed to Rock Nation? Are they?
No. Haley is. Haley and her sister are signed to Parkwood, Beyonce.
Same thing.
Well, actually, that's Columbia. That's Columbia Records.
Okay.
She's signed.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
They married, so
he has power over all that, over the artist. Exactly. You're right about that. But so he has sent this like a very expensive bottle of liquor, one of his liquors, to DDG while he was on live and everything with a card. And I guess the card was inviting him to sign to Rock Nation, and he was like, man, this is nice. Everybody was watching him, and everybody on the stream was like, don't sign, don't do it, no. You know what I'm saying? It was funny. So anyway, so he didn't take the deal. He turned it down because he wants to stay independent. Let me show you this. him and Tory Lanez are friends. DDG and Tory Lanez are friends. In fact, Tory Lanez was on DDG's album he just dropped. You know, because Tory Lanez made an album also while he's been locked up. Hello? Hello? Are you there?
I have to go to the restroom, but I'm here.
Okay. And so so when he rejected the offer, a few days later, Haley was reporting that she was being abused by DDG and that she was putting a protective order against him, and then she wanted a full custody of her son because she was scared of her son being around him, all that.
So, like, literally 3 days after he sent him this bottle of alcohol and offered him the deal, and he turns it down. Boom.
Yeah, a couple of days. But guess what? Now that I think about it, at the same time that she went public doing the whole domestic violence thing was the same day it was reported that Tory Lanez got stabbed.
What?
Yes. Now that what was that? May 12th.
Wow.
Yes, May 12th, girl.
So they tried to like cover the news with
always. Anytime
to, like, broadcast that to still overshadow the Tory Lanez.
The news feed. Yes, girl. Yeah, I just remembered that. Yeah.
Wow, this is about to listen because I think the P Diddy trial has been like 2 weeks. They say it's not going to last no more than 6 weeks.
And this is just one of his trials. He got other ones after this.
Really?
Yes. But okay, Monica, let's get back to Desiree Perez, the CEO of Rock Nation. I need you to pull up on your YouTube so you can show it on the screen and we can watch the video thing. Pull up Desiree Perez's daughter RICO lawsuit. She's filed a whole RICO lawsuit against her mom. And listen to this, girl. This is gonna be some good reaction for us to analyze.
Oh my God, I didn't even know all this was going on. What the heck?
This just happened yesterday as far as when it was dropped. But let me tell you when it was filed, though. Let me tell you when the case was filed. Oh, you know what I want you to do? I want you to pull up News Network. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, that's what I'm on right now. Hold on.
Yeah, pull that up because she breaks down the whole case. It's like an hour and something long. Pull that up. She's gonna break down the whole case, and that way you can hear everything that's in this lawsuit. It's a 64-page lawsuit, and we'll react to it together.
Okay, so is this the one you're speaking of right here? Let me see right here.
Yes, perfect. Is it an hour and something? I can't see.
It's actually 2 hours, but we're not gonna go a whole 2. I'm gonna go ahead and speed this up a little bit.
Go ahead.
Yeah. See, I knew there was some underplay for all this. There's something else going on that no one is really focusing on. I just knew it because like there's too many media outlets just covering Diddy, you know. And I said there's got to be something else happening, and when you follow the money, you figure out, like, you know.
So the same day that she submitted this case was May 9th. What happened May 9th was the same day that the lawyers had told Megan's team about the new statement for the new witness saying that Kelsey did the shooting.
So this whole thing is just a bunch of just conspiracy level.
It's not even conspiracy. It is facts. Like, this is hardcore facts of what is happening. And then when you put the pieces together, it's like, oh, they had to go ahead and get Tory out the way because this lawsuit popped. You know, of course, they probably knew that it was going to get filed, or maybe they didn't know, and they were surprised too. But you don't want a whole RICO investigation going that your daughter put in place
You know, they
So
could have.
the daughter Puerto Rico
Yeah.
gets her own mother.
Oh, yeah, her name is Demure Haley. That's her married name. Read it right there. Go ahead and play. This is Desiree Perez's daughter, and she's suing Desiree Perez. She's suing Rock Nation. She's suing the mental hospital. She's suing the doctor. Girl. Listen to this. Go ahead.
On YouTube and you're wondering like why it starts off like this, like just jumping right in, it's because they cut y'all and then I had to turn y'all off. So I'm trying to include y'all. And so here we are. Okay, shut the fuck up, sit down. Sit down.
Girl, you can't make me hate Milagro. I love her.
And it says Demaray Hadley, and this is in the Southern District of Florida. Is there another?
And you know that's what they doing. That's where Megan Thee Stallion have her lawsuit against Milagro is in Florida.
Child. Okay, so the Southern District of Florida. Child, not misspelled. The South isn't. Child. Anyway, Demaray Hadley versus Desiree Perez, Rock Nation, Iconic Creative LLC, Daniel Bober, Natalie Anderson,
You can speak up some. That's just all the different LLCs and companies.
Hospital District, the Odyssey Behavioral Healthcare Life Skills, South Florida Outpatient LLC, who is now the CEO of Rock Nation in New York City. So they're saying that she is the current CEO. Okay.
They talking about Desiree Perez.
Is Desiree's biological daughter. Javon is Demaray's husband. Demaray met Javon while they attended Miami Palmetto Senior High School. Demaray and Javon have been together for the past 15 years, and they got married in 2024.
This is Desiree's daughter and Desiree's husband. This is what we're talking about.
Demaray Lopez, but now that she's married, her name is Demaray Hadley. For the past 2 years, Desiree has used her money, power, and influence to tear the Hadleys apart. Desiree created an enterprise of individuals who effectuate her plot and use unlawful means to have Javon falsely arrested on 3 different occasions and Demaray falsely detained under Florida's Baker Act and a Marchman Act statutes. Unfortunately, as detailed below,
So is
Desiree
this
has
a person with mental health issues, or what is going on?
No, this whole thing is it's a RICO case. It's going to be a RICO case. It's her daughter stating how her mother, Desiree Perez, the CEO of Rock Nation, uses her money, her power, her connections to law enforcement, judges, doctors, all this to try to break her up with her husband. She has had him falsely arrested 3 times. She has bugged their bedroom with cameras and girl, all kind of the Desiree is, and then the crazy part, when you hear all the stuff that she's done against her daughter and her daughter's husband, all because he's a black guy.
Oh, so it's like a racist thing, like too?
Oh yeah, girl. When you hear about how far she goes and what all she does to her daughter, the only question you can ask is, well, what is she willing to do for a nigga she don't like, for people she don't like?
What?
For an artist. And then everything that she works
a RICO case against her mother.
Girl, and it is serious because I mean, when I say they laid this out perfectly, her and the lawyer, and how they got evidence and all that kind of stuff, they've laid this out perfectly. She is her mother, just on the good side, because Desiree is very detailed, all that kind of stuff. She's the one that snitched on the cartel, worked for the feds, became an agent. She's that chick. That's who she is. She's a snitch, and that's why everybody's like, okay. But anyway, when you see how she orchestrated all these different things throughout the years, it shows you how she's also able, her and Jay-Z railroaded Tory. What? And how and how this, the narrative of Rock Nation.
Tell me that Jaguar Wright been right this whole time.
Jaguar Wright was that when she said that Jay-Z is worse than Diddy because he's more conniving and clever and all. Yeah, but everybody knows that.
I have to apologize to her. So you know what?
No, you don't. No, you don't. She's still a liar. She's still evil. No, you don't. Girl, save that. Save that for something else.
Okay, I'm not making sure. I said, well, maybe I was.
No, if anybody that follow along with any of this know that Jay-Z is worse. That everybody know that, and that's the whole reason Jay-Z is using, like I said, Kendrick as the face of the culture, as the guys of the culture, is because the culture don't really fool with Jay-Z.
Is Kendrick signed to Rock Nation in some way?
No, he has PGN or PG, whatever, it's PG Lane. But guess who is funding PG Lane?
Rock Nation.
And TDE.
Wow.
Not just Rock Nation, but yes, Jay-Z through Cash App. Cash App is funding and supporting their company to grow.
No.
Their,
So
their labels to grow.
Cash App he done bought out Cash App because he know niggas is all on Cash App. Wow.
He didn't buy out Cash App. He partnered. He's on the board. He's but guess what? The guy who owns Cash App is the one who bought Tidal.
What?
Yeah. Do you see that is why they have a whole case now that's open that they finna start going to trial for, because the other partners of Cash App are suing the other guy and Jay-Z for corruption, for all kind of stuff, using money that they didn't agree to be used to buy Tidal. There's a whole, but Jay-Z and Rock Nation have so many fraud, legal corruption, all kind of cases against them right now. Multiple cases that's about to go down, I guess, between the end of this year and next year. That's why Jay-Z has had to make Beyonce go out there and work and do another tour, because he tried to get a loan from the bank. He tried to get a loan. It was all reported. Tasha K reported on it too. He tried to get a loan for, I've got how many millions of dollars? Actually, two. But one was $100 million. I think the other one was $50 million, and they both denied him. And the reason that they denied him is because when you have fraud cases against you, when you have money laundering and all kind of stuff like that about scam, they're not trusting you. And so the only way you can get liquidated money, he can get liquidated money right now, because everything about rich folks is credit, assets and credit. And stocks and stuff like that. Do you know what I'm saying? So the best way to get liquidated is what? Beyonce need to go on tour and get that cash money.
What? So
and then you see she up there with her daughters and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? They getting paid for that. They're getting paid. She's beyond blues dancing and all that. She gonna get paid. The other daughter's there. She gonna get paid. But that's also a cover. A protection cover for Beyonce to put her daughters in front of her, talking about she's gonna protect them. No, actually, they're protecting her. So when all this stuff go down, and everything, and everybody turn their back on Rock Nation and Jay-Z and all that, they want the memory to be. Beyonce wanted to be. Look, I have daughters. I have kids. Please don't come at me hard. See, that's what that is.
So this
protection, baby.
This case fixing to hit and drop right after the Diddy trial's over. When they either prosecute, or I think they're gonna prosecute him, because I mean, I don't know. They're gonna
he connected to the CIA. You see how they brought up about the whole CIA, and remember how I was telling you about the CIA being involved in his life and his dad being a part of the CIA. Remember I told you that a while back. Now they're in court talking about the CIA. And guess what? This case with Desiree, this is just the beginning. It's a lot of stuff that's going to come out with Desiree, and that people are going, these departments and stuff, going to be looking at her, and it's going to be involving the CIA. It's going to be involving the feds. It's going to be deep, because they connect to politicians and everything.
Wow!
And every case that Spiro, whatever his name is, Alex, they're his main lawyer, Jay-Z, and the main lawyer that he worked with, and any judge that Desiree and him has ever touched throughout this time. All those cases are going to have to be reviewed over again to see if corruption and RICO and all that, even that A$AP Rocky trial that just went by. That nigga was so guilty. He was so guilty. And you could see the play during the trial. I was like, oh yeah, he finna get off, because yeah, you could see that the people, this is being worked out. Girl, but go ahead and play this. Girl, when you listen to this stuff, you're gonna be like, your mouth's gonna drop open.
All this is going on. Oh my God. So listen, they have been saturating everything with Diddy so much, you don't even know there's like this underplay going on. And so the Tory Lanez thing is about to drop, this is about to drop, and then they're also trying to overshadow it with the Shay Shay situation.
Yeah.
They're trying to flood the media. Listen, you guys. They're trying to flood the media with all this other stuff to distract the fact that this is the real thing right here. Let's go.
Not just this, but even the Trump stuff. The Trump stuff that's going on with the wars and Putin and Elon Musk, all that stuff, all these majors, not little, all these major things, just the news is just being flooded by a lot of distractions all the way around.
Let's go.
Rubber gloves and
I
providing
don't even
false
know what's going
information
on with
to
Diddy because I
authorities.
don't even watch the Diddy stuff.
I
I'm
want to zoom
sorry.
in
Go
on
ahead.
this photograph that was provided by Demaray Hadley. Everybody,
Look,
look
that's
at
Desiree
Desiree
got
in a
gloves
pair of
on,
gloves
girl,
as she
writing up a
holds a phone
fraudulent
and signs paperwork.
record.
Why on earth would somebody do that? And my answer would be because you don't want to leave DNA.
Right.
What would be the reason? No DNA, no fingerprints? What the fuck you got gloves on for? That is the most criminal shit. And then just rubber gloves. So I think it's a DNA, no fingerprint type of thing. Like it's giving criminal. Hello? That is insane. All right, let's continue on. So, in addition to being the CEO of Rock Nation, upon information and belief, Desiree is part owner of the company. Oh, bitch, excuse me? See, this is a problem. Why on earth would this be a secret from the public? Why is she not making it, a known fact that she's a part owner, allegedly? But it would explain the interest in this company. How hard would you go for a company that's really fucking yours? So allegedly, in addition to being the CEO of Rock Nation, upon information and belief, Desiree is part owner of the company. Rock Nation was founded in 2008 by music icon Jay-Z and has become one of the most influential entities in the entertainment and sports industries. Rock Nation represents chart-topping musicians, elite athletes, and influential entertainers including Rihanna, J. Cole, Shakira, Kevin Durant, and Saquon Barkley. The National Football League contracts Rock Nation to organize and select performers for the Super Bowl halftime show. Rock Nation also assists artists with creating content for concerts and movies. Desiree, as CEO, has an army of tech staff with access to the best technology that money can buy. She also has a team of attorneys and private investigators at her disposal. Despite her current position, Desiree's background and discreet rise to prominence was highly unusual. Unfortunately, Desiree's past and her abandonment of Demaray is the root cause of the current friction between a mother and daughter. The relationship is unfortunate, sad, and disheartening. More disappointing, the relationship could have been repaired throughout time.
All right, go ahead.
I guess she's going to get into that right now, but that is the core of who Desiree is she's a thug. She's a connected thug. That's all she is. Very connected, but she's very smart. So I'm not saying she's a dumb thug. She's just still crooked. You wouldn't want her working with Trump. You wouldn't want to put them together, put it like that. But he pardoned her though. He pardoned her and exonerated all her, like completely freed her of her exonerated her whole criminal record.
What?
When he first was president.
He exonerated all her criminal record of federal stuff.
Yeah.
And then she became the CEO of Rock Nation.
Yep, she got out of prison, and then I guess it's her husband or whatever. I guess he knew Jay-Z or whatever, but she bought that club, the 40/40 Club. And then her and Jay-Z, I guess they became partners where he was like the face of it and she just owned it. Cause when you hear about the 40/40 Club in New York, it was always Jay-Z Club, but it's really, she owned that club. And so after that, she moved up to be the CEO. She helped build up Rock Nation, and because it was Rockefeller at first, remember? And then it became Rock Nation.
Why did they move Damon Dash out the picture? Because they wanted to do all this crooked bullshit?
He said that. He said Jay-Z started dealing with people that he don't fool with them type of people. You know what I'm saying? And I guess that he was trying to say feds and because, snitches and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And Jay-Z was just on some real, you took Aaliyah from me. I don't fool with you. Fuck you, nigga type shit. You know what I'm saying? Jay-Z is a very revengeful person. And he played chess. He played master chess. So he played the long game. He's not one to just, like strike right then. But recently he has been. That's why he's been slipping because you like, it's like you showing your hand now. The way you operating, you showing your hand.
Yeah, that's not
But anyway,
he's a Sagittarius, isn't he? Sagittarius.
yeah, he's Sagittarius. Yep. Go ahead.
Alternative means, but Desiree chose to employ heavy-handed tactics instead. All right, let's go ahead and get into Desiree's past as a drug trafficker, confidential informant, fraudster, and a fugitive.
Bro, not a drug trafficker. So she was a what?
Yes, she's with the cartel.
What?
Yes.
I passed out and came back to life. Like, what is going on? Why would she be the person you would choose to be a part of?
That's
So
what everybody would.
there must be some kind of like, trafficking aspect of this because I'm not even gonna say nothing. Let me be quiet.
Well, hold on. But she was trafficking out in Miami, New York, and somewhere else. Puerto Rico, something like that. I don't know. It'll tell you. And then you notice how Diddy got a place in Miami. She lived out there in Florida also, and in New York. All of them. And guess what Diddy was doing? He was trafficking drugs too, and people.
What?
Because that's the drug lane right there is Florida, right there off the coast.
I think it's really interesting that this whole like RICO trial, they have not been mentioning the other parts of like the things that people have been saying. They've only been focusing on the Cassie thing. Oh, he beat her up. He beat me up. He beat this person up. And so it's making like he'd probably like be able to like, because if he were to get like a life prison sentence based on this information, he would actually set a precedence. And there's two ways that I believe laws are put into place. It's either by Congress or by precedents. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't have to pass you can like set up, you can like have another case and be able to say, well, based on this case, this should be tried this way because of the legal precedents, and you don't have to go through Congress to convict someone based on like those things that happen. So if they are to convict him of racketeering, then this the very thing. This might be a setup, like a setup to be able to even get Jay-Z. To be quite honest, they're gonna get him, and if they're able to like get him on the little small stuff, boom, Jay-Z is next.
Yep.
My God. Desiree participated in federal drug trafficking activities in the 1990s under her prior name, Desiree Reynoso. Everybody take a look at this. So they got all the receipts, baby. So this is an excerpt from some other paperwork. It says the petition for warrant or summons for offender under supervision. Name of the offender, Desiree Reynoso. Case number, listed. Name of sentencing judicial officer, Jose Gonzalez. Date of original sentence, September 18, 1995. The original offense, conspiracy to distribute cocaine. Twice. All right. Let's go ahead and get into this thread. Because this thread kind of did a deep
The
dive.
CEO of Rock Nation, y'all, is an ex-drug trafficker. So, I mean, there's no background checks on who the CEO should be. I don't even know how she got to that position. Like, what? How do you choose?
I mean, he was a drug dealer too. So, he's a drug dealer too.
Right. So, yeah, there we go.
Into Chop, is that fucking Twitter? Child, any motherfucking way. So, Desiree Perez, aka Desiree Gonzalez, the snitch of, I'm just gonna literally read what this says. The snitch of Rock Nation, Jay-Z's right hand. They say here goes a thread about different things that she's been associated with. So I'm gonna come right here. They said in 1994, when Desiree was 26 years old, Desiree was arrested in a drug raid. She was caught with 35 kilos, 77 pounds of cocaine, and she was charged for possession with intent to distribute. It was reported that she was a part of a conspiracy that spanned from New York, Miami, and Puerto Rico. She wore a wire on 4 to 5 occasions, and she was named as a star witness in that case. They said that this is a quote from the prosecutor. Let's go ahead and get into that. So, Quote, but Perez cooperated. So in return for telling the DEA everything and putting herself at substantial risk, as one prosecutor put it, she was sentenced to 30 months in a military-style boot camp program in 1995. Why wasn't she made to go to prison like anybody else would have had to? Why? And then I'm gonna pull this screen up just a little bit so that you can see it here, because that's what I really want you to see. So from the Daily News, it says Perez was a 26-year-old mother of young children in 1994 when she was arrested in New York for possession with intent to distribute 35 kilos of cocaine. Federal authorities charged that she was a part of a drug conspiracy stretching from New York to Florida to Puerto Rico. She and her co-defendant, Amari Lopez, faced at least 10 years in prison. Lopez was supposedly one of at least 3 men to marry Perez since the late 1980s. But Perez cooperated in return for telling the DEA everything and putting herself at substantial risk, as one prosecutor put it. She was sentenced to 30 months in a military-style boot camp program in 1995. All right.
What? I am blown away that all this is going on right now.
And then, let me, hold on, let me go back. So I'm going to put it back where it was. Okay. So that's what they said about that, and I'm going to read this to you. They said many of the records in Perez's case were sealed soon after her arrest. But one transcript from a June 11, 1996 court hearing obtained by the News shows that the feds were pleased with their star mole. Quote, the defendant has really worked closely with these agents. That came from the Assistant U.S. Attorney Lawrence Barfett. They told the judge that same day arguing to keep Perez out of jail. They said that the Miami-based defense attorney, Alan Ross, told the judge that his client wore a wire on no less than 4 or 5 occasions when she's been down there in Puerto Rico. Quote, and I think the court knows from its experience that you just can't do anything more dangerous than wear a wire and go to an undercover meeting in Puerto Rico with a known violator, one who's suspected of or being investigated for a murder case down there. So they were saying she put herself in substantial risk, or at substantial risk, to even go down there. So I guess give her a cookie. And so they said from 1985 to 1999, the DEA trained its new special agents by sharing facilities with the FBI at the FBI Academy. So they said blah, 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 and blah, 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 blah. Read that on your own, bitch. And then they talk about the point of the DEA and blah, 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 blah. And then they talk about that.
Hit the pause button if you want to read all that. That's crazy.
They said, why did she end up going to a military?
But girl, listen to where they sent her to,
look at what this boot camp
and
was
what
doing.
she was
They
trained to
like
do.
agents. And that's why this is important. But read it on your own time. But that's the relevancy of it. If you go and take a look at what they doing down there, why the fuck would y'all send her down there? What kind of training does an agent go through when they go down? You're not training to be no damn agent, bitch. You're a fucking felon. What are you doing?
So she came back as a CIA agent. They like,
child.
Yeah, like almost like the movie.
Okay, and that's what that facility's been doing for all those years. They said so after being arrested, you can.
And remember, they used the word mole, right?
Down not only one, but 2 major drug trafficking cartels. They said after becoming a star witness for the government and helping take down these different people, they said Desiree Gonzalez went on the run. And she absolutely did go on a run, and it's listed in this lawsuit. We'll get to that in a second, but I'm just read this little thread. So it says Desiree was on the run. They said I'm just 9 months. She skipped town, and 9 months after that, she was caught in New York. So she was charged with grand larceny, criminal use of drug paraphernalia, and criminal with possession of a fucking firearm. They said all of this is after she got caught with 77 pounds of cocaine and then snitched.
77 pounds.
She got a 9-month sentence with 3 years of supervised release.
Oh my God.
What kind of shit is that?
She's the agent.
If that was anybody else, they would have put you under the fucking jail.
She is an agent.
Like what?
I think that all those people are agents at that point. I think that, you know what?
Following Desiree's federal indictment and arrest, she was originally sentenced to 30 months imprisonment.
Listen, I think that at some point when you get to that level, the CIA contacts you and says, listen, you need to cooperate with us and tell us everything, and then you become an agent of the CIA, because there's no other way, or the FBI or the whatever it is, because there's no way that she would be able to get off for like that amount of like cocaine and only get a few months. Come on now.
Remember, I was telling you before that the CIA runs the music and entertainment and news business, because that's how they get paid in order to fund wars and all that other stuff that be going on. The government has to get paid. So they use music, they use movies, they use all that. Yes.
Desiree became a confidential informant and provided information to federal law enforcement, which caused the government to file a motion eliminating her 30-month prison sentence. So she didn't even have to fucking do it. And take a look at the receipt. It says order as to Desiree Reynoso Gonzalez, granting the government's motion to reduce her sentence. The sentence previously imposed on September 7, 1995 of 30 months is vacated. The court will withhold the imposition of any sentence of incarceration and sentence to the death to 5 years probation and $50 for a special assessment.
What?
On what planet would that have happened for anybody else?
So she done got caught with 70 pounds.
This is the goddamn question. While engaged in narcotics trafficking activities, Desiree gave birth to Demeray in November of 1994. But
here we go.
Desiree continued to engage in criminal conduct. For instance, local law enforcement arrested Desiree in April of 1996 for a slew of fraudulent criminal activity, including organized fraud, grand theft, and several counts of uttering a forged instrument.
Stop right there.
And
did you see what she's into?
Yeah, when
organized fraud, everything's scamming, right?
Yeah.
That's what that's who she is.
This is who Tory Lanez is up against.
Well, yes, but go ahead. Yes.
Because it's not just Jay-Z. This person is more diabolical than Jay-Z could ever be.
Exactly.
She is way more diabolical. I mean, what the hell?
That's why I said she's the queen of Rock Nation. She's the CEO.
He just said, hey, join my label. She said, no, join it or else.
Look, and how she start from being COO to then being moved to CEO.
And all these criminal.
And then now she owns partnership. Yeah, now she owns a portion of Rock Nation.
Right. There's no.
So I'm not gonna work for you. This is actually I'm gonna own it too.
There's nothing that says, hey, you can't do this if you have all this, but you know what that tells you about America, right? That you to get to that level, you gotta be on some real heavy fraud, some real heavy bad shit. Let's go.
They posted all that shit about Lady Luck. This isn't a lawsuit, so this is evidence. And so they pulled up the state case number, the date that it was filed, as you can see. That was April 10th, 1996. That is for Desiree Rosa Reynoso. The date it was closed was October 4th, 1996. And you see the rest of this shit. Her date of birth, August 24th, 1968. And then get into all these charges. As you can see, organized fraud between $20,000 and $50,000, grand theft in the second degree, grand theft, another one. They had a forged instrument, grand theft, another forged instrument thing, grand theft, probation violations, and all kind of shit. That's what's all worked up. They said, what in the Queen of the South is going on?
How can you be a CEO? You can barely get a job.
I don't know. Because what is her real role? Is she sitting up watching everybody else now? Huh? Let me tell you something. That animal ain't changed his spots yet. You done seen how many leopards? How many zebras you done seen, bitch? How many giraffes? How them patterns looking, bitch? What's the point? If she was willing to go up against the fucking cartel, she brought down 2 cartels, wore a wire down to Puerto Rico. If she saved herself once, she'll save herself twice. That's my point. And if she'll
that is the facts right there. Before she even think about going down, guess who's going down first?
And she's not black, so of course she ain't gonna find no thing about who gives a fuck. Dude, I'm.
Before she go down, she'll throw Jay-Z. She'll throw everybody down before she go down. But you're gonna see why when we talk about Rock Nation has a history of throwing the black men under the bus and then make all the women victims. You notice that whether it's Rihanna, whether it's Beyonce being cheated on by Jay-Z, and she doing the whole Lemonade, and then remember that whole thing. Then you had Megan Thee Stallion and Tory. Now you got Haley and DDG. All the black men get thrown under the bus,
right?
But all the women be uplifted as victims to boost their careers and stuff, and then families are separated.
Wow.
Okay, you finna see why you see that energy in Rock Nation like that, because this is where it stems from her. Watch this. Listen to this.
All right, let's go. When y'all hear this, I hope y'all can hear this. This is crazy.
Okay, that's the point I'm making. So that's what I mean by a pattern. If she felt like, you know what, shit, I'm gonna save me, she'll do it again. That's what I think. When Desiree got arrested on state court charges, she had already been sentenced to federal prison, but she was still out on bond. Her surrender date got delayed to at least August 12, 1996, and they cited that case presently. As shown on her federal probation affidavit, Desiree later fled to New York while on probation and became a fugitive from justice. In March of 1998, New York officials arrested Desiree for grand larceny, criminal use of drug paraphernalia, and criminal possession of a firearm. Oh, that's a lot of shit, girl. Desiree pled guilty in New York State Court, but was only sentenced to a conditional discharge. Everybody take a look at this paperwork. Regarding Desiree Reynoso, March 5th, 1999, violation of a mandatory condition. By failing to refrain from violation of the law, on or about March 5th, 1998 in Kings County, New York, while a fugitive, the probationer was arrested by the New York City Police Department, Precinct 71, and charged with grand larceny, criminal use of drug paraphernalia, and criminal possession of a firearm. On July 9th, 1998, the probationer pled guilty
a whole criminal
as follows in Kings County Court, which ordered a conditional discharge sentence on July 9th.
Not only just a whole criminal, but then her sentencing for being a runaway fugitive and then gaining more felony charges, you only get 9 months. What?
Right.
Exactly. Let us even think about. Let us do it, girl. We doing life in prison, double life,
all the way. So
all the way.
It's some agent-ish. It's agent-ish. Like this is.
But then, if you notice too, each one of these places, New York. She's been to New York jail and system. She's been to Florida jail and system. So she's building rapport as she go. Also, you see what I'm saying?
You know what? Between New York and Florida, that has a heavy Latino Caribbean community, to where she
and drug trade and sex trafficking.
Yeah. Wow. It makes sense that even the music was even getting into. This is a really deep thing going on, because like, that's crazy. Let's go. She's like a kingpin almost.
Kingpin, go.
Desiree was eventually sentenced to 9 months imprisonment for violating federal probation. Choosing a life of crime over motherhood, Desiree dumped her infant daughter, Demaray, on Demaray's maternal grandfather, Julio, and his longtime girlfriend, Olga. Growing up, Demaray called Julio abuelo, and he called Olga mommy. They say Desiree despises that to this day.
Now we're getting into who she is.
Child, don't be mad at Julio and Olga, mommy and papi. Don't be mad. Child.
She's funny. Whoever this is, what
this
is
don't
that?
make no sense.
Milagro Grams. Girl, you know she's crazy.
Is it? Oh, is that
not crazy bad? Not crazy bad. Crazy good. Like I love her. I watch her all the time.
To new media for this 16 hours ago. Shouts out for this information.
Yes.
Know her channel real quick, because that's crazy. Like what?
And thank you for the breakdown, because you're amazing.
Yes, thank you for that. Yes, thank you.
You ain't got to the motherfucking move. Wait till you hear what she accuses this woman of doing. In 2002, this is important right here. What is this about? In 2002, almost fresh out of prison, Desiree somehow became the owner of the 4040 Club in goddamn New York. How'd you do that?
How?
And look at her down at the 4040 Club.
Fresh out of
and then
prison.
She tries to leave. Jay-Z said, well, come back, girl. This your shit. Look at her. So can anybody explain to me how somebody almost out of prison becomes the owner of a club at all, let alone one like that? This is what we want to know. Huh? Child. So take a look.
Wait, let me just
hold on. I think that when she went and did that 9 months, that she made some other kind of deal. And she don't have no problem making deals. And she's already been trained and all that kind of stuff. And I think it was to infiltrate New York, because Diddy was already had Bad Boys, Clive Davis. He already had his connections with everything. You know what I'm saying? And so it was Jay-Z was the protege of Diddy and
Russell Simmons.
no, what's his name?
At one point he was the head of Def Jam, right?
Yeah, Dame Dash, but they had Rockefeller though. One had Def Jam, and then the other one they had Rockefeller, Dame Dash and them. And what happened is, as you know, Jay-Z left Rockefeller and went to Def Jam and became partners with Def Jam.
What's that white guy who owns Def Jam? It's a white dude, a Jewish guy. What's his name? Jimmy Iovine? No, not Jimmy. What's his name? Whoever the white guy that owns Def Jam.
Yeah, because they had a switch up of ownership and all that kind of stuff at the time.
But I think
And
it's crazy that somebody can come fresh out of a why is she the ideal? How does she have money?
Somehow she was able to have the money to buy a place like the 4040 Club and get on the radar. Maybe it was her connections. Period.
No, the government gave her the money. Come on now, stop it.
I think so, and I think that was to infiltrate, to get with Jay-Z. You know what I'm saying? And to help him build up the business, and do what she's doing. And to gain all the kind of dirt she can on him, on them.
I never even want to go down into a rabbit hole like this. This is a rabbit hole. This is crazy. What?
And this is the top. This is the cream of the crop right here. Because if you think about it, Jay-Z and them are connected to Jeffrey Epstein, Harvey Weinstein, all of them. All of them. They say that he's still making money off of businesses that him and Jeffrey Epstein had together. And he's still making money. That nigga dead and everything.
Wow.
He's still making money off of R. Kelly's
that world tour, whatever that is.
So So R. Kelly sued him for $40 million or $44 million, something like that, because Jay-Z had left that tour. So R. Kelly won $40-something million in that lawsuit. Guess what happened Guess what happened later? Surviving R. Kelly.
Wow. It's rigged. This is a rigged system, guys. It's rigged. You think you watch the news, you watching people be corrupt and corrupt each other. That's crazy. Remember how it's all connected to Rock Nation? That's correct. Hey,
remember how Jay Prince, Ja Rule, Irv Gotti, all of them was gonna get together and start like a black music enterprise type thing. It was all gonna come together and just have a black enterprise like UMG, but it was gonna be black owned. Guess who shut that down? How did they all be under investigation for RICO and all kind of different charges and stuff? The feds busted all of them. How? Jay-Z. All of them went to jail. All of them had cases and stuff except for Jay-Z.
Insane.
Go ahead.
They posted the business record from the 4040 Club, y'all. 4040 Club, Trade Style, 21's Incorporated, Primary, Link Number, FEIN, None Found, Industry, Drinking Places, Vehicle Count 2. They said principals, Desiree Perez. They have her name listed twice with associated addresses. I want to zoom in. Can you see that? Can you see where it says principals? Do you see whose name is right there? So what the hell was going on with all of that? And how the hell did someone like her get into that position? And how would someone like her get approved for a liquor license? Word on the street is that her daddy, that Desiree's dad, got the license in his name. I cannot confirm that.
And also, let me say, go ahead.
She's out on parole. And so after you get out of prison, you go to parole, correct?
Unless you do all of your time. If you do all of your time and you time out, you're not on anything. But if you get out early or something, then you might be on a month parole or 6 months, just depending on how much time you had left. But as a felon, you can't get a liquor license. That's what she's saying. She's like, how you get a whole liquor license for a bar and you're a felon? So that's what she was saying. Her dad did it or whatever, but who knows?
Crazy.
Okay. So it says Desiree has mostly remained in the greater New York City area since then and chose money, power, and influence at all costs. To the outside world, it appears that Desiree turned her life around and became a successful CEO. But secretly, Desiree continued to engage in acts exposing herself and others to both civil and criminal liability, which a state prosecutor noted in her closeout memorandum relating to Javon's fraudulent arrest. People, this has been noted. Take a look. The victim's mother called in a false 911 call in December, which is a crime in and of itself. And she reported the victim was getting kidnapped. The victim's mother also petitioned to have the victim Marchman acted, and the victim was Baker acted. The witnesses under oath told ASA Subpoena and ASA Farrell that the victim does not do drugs or drink. The Marchman Act was voluntarily withdrawn on April 5th, the day that the defendant was arrested for the case. It gives the case number. The victim on April 16th, 2024, testified under oath. So, girl.
So is this all against her daughter?
When we're talking about the victim is this was when she made a false report against her daughter's husband. Then you're going to have some where she makes false reports against her own daughter and have her admitted into a mental hospital against her will, legally. She was actually kidnapped.
Listen, guys, in case you guys are just coming in, this is the CEO of Rock Nation, who is a felon, like drug trafficker and all kinds of stuff. That, I mean, she just got out of got out of prison and just became a partner of Rock Nation out of nowhere. This is crazy. I never even knew this was going on. What the hell? This is actually scary to even know. Like, bro, what the?
Okay, that is from the state prosecutor. And I bet if we listen to them calls, child, we're going to hear some things. Whose voice is that? As related to this lawsuit, Desiree conspired with others to illegally record the Hadleys in their bedroom, hack DeMore's iPhone, and unlawfully detain the Hadleys on several occasions, which included concocting false evidence against them. I want you to sit with that.
Did you just understand what you just read?
That someone hacked into the phone.
No, she had cameras and stuff hidden into her daughter and her daughter's husband's bedroom.
That's CIA shit.
And then she had her daughter's phone hacked and copied, like mirrored. They're gonna get into details about that. And then she had her girl. Go ahead, girl. Your mouth gonna drop open.
This is even. She wasn't even raising her daughter because she was in prison, right, the whole time.
No. She just chose to live a life of criminal activity, even after she got out of prison. Because when she went to prison and caught her case and stuff like that, she ended up dropping her daughter off over her dad's, because that was her grandpa. They said it was her grandfather. So, and they raised her as, raised her well, very good. She went to college, got degrees, everything. So she's raised well, but her mom chose to do her. So she did not raise her daughter.
So when she gets out of prison, she begins to almost like attack her. That's great. Let's go.
It says, as related to this lawsuit, Desiree conspired with others to illegally record the Hadleys in their bed. That's her daughter. What do you do in your bedroom? Get dressed, go to sleep, you wake up, you have phone calls, you have sex, all kind of shit. What kind of things do you do in your bedroom? And it was hacked. Do you recall that lawyer, he said, I've never seen a case where it's so blatant that there was some wrongdoing? I want you to keep that in your mind as we go through this lawsuit, because what this young lady showed me was the difference between using your gifts for good versus evil. Because Demaray is Desiree's daughter through and through. She is very vigilant, aware, obviously intelligent, and she has a keen eye for detail. That's why she got all her motherfucking receipts. The difference is she's using it to stand up for herself, not to intimidate or to malign people. Okay? So, child craziness. So, candidly, it's difficult to imagine that a mother would do the acts listed below to her own child. But the screenshots included in this complaint, they prove otherwise.
So hold on. So she was doing this as a concerned mother or as a control freak? Like, is she like just a controlling mother? Like just
Both. Okay, because I saw this other blogger who had some other information. It had the information of some of the videos that were taken from the bedroom, or that was illegally placed there. That the mom submitted in court, and the judge was like, "I can't do anything with this. This is illegal." That's all, So, and he was an asshole. He talked to her very rude, disrespectful. He was kind of physical with her. You know what I'm saying? And so I could see why he was an asshole. He is an asshole. You wouldn't want your daughter dating him or especially marrying him. But nothing just blade out where he beat the daughter up, and he surely wasn't sex trafficking her. And you know what I'm saying? So yeah, you'd be concerned. Yeah, you're probably not like him with her. But then at the same time, this is a grown ass woman. She's been with him since high school for 15 years. Now married to him for 2 years.
Flexing her abilities from her criminal past to be able to control a daughter.
Well, she's flexing her power, her money, and influence as far as, being a Rock Nation owner and, who she is, CEO, and connections, because she wants to pressure her daughter to leave him.
Wow. And so now
or him to leave her. It don't matter which way it go, but to separate them. And the family wants it too. So some of the aunties and all that kind of stuff, they don't want, her with him either.
Well, what in
but
the
she
holy
is
hell
grown.
going on around here? Child, I think I need to order me a fucking frappuccino. Please take the time to subscribe
speed
to
this
the
up a little bit because she can order her.
If you're on YouTube, I don't give a fuck what y'all doing there. You watching and shit. Snapshot from the illegal recording device in her daughter's bedroom. Everybody, that is the photograph that you're looking at on your screen. Her own mother raised a lawsuit against them and included this. And the big question became, well, how the fuck did you get that? That is her daughter's husband on that camera and on that still shot right there. In addition to the illegal camera, Desiree also planted a listening device pictured below inside their bedroom. Everybody take a look at that device in her hand. That is what a listening device looks like in the real world. You've probably only seen it on TV. Unbeknownst to the Hadleys, Desiree kept both recording devices in their bedroom for years, which is clearly illegal. The prosecutor in Javon's frivolous criminal battery case, which Desiree facilitated, even recognized the illegal act of recording the Hadleys in their bedroom. Let's get into it. The illegal recording audio from September 11, 2023. This is an excerpt from that paperwork. There's an audio recording of the September 11, 2023 incident. This recording is an illegal recording and even still inconclusive of a battery. The recording captures the defendant yelling at the victim, and it sounds like the victim says, "Don't hurt me." In another illegal recording, the victim confides in a friend that the defendant grabbed her neck. This would not explain the redness on the cheek, and it's not fully consistent with what the witnesses saw when they walked in. However, the victim's conversation with her friend is also part of an illegal recording and is further hearsay. Okay. I want to highlight something else. Isn't it crazy how love continues to be the common theme in so many profound situations? It's Demore's love for her husband, her now husband, that has pushed her to these limits. Because without that love for her husband and everything that she had been through, I don't think she would have ever done this against her mother. Not that
she filed a RICO case against her own mother.
Yeah, that's how bad it has gotten.
And we're not even.
and I would say, okay, skip through, but it's so much good, crazy substance in this that you don't want to miss anything.
that the CEO of Rock Nation has done to her own daughter and probably the other people. Like,
Oh yes, yeah, well, allegedly, but yes. But what they're doing now, when you hear how she's orchestrated this different stuff, you see how Tory Lanez got railroaded. That's what people are tying together in the mirroring of what's going on. That's what I'm
right?
saying. You can see, you be like, oh, wait a minute, because when Kelsey did her interviewing with the LAPD, when they interviewed her about what happened and everything, and actually Tory Lane's team talked about it when they did that conference meeting. They were saying how during that interview, it's just supposed to be the person being interviewed, the lawyer and her lawyer or his lawyer and the police, right? They said there was a label executive in the room also. They said never have they ever heard of a label executive being a part of sitting in on an interview, on a questioning.
Mm.
Who was the label exec? Desiree Perez. So if she's sitting there with Kelsey, if she's sitting there in the room with Kelsey's giving her her description of what happened that night and everything. Wouldn't that feel like pressure? Isn't that intimidation?
Yeah.
Kind of to make sure that what you're saying lines up to what we said to say, so it can match up to what Megan is saying.
But all this to like get Tory to sign to Rock Nation to get the money, like
We're past that. We're so past that. Right. This is after the shooting and everything.
so now it's redemption. Like why would people go through so much hardcore? Like why is it he has to go to prison now? You know what I'm saying? Like what is it?
Well, no, what that is, the narrative of, one is, okay, we just said that about Rihanna. So remember what happened with Chris Brown and all that, and Chris Brown got blackballed, but Rihanna's career skyrocketed. She's a victim, domestic violence, protect the woman. Oh, she's a victim. So that's her image. It boosted her image. She was already good, but that boosted her image, right? So Megan's trying to go through that same, even with Beyonce. Oh my God, she's been cheated on. Her heart's been broken. Lemonade. Oh my God, we got to protect Beyonce from cheaters and all that. And he took the hit. Jay-Z took the hit for that. But it was to boost Beyonce's career even more, as the beloved Beyonce. You see what I'm saying? And then all he had to do was say, okay, I went to therapy. Yeah, I had to understand how important family is, do the whole PR run. And then they went on the run tour 1, 2, and 3 together. Remember that?
Yeah.
And then they capitalized off of it. That the whole thing was capitalizing off of, okay, you cheated on me. Well, let's get paid for it. So then now you have this whole situation. And I said again before, it's before Rock Nation got involved, before she made the phone call and told them scenario, and then it's after Rock Nation gets involved, how things start changing. You see what I'm saying? Even with witness testimonies, with everything.
Dealing with Tory Lanez before Rock Nation was involved.
I know she met Tory Lanez. They met Tory Lanez at a Rock Nation brunch.
Oh, okay. Both her and her friend.
Yeah, they're best friends. They met him, but and so she liked him, and Kelsey liked him, and everything, and so her and Kelsey hooked up. They was doing their thing. And while they were doing their thing, she ended up getting sick with COVID. So she went back to Houston and stayed in Houston because she had to, quarantine and all that. While she's in Houston, Tory and Megan were, out and about because, they're friends now. And now, so she never thought anything. She's just like, okay, they're friends. We all, they friends, whatever. And she think the whole time they were smashing at that point. And they continued to smash even when she came back to move out there, because she's supposed to be moving with Megan, because Megan told her to leave her apartment, leave everything, come out here, move, because she was working with her and all that kind of stuff too. So boom, so everything's supposed to be kumbaya fine, but you're smashing your best friend's man and smiling in her face. You can't get no more snake than that. And then Kelsey said This is not the first dude she did that with. It's actually the third dude she did that with, that Kelsey was with, and Megan was having sex with her behind her back.
Wow. So this is an ongoing thing.
Yeah, you know, her whole reputation is that's how she get down. Yeah, she get down like that. So yeah, you don't
How
want.
does it then become a well, no, they probably tried to say, hey, you know what I'm saying, get into him because we need the NFTs. You know what I'm saying?
No, it became the whole thing of why they threw. She knows who pop out the gun, right? She knows who did. Okay, but wouldn't it be better for the narrative to be that this black man did this assault against a woman so that way you can be a victim
And then,
and then a gunshot victim at that, and oh my God, everybody surround you and lift you up, and now it's protect women, and you're out there mental health and all that kind of stuff, right? You get sympathy for that, right?
Right.
And then they stream they were hoping that everybody would start streaming her music, should become beloved like Rihanna was, and should get that type of boost, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what happened was the majority of people wasn't believing that it went down like that. Because if you got any kind of common sense, Tory didn't have no reason to do it. He was already smashing both of them, and he was trying to sleep with Kylie Jenner at the pool party. That's the whole reason. That's why Megan got mad in the first place.
Wow.
He was trying to stay behind and do him. So he had no motive. When you're doing a case or an investigation or anything, you always look for motive. He had no motive. And to throw his whole career away, for what? But who did have a motive was Kelsey finding out when Tory said, hey, this is the reason why she mad. This is why we arguing this because, you know, hey, we've been, you know, your best friend been effing, we've been effing behind your back all this time. And then Kelsey's like, wait, what? She's trying to gather like what's being said, what's going on, like, and then everything started hitting her like, oh, that's why you was acting like this. You know what I'm saying? Then they've been drinking too, so then they get to going, and then it goes from there. You see what I'm saying?
Right. And so what happens is
you don't go ahead.
The situation happens, and then she probably contacts someone from Rock Nation. Hey, you know.
Yeah, she contacted her team and she said, "What happened?" And they said, "No, image." Because even what's her name? Megan said when she was sitting there in front of the police, she said, "I can't go to jail because it doesn't look good for my image. It's not going to be good for my image." So all she know to think about is her image, which I mean, her image anyway. But yeah, it's her image. So, do you want an image as a victim of a violent crime from a black man? Or do you want the image of your best friend shot at you because she found out that you was screwing her boyfriend behind her back? Which one are you gonna get sympathy for? Because one you get sympathy for, and one of them gonna be like, okay, you trifling whore.
Right.
Yeah, I would have shot at you too if my best friend. You see what I'm saying? You don't get sympathy for your best friend shooting at you when they find out you just slept with them. No, you don't get sympathy. But you do get sympathy if the dude shot at you. So they had to do all of this in order for her to build up her career. And plus, remember, he's always vindictive, and revengeful. So, hey, let's throw him under the bus. Forget him. Who is he? Okay, whatever. Send his butt to prison. Let's make it happen. But it backfired because Tory is loved, made great music. He's loved, and plus, Megan was already known as a liar. You know what I'm saying? And she was already known as being sneaky, a liar. So people really wasn't feeling her anyway. And then when this happened, they wasn't cuddling her like they did with Rihanna. They was side eyeing her. And her career, she didn't got a lot of accolades and awards and all that other stuff. But that's given. That's a given. They get those out like Skittles now.
They
So
they pay for all that. Them awards are paid for.
yeah, they get those out. They don't have no merit, no worth, no nothing, like nothing. Because at the end of the day, when she dropped music, it flops. Do you see what I'm saying? When it comes to her peers and things like that, she's not looked at as anything but a liar and a pass around.
Wow. And so then we get into this Desiree person who was actually there orchestrating stuff.
Yes.
And she is on such a diabolical level in the Rock Nation situation that when you think about it, that wow.
And the crazy part is that she actually planted herself in the interview room. Like, it's different when somebody's like behind the scenes, you don't see them, blah blah blah. But her being in the room plants her in the orchestration.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Why would the CEO of Rock Nation be sitting there?
In Kelsey's interviews, I could see maybe Megan's, but why Kelsey's? That's not your
artist.
Your client. Yeah, that's not your client or artist. And then it's not even legal for you to be in there. So you didn't already pull strings for you to even be able to sit up in there.
And couldn't find out who this person is a diabolical monster. Let's listen to more.
She wouldn't have had a right to. But that she wouldn't have.
And let's talk about how she's done her own daughter planting stuff. Like
her daughter gonna tell you. Her daughter's gonna tell you how she did her. This is her words. We don't even gotta assume or allege or all the other stuff. We'll say allegedly, but this stuff right here, we know for this is what's in the report.
Everybody, see, here's the thing: is that when the father was saying Rock Nation, back then he sounded crazy. Remember?
I didn't think he sounded crazy. I thought he was spot on when he said Desiree, when he said Jay-Z, when he said all of Rock Nation will crumble. Girl, that was a man of God speaking. When I tell you, baby, it brought chills to me because he was in conviction mode. And when he said that, I already knew Rock Nation was crumbling anyway. But I'm just saying, when he said it was solidified. Mm-hmm. And the reason Tory is alive today, God was not going to let him die. He has to be vindicated.
Yep.
When we talk about who's the closest thing to Tupac, Tory is the closest thing to Tupac, not Kendrick. Go ahead.
And it's far. So it's so crazy what people will do for love when they really feel like it's worth fighting for. All right, you guys. Desiree illegally hacked Demaray's iCloud account. Desiree also hacked or directed her highly trained technical staff at Rock Nation to hack Demaray's iCloud account, giving Desiree unfettered access to Demaray's digital data, including text messages, photographs, and videos. Demaray has witnessed her mother direct her tech team at Rock Nation to infiltrate other people's digital data. I'm gonna read that again, bitch. Demaray has witnessed her mother direct her tech team at Rock Nation to infiltrate other people's digital data, including an instance where Desiree wanted to determine how a chart-topping artist's upcoming movie got leaked. What movie do y'all think that is?
What movie is it?
I don't know.
Okay. Desiree's daughter says, I've seen her do it. I've heard her. She's given the direction to go and invade people's privacy. I remember Kelsey went on a track and she said, Desiree said if I did such and such a sex tape could drop. Them two ditzy doors so fucking stupid, she probably got a chip up their ass. Have you ever heard of a nano chip? They probably didn't put a nano chip in a bottle of Hennessy. Probably didn't put one on the tip of their dick. It's just all up and all they goddamn it. Watching them drive up and down the damn street. This don't make no fucking sense. How did Justin's little video of him showing his little yellow booty get out? With him stroking his little Peter whacker when he didn't show up for court. Child.
What?
So you know they saying.
Sucking bug dick.
So you know that. So you know what happened? I think it was yesterday, today, something. But all of a sudden, ASAP Rocky's Twitter account got hacked. Right? Hacked. Right? And then pictures of Rihanna and Chris Brown in the bed together was posted on his Twitter account, and pictures, all kind of pictures and stuff like that.
So why they trying to extort ASAP Rocky? Didn't he just get exonerated from his charge?
I don't think it's about ASAP Rocky. I think it's a warning to keep your mouth shut because of whatever we have on you. Not just about ASAP, but about Rihanna also.
Yeah, because they probably heard her saying something like, well, I maybe talked to somebody. Well, that's correct, man. This is getting really weird. Like, what?
Yeah, that's what's said.
Mm.
Go ahead. And then, unfortunately, Rihanna's dad just passed today.
Child, let me check.
Right. And how did he pass?
They said he was sick from a little illness and he passed. That's all they said.
Was it pneumonia?
All of a sudden.
If it was pneumonia, we already know how they do.
Okay.
Probably was telling her dad what was going on. Next thing you know. Come on now.
Goddamn. Apple cider. I was thirsty. Okay. This don't make no goddamn sense. All right then. Let me refresh this screen, baby. Ooh-wee. Little parch. Whew. Demaray first realized her mother hacked her iPhone, on March 1st, 2024. How you do that, Demaray? On that day, Javon and Demaray's friend, Shajeen, we gonna call her Sugar, called Demaray, and she said, Demaray, your cell phone and your Apple Watch pinging in New York, girl. Where the hell you at? Take a look, you all. My gorgeous. It said that she was at 538 West 26th Street in New York. That's what it said. Baby, Demaray's Apple Watch also showed that it was located at 538 West 26th Street in New York. Take a look right there. Demaray's Apple Watch with the address listed. When Demaray checked her iCloud account on her phone, which she had in her hand in Miami, Florida, it showed that iPhone 2 on her account was pinging where? To Rock Nation's headquarters in New York.
What?
Bombs over Baghdad, bitch. That is the damn address that.
Bro, that's crazy. So the mom is able to like get all kind of records and all type of wild stuff.
They say this shit is linked to, and you see the screenshots, bitch. And she had no idea. Her friend called her and said, "Girl, now you telling me you in Miami, bitch? You at home? Why is telling me you in New York? You sneaking and kicking? You ain't told me nothing, girl. What, mama? Oh, my God." Okay, this is what was going on. Could you imagine how afraid you would be? Like, you would be trembling. I would be trembling. Everybody take a look at this. So when she tried to find her device, iPhone 2. You see it say iPhone 2? You see her logged into her iCloud? And it was pinging at that location. They say the problem is that Demaray only had one iPhone device attached to her iCloud account, the one that she was literally holding in her hand. But not surprisingly, Desiree's office at Rock Nation is located at 540 West 26th Street in New York, New York. So that's listed online. You can find it now. 540 West 26th Street. Google Maps shows that 538 West 26th Street, the location appearing on Demaray's iCloud account, and 540 West 26th Street, which is Rock Nation's headquarters, are literally a part of the same building in New York. Take a look. All right. There goes the building. Same place. Same goddamn place. And you see it says 538 and 540. Let me zoom in. You can't see that. Can you see that now? I think you need to see it. So do you see that says 538 on the door? And then look at where 540 is. Right there. So I'm going to zoom out so you can see it in all its glory. You see that?
So her
buildings are right there. And your phone is pinging.
Apple Cloud was pinging from Rock Nation's headquarters.
Crazy work.
But hold on. But she got evidence. She got proof of her phone being hacked from there.
Yeah. That's showing that they know how to hack phones and all kind of wild.
Differentiate. Child, that's the same goddamn building. That same building. Your phone round about there. Okay. So that's what came up. All right. Demaray believes that the iPhone 2 device on her iCloud account, which placed her location at Rock Nation in New York, was a device cloned by her mother's team. Again, Demaray has personally witnessed her mother order her team to clone a person's iPhone for her access. In Desiree's frivolous lawsuit recently filed against Javon, she somewhat admitted to hacking Demaray's phone. Desiree filed screenshots of text messages between Demeray and Javon, but she failed to adequately explain how she acquired them. They listed that lawsuit there. The prosecutor in Javon's case even noted the oddity of Desiree's ability to provide private conversations between Demoray and Javon that dated back to 2017. This is what it said in the paperwork. The victim is very concerned with the conduct of her family. The victim found a tracker in her luggage and believes that she was followed to...
Found a tracker in her luggage. Girl, you know what's so crazy? We are only 38 minutes in to how crazy this whole thing is, y'all.
Yeah.
We ain't, it's 2 hours long, to about 2 hours and 40 minutes long. We are only at the 30-minute mark with this woman. That is, and just in that 30 minutes is off the damn chain. Let's go.
To the SAO when she came in for her pre-filed statement. When the victim came into the SAO, an attorney for the witnesses also appeared and inquired with the receptionist as to the whereabouts of the victim. See the letter from the victim binder, yellow tab 13. The victim claims her family has hacked her iCloud account and accessed...
Listen to Rock Nation. I don't want no smoke. I'm just reporting the news. Please don't come after me because this is crazy. Please don't start messing with me and my family because this is crazy. What? Just because she don't like the daughter's husband, she's doing all this. It's crazy.
Access her private data and information. The victim's mother provided the state with a Google Drive of evidence which contained private conversations that the victim had with the defendant dating back as far as 2017. As explained below, and let me get this screen together, child. As explained below, Desiree used illegal bedroom recordings, stolen iCloud data, and other means during her conspiracy to fraudulently convince people that Demoray needed to be unlawfully committed to a mental health institution and drug rehab facility under Florida's Baker Act and Marchman Act.
Now she's trying to lock her up into a mental facility. She trying to use she did what?
Yeah.
Wow.
Information to get Javon falsely arrested. Let's get into Desiree threatening to
orchestration of this.
Desiree's first time threatening to commit wrongfully Demoray to a mental health institution occurred on September 14, 2023. That day, Desiree lured Demoray to her home in Pinecrest, Florida, under the false pretenses that Demoray's uncle needed to be taken to the hospital, which was untrue. You guys, wait till you hear this shit here. Demoray rushed to her mother's home, and she was confronted by her mother for an intervention. As seen below in the snippet from the police report, Desiree admitted to having an intervention for Demoray and that she hired a counselor named Victoria Hunter. Take a look.
I wonder if Victoria Hunter also works for Rock Nation.
Contact was then made with mother, who advised that she's the mother of Ms. Lopez. Ms. Perez advised that she brought a counselor over named Ms. Victoria Hunter, involved other, with the family to have an intervention for her daughter, Ms. Lopez. Okay. Although Desiree told officers that Victoria Hunter is a therapist, Ms. Hunter has never been a licensed therapist in goddamn Florida, my God, today. It was all a lie.
Oh my God.
It was all a goddamn lie. The people say, Millie, take them comments off the screen. I can't see the T. Turn them off. Can you see what she's done now?
Yeah, in case y'all can't see it, go ahead. Here we go.
This don't make no damn sense. Now let me see what this say. Although Desiree told officers that Victoria Hunter is a therapist, Ms. Hunter has never been a licensed therapist in Florida. Desiree convinced Ms. Hunter to lie to the police and falsely claim she was a damn therapist. Demoray wasn't interested in her mother's intervention and demanded that she leave. However, Desiree said, bitch, sit down. And she prevented Demoray from leaving by doing what? Confiscating her dog. You are evil. Okay? You are completely evil to pick up that pooch and to harm that dog like that, scare that dog like that. She said, fuck that dog. They said, I know Megan getting them dogs. Child, you want to know something I just thought of? Ooh, oh my God. I just had a vision, but not like a futuristic vision.
Oh my God. She said, I'm going to Baker Act you if you stay with that NIGDER. I will have you committed. And she is the head of Rock Nation?
Yeah.
The head of Rock Nation told her own daughter that if you stay with that nigga, what? Now these are not. I don't know, Perez or whatever. I don't give a fuck if her name is Perez or not.
A hard ER too.
Yeah, she didn't say nigga.
All right. I have to get this link for you. Give me 2 seconds.
This is crazy, y'all.
I don't want to flip the screen because I don't want it to be on the other.
Welcome to the late night alchemizing energy, because man, this is
all right. Let me pull it up. So I don't know if you remember this, but there was a time where Megan got pranked. And they told her that they had lost her dog. And the way she acted makes sense now. Take a look.
Meg, you're about to get punked. All right, they're on the move. Let's go.
Meg, I walked towards this little park, and he ran off with his other dog, and me and the owner is trying to find him right now.
Oh!
She's not playing, yo.
No! He's around the corner, come on. Meg, I cannot drive, I cannot walk. Open the door!
All right. Acted a damn fool. What? I have a dog, so I understand getting worked up. But bitch, you're not about to talk to me like that. So what is all of that about? But maybe that was a flashback. Let me play it again. Play it again.
All right, they're on the move. Let's go.
Meg, I walked towards this little park, and he ran off with his other dog, and me and the owner is trying to find him right now.
Oh!
She's not playing, yo.
No! He's around the corner, come on. Meg, I cannot drive, I cannot walk. Open the door!
Let me say this. I think it's very telling how quickly her mood shifted. Very telling. And I will leave that right there. Okay. That phone call started off with, what's wrong with you? Bitch, you need to chill. You need to chill. You need to chill. Somebody said anybody else would have did the same. Too bad anybody else ain't getting blocked. Bye, boo. Desiree flaunted her power as the CEO of Rock Nation and claimed that she had the Pinecrest police in her pocket. Pinecrest police officers arrived on scene, and they eventually forced Desiree to allow her daughter to leave. But due to her influence, they did not press charges against Desiree for false imprisonment. The same day, Desiree showed up to Demaree's grandfather's home where the Hadleys were residing. Desiree confronted Javon and told him, I know everything that happens with you and Demaree, and if you stay with her, you're going to get yourself killed. Based upon, you want to know something? Hold on, bitch. I heard something in my ears. It's the voice of Kelsey Harris. Hold on. Hold on. I remember Kelsey Harris sitting on the stand and saying that when she went to the hospital and she tried to enter, Desiree met her at that damn sliding door. She said, where the fuck you going? I'm gonna go see Megan. No, the fuck you're not. We booked you a ticket back home because, you know, California gets really dangerous. You should go home. It's not safe. Okay? That is what Kelsey claimed she was told at the damn hospital. So it's interesting that someone else is saying that she allegedly said, if you stay with her, you're going to get yourself killed. Based upon Desiree's threats, the Hadleys moved out of Demaree's grandfather's home on October 1st, 2023, and into a home located in Homestead, Florida. But you guys, that's not where the sordid tale ends. Because allegedly in response to Demaree, getting a home in Homestead, they said that her mother rented the house directly across the street and put a camera in the window facing their home and took it a step further, ordered private investigators to stalk and harass them.
Did you hear that?
Man, ain't that what Diddy said he would do?
Girl, the mom rented a house directly across the street to put up surveillance so they could look and focus on her home, on the daughter's house, and then had investigators, some of which were not licensed investigators, follow her.
But ain't that what P Diddy said he would do to Fredro? He said he'd have all the street lights turned off in his neighborhood or some kind of way crazy stuff. All of a sudden you come up missing, nobody would know how. Ain't that what he said? So they all know they could do this type of wild stuff. That's crazy. You know who Fredro Starr is, right? Making the band.
Yeah.
That's what he said. He said that Diddy scared him by saying, "Listen, I will listen. How I move, I will come into your neighborhood. You'll leave me. I will come into your neighborhood. I will turn all the lights off in your whole neighborhood. You will come up missing or something." It was just some wild stuff, like just.
Well, and remember the girl, the 13-year-old alleged victim from that put the suit against Jay-Z. How she said she was scared because they just popped up at her door, and then that they were following her and her family. Remember?
This is like they were on some mob-ish. It's a mob-ish. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy.
The investigators who stayed across from the Hadleys worked for CTS Research in New York City. CTS investigators followed the Hadleys 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Many times, the CTS investigators followed the Hadleys at unsafe distances in their cars, causing the Hadleys to fear for their safety while driving. On one occasion, a CTS investigator who was unlicensed had a gun laying on the front seat while following Javon. Below is a camera used by Desiree's investigators. You guys, what you are looking at this time is a photograph of the window of the home across the street. And do you see the camera that is positioned in that window facing directly forward to their home? Okay, that is what you're looking at in that photograph. Just, I mean, this lawsuit is stunning, and not in the way that it's like, oh, it's stunning the opposite way. They said Desiree conspired with Demaree's employer, and that's where Iconic Creative LLC comes in. After Desiree's first plot failed, she upped the stakes to have Demaree committed. Since January 2021, they said, when was this lawsuit filed? On May 9th, 2025. Okay. Literally. Hold on. I had to send a message off and let me go see something else. Y'all know I done had to turn into a fucking litigator overnight, y'all.
Maybe this was no nonsense meant. She's a lying hoe that doesn't need to deal with her.
You wouldn't even believe it. All right, let's go ahead and get back to this paperwork, and then let me make sure you can still see it. Okay, so after her first plot failed, Desiree upped the stakes to have Demaree committed. Since January 2021, Demaree worked for a creative agency in Miami called Iconic Creative. Of course, Iconic often worked events for Roc Nation and its artists. For 2.5 years, Demaree's salary at Iconic was approximately $65,000, and the company was in financial distress, a fact that the owners shared with Demaree. These are messages from her employers. So we dealing with a lot. We in a bad place, $45,000. Yesterday, the photographer from Zion in New Orleans was not paid either, $14K. AJ hasn't been paid in months. But in October 2023, right after Desiree threatened to Baker Act Demaree if she didn't leave Javon, Demaree received a salary increase from $65,000 to $125,000. Upon information and belief, Desiree stepped in and helped to resolve Iconic's financial problems with the strings attached to control Demaree. Demaree found it odd because she knew about the company's financial situation. She was also ecstatic about her pay increase, of course, but little did she know.
Monica.
Suddenly, Iconic began asking.
Yep.
Did you hear how the mom, are you following along? The mom did research on the company that her daughter was working for and found out that the company was in financial
distress, yeah.
Distress. And the daughter probably told her mom too, like, hey, I'm not getting paid a lot because, money's tight, blah, 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 just talking. So anyway, mom did the research. Okay, all of a sudden, her pay went from $65,000 a year to $125,000. So pretty much double.
Right.
And so, of course, she was grateful, like, okay, great. You know what I'm saying? That's great. But of course, there was strings attached that she found out later. That she didn't know that strings was attached, but there was strings attached, not with her, but with the owners of the company. And that's what you're going to hear.
This is the CEO of Rock Nation, you guys. That's what, if anyone's just coming in and just trying to figure out what we're talking about, the CEO of Rock Nation was doing all this to her own daughter. This same CEO was like, man, she is an ex-convict. I don't even know how she becomes a CEO after like all the things that she was charged with. How she get out of prison and then go straight into a CEO role, owning part of like the 40/40 club, then going into like, all this. But that's what we're talking about. If anybody doesn't know what we're talking about, that's what we're talking about. So
asking Demeray to stay late, work longer hours, and to frequently travel. While some of the demands made sense at the time because of the pay increase, Demeray didn't realize that a nefarious plot was on the way to split her up from her husband. On December 12, 2023.
So the whole orchestrated plan was all this traveling, working overtime, all of that was to distance her and separate her from being at home with her husband.
that's crazy. And then tried to like what? Make it sound like the husband was cheating on her?
No, just to separate them. So the whole thing is to either pressure the daughter to keep her career and, the relationship just goes bad or whatever. I guess that's what she thought the outcome was going to be, just that they weren't together. Or that the husband was going to be like, look, you gone, whatever, cause problems, and he leave over time.
A lot. Wow.
That were her employers. The owners of Iconic, they texted Demeray stating that she was required to attend a meeting with the Nike Academy the following day.
Now listen to this.
December 13th, 2023. You guys, what I am about to describe to you is going to be one of the sickest things you have heard in your life. I guarantee you. And I need to make sure that as you listen to the sound of my voice, that you are paying attention, because wait until you hear what the hell happened. In these messages,
now we're talking about orchestrated, right? We're talking about orchestrated takedown, or she's orchestrating this stuff behind the scene like the devil girl. You know what I'm saying? Putting plays in place for people to fall into the traps. So to bend to work towards what they want. You feel what I'm saying? Manipulative, controlling, narcissistic, girl, all of that plays a part of this, because
and if this person would do this with her own daughter, only God knows what she would do to someone that is not related to her.
That part.
Including the Tory Lanez or Megan Thee Stallion or whoever signed the Rock Nation. They are all in danger. Period. Let's go. That's crazy.
And her bosses.
Because you know what? It's not even Jay-Z. Now he's gonna put a person like this in charge of a label like this because he knows how diabolical she is.
But see, this is what hits even harder with the Rock Nation situation, is because it's the CEO. So now this is hitting at the head of the snake. The tail of the snake is all these other lawsuits that's going on against Jay-Z and against Rock Nation. But another major thing that's going on the equal opposite side is the Tory Lanez case and investigation, and how that's going to end up probably most likely being a RICO case too. You see what I'm saying? So now the candle is burning, the crumbling is burning at both ends. The head, because nobody thought that the head would be touched. Nobody would think Desiree would be touched. Jay-Z, they don't even think about Desiree. They think about Jay-Z.
I haven't heard Jaguar talk about Desiree one time.
Because the face of Rock Nation is Jay-Z.
Mm-hmm.
The operation of Rock Nation is Desiree. So everybody think, okay, they're attacking Jay-Z, they're attacking Beyonce, they're attacking this, that, and other, but no. This comes to the head of the head of the snake, the cobra, the snake, the head of the evil. You see what I'm saying? And then not just a disgruntled employee or some mess like that. This is her own daughter, blood daughter. saying, hey, she's promoting women empowerment and women this and women that, but look what she's doing to me. Look how she's using her power against me, her money against me, her connections against me. Look how she's using her corporation of Rock Nation to use their technology, their emails, their computers, all this kind of stuff to make up lies and make up false reports and all that kind of stuff against me. And all I'm trying to do, true, she may feel like she have reason to as a mother, you know, you're trying to protect your daughter, but this is overboard because at the end of the day, this is a grown woman. We're not talking about a 15, 16-year-old girl here. You're trying to get a teenager in line. This is a grown woman.
Right.
And just like can't nobody tell Beyonce what to do with her husband and what to do.
It's like it's become an obsession with this mother. That she's using every freaking trick in the bag to like just control the situation. That's definitely
everything but send a missile down and to bomb the house. That's it. I think that's the only thing she missed.
Right. If she could, she probably would have. If there was like a technology where they could like silo some kind of a drone to come down and just shoot him in the head and straight up, boom, she probably would have bought it. You know what I'm saying? That's how serious she was. And that part. I mean, shouts out to being like really invested in your daughter, but that's crazy.
Yeah. Especially the part about bugging the bedroom. Even if you put an audio because you just want to hear if he was abusing her or something, that's one thing. But when you're putting video in, what are you doing? Sitting back in the chair, the Oval Office, and watching them have sex?
That's crazy. Yeah.
And the rough way he's having sex, the type of sex they're having, or her masturbate, whatever it is, you know, like you watching this.
That's sick. That's sick. That's totally sick. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, listen to this, girl. Okay, so the daughter gets a text message saying, hey, I forgot to tell you that you have a conference meeting with the Nike, whatever team, whatever, which she thought was weird because, you know, Nike was revamping their whatever. You know what I'm saying? So she was like, okay, if that's what it is, okay, fine. Okay, so pay attention. Go ahead. This is what her boss from her job is telling her, the text message.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Are they a couple? Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, a couple. Hey, oh my God. I forgot to tell you that we got a Nike Academy call, 11 o'clock tomorrow. They asked us to pick someone that could train the office. Sorry, it's late. I just want to put it on your radar. That sounds innocent enough, right? If you got that text from your boss, you did shit relative, you would feel like, I don't really feel like it, but okay, I'll do it. Demaray found it odd that Liz and Benny told her to attend the Nike Academy meeting because the Nike Academy was revamping its workshops. But when Demaray signed on a Zoom, only one person was there. Her name was Rachel Thomas. Demaray found it odd because at every other training or meeting with the Nike Academy, it consisted of at least 20 people. Rachel Thomas signed onto Zoom, and I want to ask you a question. Do you notice that Thomas is in quotation marks? Pay attention. Rachel Thomas signed on the Zoom and identified herself as a representative from the Nike Academy. But then she began asking Demaray questions that were unrelated to work. Demaray, suspicious of Rachel's intent, asked her if she could record the conversation, and Rachel consented. Demaray recorded the conversation and took a screenshot of Rachel. And thank God you did, because now you have proof of who you were on that damn line with. Everybody take a look. That is Demaray and the woman that
you see how smart she is?
Thomas. But who was she really? You're about to fucking find out. Rachel proceeded to give Demaray a quasi-psychological evaluation without Demaray's approval or consent. Upon information and belief, Desiree conspired with Liz and Benny, the owners of Iconic, to have Demaray undergo a mental health evaluation with Rachel. After the training,
you hear that?
Rachel's Nike Academy profile.
Wait, what'd she say? Let me go back to
but she didn't do so immediately, probably because it had. Hey, oh my God. I forgot to tell you that we got a Nike Academy call, 11 o'clock tomorrow. They asked us to pick someone that could train the office. Sorry, it's late. I just want to put it on your radar. That sounds innocent enough, right? If you got that text from your boss, you did shit relative, you would feel like, I don't really feel like it, but okay, I'll do it. Demaray found it odd that Liz and Benny told her to attend the Nike Academy meeting because the Nike Academy was revamping its workshops. But when Demaray signed on the Zoom, only one person was there. Her name was Rachel Thomas. Demaray found it odd because at every other training or meeting with the Nike Academy, it consisted of at least 20 people. Rachel Thomas signed onto Zoom, and I want to ask you a question. Do you notice that Thomas is in quotation marks? Pay attention. Rachel Thomas signed on to Zoom and identified herself as a representative from the Nike Academy. But then she began asking Demaray questions that were unrelated to work. Demaray, suspicious of Rachel's intent, asked her if she could record the conversation, and Rachel consented. Demaray recorded the conversation and took a screenshot of Rachel. And thank God you did, because now you have proof of who you were on that damn line with. Everybody take a look. That is Demaray.
Now listen to the plan.
She was Rachel Thomas. But who was she really? You're about to fucking find out.
Oh my God.
Rachel proceeded to give Demaray a quasi-psychological evaluation without Demaray's approval or consent.
What the hell?
Upon information and belief, Desiree conspired with Liz and Benny, the owners of Iconic, to have Demaray undergo a mental health evaluation with Rachel. After the training, Demaray asked for Rachel's Nike Academy profile. But what was she told? I'll give it to you later. But she didn't do so immediately, probably because it hadn't been created yet. A few days later, Demaray received a fake link showing Rachel's false affiliation with the Nike Academy. Everybody take a look. That is a woman that was pictured on that Zoom call about the founder, Rachel Thomas. Do you see the hyperlink? TheNikeAcademy.com. They made a whole profile for this woman using the likeness of Nike. Do you understand? Okay. Upon information and belief, Desiree and or Liz and Benny asked someone to create the fraudulent website. The website was later deleted after Liz and Benny realized that Demaray was becoming suspicious. Liz and Benny required Demaray to attend 2 other training sessions with Rachel Thomas. The last one occurred right before Christmas. At the time, Demaray didn't know Rachel's true identity. Who was she, Demaray? Child, in reality, Rachel Thomas was really a woman named Rachel Bernstein. And Rachel Bernstein is a licensed marriage and family therapist from California who specializes in sexual cults and has a podcast on sexual cult recovery.
So, hold on. So did the mom think that she? Hold on. Why is the mom so against this? Was the husband like a narc, or was he abused? Like, why was she so?
She believed that the husband was abusing her daughter and mistreating her daughter, and that her daughter deserved better, and she didn't want her daughter with a black man.
Wow.
Now, I did see a video, like I said, and of the husband and how he was talking to, her daughter and stuff like that. He was very rude, disrespectful, aggressive. Looked at like one time that he was, kind of physical with her a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But couldn't see it because it just heard it. But the daughter was crying and stuff like that. But the daughter's adamant about there's no abuse. You know what I'm saying? So, but bottom line is, what goes on in a married couple's home is a married couple's home. And if she's saying there's no abuse, there's no abuse.
Right.
And so you can't put up surveillance stuff in somebody's home illegally and then try to go take it to court and say this is what's happening. So because that didn't work that way, she's going through another orchestrated illegal tactic using this doctor to give a fake name to create. First of all, she have her daughter's boss setting up a psych evaluation under the guise of a Nike meeting.
Which is crazy to me. Like, what?
Right. So the bosses are in on this. You know what I'm saying? And why are they doing this? Why are they bending to her will? Because she helped them out of their financial business issue.
She got them straight. So therefore, they're like, okay, we're willing to do what we got to do. We're willing to pay your daughter more. We're willing to do all this stuff. And,
Right, but you have to consent to a psychological evaluation. And so they did an illegal psychological evaluation by asking her all these questions that were not work related. But she didn't know that it was a psychological evaluation at the time. She was just smart enough, one, to take a picture and record the meeting. because she knew something didn't seem right about it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so when she asked for the lady's website and credentials and stuff, she's like, okay, I'll send it to you. A couple of days later, she gets a link that says Nike, whatever, whatever, that looks like a legit Nike, link to her website. But come to find out, after the daughter was investigating and asking questions about the lady and all that kind of stuff, the boss, I guess she talked to Desiree or whatever, and they had the website shut down. But she actually had the boss set up 2 more evaluations with this Rachel Thomas, which was not her real name. So she misidentified herself purposely to do this psychological evaluation. So then after the daughter started doing some research on the woman, she finds out this woman is a whole sex cult psychiatrist, and she worked with people that's been in cults and all kind of just crazy stuff, family. You know what I'm saying?
No, it should be in the kitchen.
No.
This is what's going on. Okay? This is what the hell is going on. Okay?
Hey, Mosi, how you doing? No. Have you been watching so far? What we been like uncovering here? This is crazy, right?
Huh?
Have you been watching everything? You just came up.
I just came up.
Oh, okay. So we're just going through this whole thing, which is insane. So I'm not sure do you know the background of what's going on? Do I have to like go over it?
Who? Tory Lanez and Megan Thee Stallion?
No, this is way deeper than that. we started with Tory Lanez and Megan Thee Stallion. It then got into the owner of Rock Nation and how she is just so diabolical, but it's connected to the Tory Lanez situation. Because if a person would do this level of diabolicalness to her daughter, you don't have a chance. Tory Lanez don't have a chance, bro.
Oh. Okay.
Listen to the stuff that we would do. So, if you can kind of break down, Sabrina, what we've uncovered so far, and catch him up because he just came up here. He don't know what on Tory Lanez. I'm like, bro, we even got way past Tory Lanez. This is crazy.
Well, hey, how are you doing?
All right.
So we started out with Tory Lanez and the whole Megan thing, and it really mirrors what's going on with the Desiree Perez. You ever heard of her, the CEO of Rock Nation?
Wasn't she the snitch? And got
Yes.
And yeah, I know what she is. Yeah.
Okay. So yesterday, it's been all over everything, all over the news and social media that her daughter, Desiree's daughter, filed a RICO lawsuit against her, which will, if they approve it, it'll be criminal charges. But a RICO case against her, submitted a case against her for all kind of illegal stuff that her mom was doing, simply because her mom doesn't like her husband because he's Black, and she thinks he's not good enough for her. He thinks she's abusive, this, that, and the other, which is, the daughter says it's all not true. Well, he is Black, but all the abusive stuff is not true. She just don't want him with her. So she has had the husband arrested several times illegally. She's using her power, her money, and her connections. And that's what RICO is. You know what I'm saying? Right. And I'm talking about from judges to lawyers to DAs. I mean, and it's just showing how conniving, how evil, but how orchestrated and smart and manipulative she is, and how she uses people to do what she needs them to do, even though it's illegal. Right. And the daughter has broken down this whole lawsuit. Her lawyer has broken down this whole lawsuit in different stages on what the mom did against her own daughter. And so it shows how they do the same thing in other cases, like the Tory Lanez case. That's the mirroring of it. You know what I'm saying? How he was set up and railroaded to be locked up where he is now. You see what I'm saying? And how the DA, the judge, his own lawyer, the Miss Holly, whatever her name is, how they all railroaded him. The lies of Megan Thee Stallion and Kelsey and why, all of that is the same way that she do with her own daughter and other people.
Right.
She do with her daughter. That's the whole thing that everybody said. If she do this with her own daughter, she'd do it to anybody and worse. But then you think about and worse, and you be like, she didn't put surveillance cameras and audio devices in her daughter's bedroom without her even knowing for years.
Oh wow.
She has her daughter and husband moved into a house, and then she bought a house or rented a house right across the street that had surveillance surveillance her house, and she hired people to follow them everywhere they went 24/7, 7 days a week. She had the husband locked up 3 times under false allegations, and then the police had to make a report and say that false police reports was made. I mean, just all kind of stuff. We haven't even got all the way into it. That's just where we are right now.
Wow.
And so it's broken down on what all the mom has done. And I mean, she got evidence. She's posting evidence and everything. And of course, this is not even all the evidence over the years, but this is just showing evidence to show this is what she's done.
Right.
And here's the thing is, so right now we're at the point where this mother, first of all, she gets a job working somewhere for $62,000 a year. The mom gets involved. This Desiree person from Rock Nation, the owner of Rock Nation, the company was going under. She, I guess, apparently got them out of debt and then made them pay her $120,000 a year, and on top of that, used the company to do a psychological evaluation on her with a false person that pretended to be a person for Nike. What the hell?
Yeah, it was under the guise that she was having a conference with a Nike person to do a conference with, but end up the lady Rachel. Her name was supposed to be Rachel Thomas, but end up as Rachel something else. Come to find out, this whole lady was a psychiatrist for sex cults and all kind of different stuff. So they were doing a psychological evaluation against her knowledge in the guise of a conference meeting.
Oh wow.
Do you see how orchestrated and conniving that is? And how she's able to have professional people lie for her own what she wants. That's what it's proving. You see what I'm saying? How do you get somebody, first of all, how do you get these people that own these businesses to say, okay, I'm going to lie to my employee and tell them that they're going on to a Nike meeting for a conference meeting? That in itself is crazy. They should be like, no, we don't want no parts in this. She's really a good person. No, they did it. Why? Because she bought their company and helped them out of a financial rut. So they felt, indebted to her. And see, that's how they're using their power. I mean, their money. Then they use the money they have the power to say, okay, well, now that I did this for you, I need you to do this.
And see, here's the thing is that, so once this whole Diddy trial goes away, this is going to be the next big thing.
Sound like all these trials going to be connected. So I don't think Diddy's going to get out. I don't think so.
I don't think he's going to get out. No.
They're not he's not going to get out. But yeah, he done been out there too long, so they're going to do him like they do with R. Kelly.
But guess what? R. Kelly's tied to this whole Rock Nation scheme and stuff too, because I don't know if you remember when Jay-Z and R. Kelly was going on that tour. They had that joint tour together. Right. And then Jay-Z backed out of it, remember?
Uh-huh.
And so R. Kelly sued him for like $40-something million or something, and he won the lawsuit.
Right.
So Jay-Z had to pay him that $40-some million. Jay-Z is very vindictive. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, not long after that, maybe a year, whatever, what did you start seeing? Surviving R. Kelly.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And then we start talking about how Rock Nation uses their media connections, their investigating connections, all that kind of stuff in order to create these narratives or start these cases and all that kind of stuff against whoever they want to. Like all these niggas getting these RICO cases and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's not by coincidence.
Yeah,
That's
they
not
gonna
by
get Jay.
coincidence.
Yeah, but they gonna get Jay-Z too.
Oh, yeah. And see, that's what I'm saying. Right now,
Yeah.
nobody would have ever thought. It's one thing for people to be like, oh, Jay-Z, and they coming after him for little stuff, whatever. But now they have Cash App lawsuits, federal lawsuits against him because he's a partner of Cash App. And then the guy that bought Tidal is the other owner of Cash App.
Mm-hmm.
And so, that's the whole thing in itself. Then you have everything about Jay-Z and Rock Nation right now that's in these different lawsuits and courts and stuff that's about to happen and come up that they finna go to trial for is all about fraud, scam, illegal judicial usage, power, all that. It's all the same. Because even Ticketmaster and Live Nation, I think they're going to court because of them overpricing on tickets and stuff. I gotta look that up. But yeah, he's part owner of Live Nation.
Right.
So all of this is connected. But with this Tory Lanez investigation that's going on now, after he almost tried to get killed and they put a hit out on him and all that kind of stuff, and now that he didn't die, now they got all these loose ends with the COs that was there that didn't help him. Yet all this stuff is gonna get crazy. Tory Lanez he finna shake up some major stuff that's going on. And then now that the daughter is hitting the head of the snake of Rock Nation, the head CEO, Desiree Perez, who nobody would have ever thought to go against, now it's crumbling on both ends, the end and the head. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. So that's where we are right now.
That's your update right now. So right now, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Right now, we're at the point where we're talking about like how she is doing all this crazy stuff to her own daughter, and it's showing how diabolical this woman is when it really comes down to the ability to like trace someone down, all type of wild stuff. So let's go.
Child. Please, they said, my God, today. That's all you can do is call on the Lord. Everybody, here goes proof. The same woman that is pictured here is right here. And this is who she really fucking is. Rachel Bernstein, LMFT-MSED. My name is Rachel Bernstein, and I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist and cult specialist. My areas of expertise include family and relationship counseling, as well as providing emotional support and coping skills to children and parents. Additionally, I concentrate on cult intervention, cult recovery, and reacclimation. My main goal as a provider is to be an open and encouraging ear to those who are looking for a space to talk about what they need. Every client is different. So I always work at a pace that matches what feels best for them. Look at her picture, long and fucking hard. Look at it. Does this look like the woman pictured here? And it would be very easy to go and take a look at your
This
office
is the fake
and to go and get your
Nike
prescription and see your
conference
glasses
that
on.
the daughter, that's the daughter
We're
at the
gonna come down
bottom.
here. Does that look like her? You goddamn right. And does this look like this woman here? Abso-fucking-lutely. I just went to the eye doctor recently. My prescription is very fresh. I see it all. Upon information and belief, this was just a ploy by Desiree to have Desiree improperly evaluated. Suffice to say, Rachel Bernstein was never associated with the Nike Academy when Desiree attended the training sessions. So how will they explain this in a court of law? And Desiree recorded, Desiree, she recorded that call. Child. They said, do you see how they keep on tricking people to get fake ass evaluations and fake diagnoses and shit? Child. I told you what questions to
So
keep in
y'all
mind.
remember how Kanye went off and he said,
healthcare professionals seemingly manipulating their positions.
remember how Kanye was saying how Kim and them would have him falsely evaluated and the trainer was having him admitted to mental hospitals and all that kind of stuff, and they was on medication and all kind of crazy stuff. Remember that? And people thought that he was just crazy. No, he's not crazy. Justin Bieber's not crazy. All this stuff, they're being handled. They can't. That's why it's so hard for them to trust anybody, because of the manipulation and the games. They try to control them.
Yeah.
Everything Jay said when he said about Jay-Z that time, he said, don't kill me, don't have your shooters he wasn't joking. He was like, oh, he crazy. No. He knows what he's talking about. When he said, I don't have no bodies on me. I ain't did nothing wrong. I can talk free. I'm free. You see what I'm saying? He know what he's talking about. I never thought Kanye was crazy.
Yeah, everybody gets a handler out there. They all get a handler.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, shit.
Go ahead, Monica.
Okay. Where it's just like, oh, fuck. I'm sitting up here ignoring calls. And it's my goddamn drink. Child, why y'all didn't remind me about my goddamn steamed apple?
You can fast forward a little bit. Go ahead.
Javon is her daughter's husband, her son-in-law. But don't say that too loud, because according to Desiree, he's nothing other than a nigger.
She told her daughter, if you don't leave that nigger, I'm going to have you committed.
I think she liked him to be referred to as her son-in-law. Okay. But anyway, on December 26, 2023, less than a week after the 4 sessions with Rachel failed, Desiree reported to Miami-Dade police that Javon had battered Desiree on January 16, 2022, almost 2 years prior. Are you paying attention? Desiree called and said, this woman got assaulted 2 years ago. Go do something about it. I hate this, but I thought about Hallie. I don't know why.
So remember,
this just put me in the mind frame of some of the claims that Hallie
B, whatever her name is, the mermaid chick. She just made a report of domestic violence saying DDG assaulted her years ago. A couple of years ago. And was able to get a restraining order and said that he broke her tooth and all that kind of stuff, smashed her face up into the stern. Wait a minute. If somebody, I wasn't there, but I'm just speaking hypothetically. If somebody smashed your face into the steering wheel, your lip gonna be busted, your nose gonna be bruised, you're gonna bruise because it's not just hitting your tooth.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Would you think that? I'm just talking about physics of how things work.
Yeah.
Your forehead might hit the top of this. I don't know. I wasn't there. But I'm just saying the same way mom made this call saying, hey, he abused her 2 years ago. Go pick him up. Is the same thing Haley did. Because, she signed with Parkwood. She signed with, Beyonce. So she's under Jay-Z and them too. You know what I'm saying? And why are they doing this? Why are they trying to throw DDG under the bus? Because he wouldn't sign with Roc Nation. Jay-Z wanted him to sign to him and he stayed independent. And he's a friend of Tory's.
Mm.
And DDG just made $2-point-something million last month from streaming. Why would you sign with a label when you making $2-point-something million? He was the highest streamed streamer at the university.
Really? At the Kai Cenat University?
Yep. He was the highest streamed person at the university. So if he made $2-point-something million last month, he gonna make even more this month.
And how dare you not sign to us? You know what I'm saying? That's
exactly. Well, yeah. And just think of it this way: they tried to control him by using the baby. We're gonna put a restraining order on you, a protective order, it's a restraining order. You're not going. She's citing for full custody of the kid. Malaga, I was thinking the same thing. If I was DDG, as much as I love my son, because she's trying to put it in the court order that he only get to see his son 6 hours a week, one day, 6 hours a week, supervised. So it's supervised, like he did something to the kid or something. He didn't do nothing to her, because even his friends was like, he's never assaulted her or nothing. They said she was the aggressive one. She would be fighting on him, and all he would do is try to grab her arm to stop her from hitting him. But they said he never has hit her or never touched her or nothing like that. And then they tried to show a bruise on her arm, a picture of a bruise on her arm First of all, if somebody smashed my face into the steering wheel, that's what I would have took a picture of. You see what I'm saying? But you trying to bruise on my arm, like, and it was like her arm, like say he was holding her arm to keep her to restrain her. But you see, this is what I'm saying. This is what Desiree and them do is create these narratives. The woman is always the victim in Rock Nation, and they always throw the black man under the bus. Now that we see that she has this internal hatred for black men, allegedly, but we're just gonna go by what we see with her daughter and her daughter's husband. You see how she has this is a pattern. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, let's go.
They had made because of how far they go back. That, oh, well, this happened back then, and this happened over here, and my tooth got chipped over here. I don't know. I'm just uncomfortable with everybody associated. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't know. I feel something wrong. I don't know. It just feels fucking weird. It feels weird. But you know I'm rooting for Hadley, and I think something happened over there. But I don't know. All this shit is just fucked up right now. It's just too much to have to consider. It's like a real life episode of fucking Raising Kanan or something. I don't know. And then let me tell y'all what the fuck. How about allegedly there was a post made that a certain celebrity liked that everybody was buzzing about. Why y'all trying to bring her into it? Huh? Did y'all hear about that? Did y'all hear about who was liking posts? No, not just my man Drake. Not just him. It was somebody else who had liked the post, bitch. And I was like, why the hell y'all bringing her up?
Who liked the post?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
Okay. Like, it was a fool. They said who? They put it in the chat, child. Get into it. Let them tell you, child. But all of this. And then get into this. All of a sudden, ASAP Rocky's Twitter gets hacked.
Rihanna?
Posted Rihanna nudes. Posted Rihanna laid up in a bed with Chris Brown. Was saying vulgar things about people's manhood and shit. I mean, what? I'm gonna tell you what that felt like to me. That felt like a warning. That's what the fuck that felt like. ASAP Rocky's page gets fucking hacked, presumably by some Indians, because some Indian people popped up with some licenses, taking pictures and doing weird shit. But to go on Rihanna's page and for the post to be centered around Chris Brown and to that time in her life and to nudes and laying up in bed with Chris, I felt, to me, that was a fucking threat. A threat about what? Bitch, this lawsuit then came out with the daughter. Don't you feel compelled to come say a motherfucking thing? That's what I got from it. What I got from it was, don't you fucking forget. Who on earth ever woke up and said, let me hack ASAP Rocky? Child, please. And
what
then,
reason?
why the fuck would you hack ASAP Rocky and go back to yesteryear to get into Rihanna and Chris Brown laid up in a goddamn bed, or posting Rihanna nudes from back in the... Man, miss me with this shit. We'll see. But anyway, on December 29th, 2023, officers respond to the Hadley's home to speak with Javon. Demaray answered the door and told the officers that nothing happened on January 16, 2022, and directed the police to leave if they didn't have a warrant. The next day, on December 30th, 2023, Desiree ordered private investigators to follow the Hadleys to Pinto Farms in Homestead, Florida. You won't believe what happens next. While the Hadleys were enjoying Pinto Farms with their nephews, Desiree falsely reported to 911 that Javon had kidnapped Demaray and was holding her hostage.
What? They're having a good time with it.
You know what could happen when an officer is called out to respond to anything concerning a black man? Imagine an officer already believing that a nigga then kidnapped a bitch, and the bitch ain't even black. Even if she was, it would be a problem, but you know how shit goes. So they see what looks like somebody who's more racially ambiguous, ain't black, with this nigga. And then let's say the nigga confused. Like, man, go on, I'm looking for them. And they take that as aggravation. They be done shot and killed him. But see, I think that's what she wanted. Why else would you keep on calling the police with these outlandish stories about this person being violent and shit? Kidnapping and holding hostage, that is violent. You understand? When people come to respond to that, they're gonna respond with force. And I think she wanted them to take his ass out. Absolutely. Let's get into the report, okay? I'm gonna zoom in just a little bit, but we're looking at this narratives. You see that in the yellow? It says this was written by this deputy on December 30th, 2017. On Saturday, December 30th, 2023 at 1:07 p.m., I was dispatched in emergency mode to the Pinto Farm located at 14890 Southwest 216th Street in reference to a female being forced into a Dodge Charger with a Florida tag of, they gave the license plate number, called in by an anonymous complainant. Upon arrival, the vehicle was located unoccupied in the parking lot of the Pinto Farm. Units were then approached by a male who identified himself as Jeff Brown, a private investigator. He stated that the male that exited this vehicle was wanted in a domestic crimes case. What the hell is he doing there?
What is a private investigator doing out there waiting for the police to get there?
Was a private investigator.
Wait, what? Wait, so they said that the private investigator was there inside the guy's vehicle?
No, standing outside waiting for the police because Desiree had made a false police report saying that a woman was being kidnapped or whatever, and the guy drove this kind of car or whatever. So of course the police are rushing out there to see what's going on. When they get there, a private investigator, which is one of Desiree's hired workers, was standing out there. So when the police get out the car, they're saying, "Hey, the guy, he's over there. He drive this car, but he's over there." Like pointing where the guy is at.
That's crazy.
They're doing on the scene before the police even fucking got there because they were being followed. They were being followed. They were being stalked. They were being harassed allegedly. So the minute that, first of all, it's bugs in the goddamn house. So she already possibly knew where they were going, knew the license plate, obviously. Let them get there, let them spend a little time, made that fucking call, had the private investigator who was already following them park, meet the officers there, and act like this man had kidnapped his fucking wife.
Can you imagine your mother doing this? Your own mother. That is, wow, that is so ridiculous. This is your mother. You can't even be happy with your husband, bro. What the hell?
As shown in the screenshot below, Desiree's allegations were completely false. Desiree was hardly being abducted, and she was spending quality time with her soon-to-be husband and nephews. Everybody take a look. She's smiling. What kidnapping victim you know is smiling on a goddamn four-wheeler?
On a four-wheeler.
You literally could have drove the fuck off. Like, come on now. Come on now, child. Somebody say Cassie. Except for Cassie. Who you know besides Cassie sit up and smile while they pissing in her mouth down throwing shit? She the only one. Child. My God, today. This don't make no sense what's going on around here. Somebody said, my thing is, let's say she's successful. That's not gonna make her daughter love her. She'll just remarry another black man, then what? Child, she ain't finna fuck around with that nigga lover. She said, bitch, I'm gonna beat all that jungle fever out your ass. You better not think about it, nigga. Child.
But she acts like we're talking about a teenager. This is a 20-something, 30-something-year-old woman.
Which is even more crazy. Is she neurodivergent? Like maybe she's autistic? Like she's like ADHD? Like what? I mean, mildly retarded. Like no, like she's just a regular woman, and she would control her daughter so hard.
And she's not even regular because she's highly educated, very, very professional. Like she's good. Wait until you get to the medical when she get her admitted.
In their closeout memorandum, the prosecutor stated, the victim's mother called in a false 911 call in December, which is a crime in and of itself, and reported the victim was being kidnapped. The victim's mother also petitioned to have the victim Marchman acted, and the victim was Baker acted. The witnesses under oath told ASA Subpoena and ASA Farrell that the victim doesn't do drugs or drink. They listed that. The Marchman Act was voluntarily withdrawn on April 5th, the day that the defendant was arrested for this case. The victim on April 16th, 2024, testified under oath. She don't do no drugs. She was not kidnapped. What the hell is going on?
Hold on. So they're at the thing. They're riding bikes. The mom calls the police, and they all have to get off the bikes. The daughter is put into a mental hospital. The husband is detained. Let's go.
She's not admitted. She's not admitted. He's just taken to jail.
For what?
Because of the report. Because of the false report.
Oh my God. This is
on scene. They quickly realized that Desiree lied to the police, as recognized by the state attorney's office. However, Desiree had already conspired with high-ranking members of the police department and others to falsely arrest Javon for the January 2022 alleged battery. Although the prosecutor
See?
ultimately dropped the charges against Javon, he was embarrassed that the police arrested him in front of his nephews. Everybody take a look. This is Demore over on the side, trying to understand what's going on as her husband, her boyfriend at the time, was being carted away by fucking authorities. For nothing.
And he was able to be arrested not because there was proof or evidence, but because of her connection that she called to the police department to have him arrested.
This is why the sheriff's department in Broward County is listed in this lawsuit. I read out every name to you so that as we went through this lawsuit, you would understand why each party was being named. Here we are. Somebody just got here and they said, what happened to your Twitter? If you can hear the sound of my voice, and this is fresh for you, you just not getting here. My Twitter got suspended after I touched on this yesterday. My last tweet had to do with this lawsuit, and I no longer have a Twitter. So that's unfortunate, but we will trek on. I'm not immediately making another one. So you have to just go to Patreon or follow on Instagram and make sure that you know the link tree and just stay in the loop. Anything that I would have posted on Twitter, I'll just post it for Patreon for free. And it'll be on Instagram. So, child, do what you do. Okay, right, still being targeted. Absolutely, absolutely. All right. Desiree avoided any charges for falsely reporting a damn kidnapping. If that was anybody else, your ass would have been in jail. Okay. Do y'all remember what happened with that girl, Carly? Carly acted like she had been kidnapped and shit. Her ass had to get in trouble. So why did Desiree not get charged for falsely reporting, a fucking kidnapping? They said, Mila, check your phone. I had my best friends check my location. They did not tell me it was pinging to New York, child. Right? Entonces? Okay. So, there's some speculation that maybe it was Desiree swatting Nikki house. I've seen a couple people say that. I just saw it right now too. But I've seen a couple people say, man, what if it was her playing them types again? You can't put nothing past her at this point. And why didn't the police station ever seemingly really investigate that and ever reveal to us who's doing it? All you gotta do is trace the goddamn phone. Whose voice was? What the fuck is this? Still to this fucking day. Still to this day. This fucking warm apple juice is giving me life right now, bitch. Y'all tripping and slipping. Now, we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back a little bit. I wanna make sure you're paying attention. Back to Iconic's plot with Desiree. 2 points in the chat. Who is Iconic? Here goes your answer. Iconic is the company that Desiree was working with. The people who tricked her into doing a sit down with the faux-ass Nike Academy woman. So that's the landscaping company, okay? I just want to make sure you're aware. So approximately 1 week after Javon was released on bond from his fraudulent arrest on December 30th, Iconic fired Desiree. Bitch, get out.
Wow.
Demaree's firing was bizarre because she had just received glowing reviews from Liz. Take a look at her text. We appreciate your loyalty and put all the trust in you. You're one of the smartest young ladies I know. We depend on you. And you can ask Abe and Alyssa how I said I'll give it to Demaree. She'll figure it out. We just need you right now more than ever. This will change, and we won't depend on you, but for now, we need you. We don't trust anyone. You're family. That's what they told her. You're a family, girl. Mm-hmm. The type of family I guess you lock up and put in the back room because they drool. That kind. All right. Upon information and belief, Desiree demanded that Liz and Benny fire Demaree. Again, Iconic has a large contract with Rock Nation and its artists. And upon information and belief,
her own
Desiree
daughter. She
them
can't even keep a job, bro.
Listen to why they fired her. There's nothing she did wrong, but listen to why they fired her. Listen to what she's reading.
Man, reality is stranger than fiction, guys. This is not like a TV show. This is a Netflix. This is really happening to real people in real life.
And the crazy part about it, this could be like 7 different series, like episode 1, episode 2. You know what I'm saying? This could be a whole series.
That is crazy, bro.
Or a whole season. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Wait, Desiree's accused of conspiring with someone and paying them to harass someone? How ironic. Wait a minute. And let me get this right. The media is more interested in me being accused of conspiring for a payment than this. That's why y'all haven't reported on this. But I've seen my legal name and my
let me go back.
Not more than ever. This will change, and we won't depend on you. But for now, we need you. We don't trust anyone. You're family. That's what they told her. You're a family, girl. Mm-hmm. The type of family I guess you lock up and put in the back room because they drool. That kind. All right. Upon information and belief, Desiree demanded that Liz and Benny fire Desiree. Again, Iconic has a large contract with Roc Nation and its artists. And upon information and belief, Desiree stepped in and helped them financially. Wait, Desiree's accused of conspiring with someone and paying them to harass someone? How ironic. Wait a minute. And let me get this right. The media is more interested in me being accused of conspiring for a payment than this. That's why y'all haven't reported on this. But I've seen my legal name in my face every fucking way.
Hey, I like black woman. Who is this? Is this a real account or is it a troll? What's up? Came up here. What's up? All right.
So they fired her, and the reason was they wanted their kids to be in the Roc Nation sports. The kids are into sports. They wanted to be a part of the Roc Nation sports team.
What?
Using power and leverage and connection to control the narrative that you wanted.
For their kids to be in the Roc Nation sports team.
Well, because Desiree wanted her daughter fired because she didn't, the other plot that she had going on didn't work.
So they fired. So she got her own daughter fired from her job.
Yes.
And they agreed to it because they wanted something.
Yep.
Let's go.
Child, please. Okay, they said they don't want to judge how they judge me. Shout out to the album. Whew. Again, Iconic has a large contract with Roc Nation and its artists, and upon information and belief, Desiree stepped in to help them financially. In addition to firing Desiree, Iconic refused to pay her for the weeks that she had already worked in December 2023.
What? Why not?
Desiree was told that to receive payment for the weeks that she had worked, she had to sign what was essentially a gag order entitled Separation of Release, which precluded her from reporting Iconic's behavior to Nike, which was obviously illegal. Desiree had to threaten legal action to get paid for the time she had
they
already
wanted
worked.
her to sign a gag order, or pretty much saying you can't talk about what happened with that whole Nike conference thing or anything dealing with the whole Nike situation.
Fake situation that wasn't even
The illegal fake, yeah. Or we won't give you your paycheck that you already worked a week for.
Yeah, she should be able to sign to sue them, sue her mother. I mean,
She got them. She got them as part of the lawsuit. All those people, that whole list of people that was being sued, the police department, this company right here, all of them. Well, keep going. Listen.
Let's go ahead and get into how Desiree allegedly hired someone to pretend to be Desiree's attorney.
oh, come on now. This mother is doing too much, bro. Wait a minute. So she didn't even raise her daughter. Her grandmother raised her, and the grandfather raised her. So she comes into the daughter's life and just creates all type of havoc. Once she gets out of prison, tries to control everything in her daughter's life. I mean, am I like just imagining that it was the grandparents raising the daughter up to a certain point, and then she comes in and just like destroys her life to just because she don't like the boyfriend? Or
yeah, she don't like that he's black allegedly, and she don't like the fact that she don't feel like he treat her right.
But the daughter,
he feel like she could do better. That's what it is.
Okay, but the daughter grew up with this guy. They've been together since they were like young kids.
High school.
Like her high school sweetheart type of thing.
Yep.
Wow.
They dated 15 years and they got married in 2022. So what, 3 years ago? 2.5 years ago?
And when did she get out of prison?
She got out of prison in was it 98, 2000, something 2002, something like that.
So did she raise her, or was her parents still raising her? Or
From what the beginning of the report said, that her mom chose money, power, and whatever, and illegal activities over her daughter, over
so
raising her
she didn't raise
daughter.
her, she let her parents raise the daughter.
Right.
And she just didn't like. She just for some reason.
I don't think it was her parents. I think it said she dropped her off over her grandfather's house. So that could be her dad, but that was then the dad's wife, not her mother.
Oh, he got remarried or something like that.
Or yeah, dad's partner or something like that.
So when
Olga,
daughter's life, well, she's probably like visiting her daughter, and somehow she's like, you know what, I don't. Because my thing is, what is this obsession? It's this is insatiable obsession level with her daughter. Like, what in the fuck is going on with this obsession with your daughter, bro? Like,
I can see you wanting the best for your child. I can get that, especially if you feel like your child is being mistreated. I can get that, no problem. It's just the overboard. Yeah, that's where it's like, what's going on with your own personal life? Are you married? Do you have any other kids? Why don't you have any other kids? Like, what is going on?
Her daughter's life miserable. Her whole life is this. And I'm like, dude, you have to be a psychopath to go these lengths. Because this is crazy. And she don't care whether she's destroying her daughter. She just wants to destroy the boyfriend.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Oh. The trauma never fucking ends, people. Desiree hired an attorney for Desiree. That same week, she don't quit. Desiree hired an attorney named Brett Schwartz to improperly influence Javon's misdemeanor battery case. On January 8th, 2024, Brett filed a notice of appearance purporting to represent Desiree. When Desiree
now listen to this. This is 2024. This is a few months ago.
The state of Florida.
This stuff is not happening like 20 years ago or anything. It's leading all the way up to currently, recently.
This is like in January type of shit.
Yeah.
January a year ago.
Right. Yeah.
Versus Javon. Notice of appearance on behalf of the crime victim pursuant to article such and such. It says, comes now, undersigned attorney Brett Schwartz Esquire hereby respectfully notifies the clerk of court and all the clerk of courts and all parties of his appearance as counsel for Desiree Lopez and requests to be notified via e-service of all proceedings and filings throughout the duration of the case. Who hired you? And one more thing. Thank you so much, babe. They said, Amelia, go back and read that footnote. Don't you skip that footnote. You gonna show us that note. That's what they said in my chat. So let's go back so I can show you that note. Line 143. It says, again, Iconic had a large contract with Roc Nation and its artists. And do you see that 8 up there? What does that footnote say, addressing that 8? It reads as follows. The children of Iconic's owners are athletes who also wanted to be represented by Roc Nation Sports. You know what? Ah, my God. This woman
represented how though? Like
they wanted Roc Nation to represent their kids because they're athletes. Because they're connected to Roc Nation Sports with the athletes to get to manage them.
Fucking crazy. Let's go.
Where to turn? Could you imagine living a life where every fucking body is seemingly plotting on you, and then you have to hope that your husband doesn't get so tired of the shit one day that he says, I love you, but I can't do this. Imagine what that damn girl been going through. Imagine that. Because could you blame her husband if he said, I can't do this? They calling the police on me, claiming I'm kidnapping my wife. They got cameras across the street. It's guns on the fucking seat. I could imagine someone saying, I can't do it. But God bless him, because they're still together.
They're still together. Okay, well, shouts out.
Because they are still together. Galaxy Glam said, I guess I don't understand the severity of this. Well, I guess you damn don't. If you have listened so far and you don't understand the severity of this, you might need to go back to bed. This is literally one of the most severe things that one could be accused of. This is a RICO case, but we'll get to that in a second. So this is what was said here. Let's get into line 149. To be clear, Desmarais never hired Brett Schwartz, nor has she ever talked to him. Nevertheless, he filed a fraudulent notice of appearance, which caused the prosecutor in Javon's case to reach out to him. Good afternoon. Child, they got the damn email. I'm the prosecutor in the above referenced case. I saw that you filed a notice of appearance in the case on behalf of the victim in this case. I would like to speak to your client regarding the above referenced case and schedule a pre-file conference. Please let me know if I have consent to speak with Ms. Lopez by Thursday. Let me tell you something. It'll be very easy to prove if he was representing her because you have to sign a release. Okay? So if there's no document that shows that this woman hired you and signed off on it, babe, that's an easy one too. Where, bitch, I ain't hired you. I didn't pay you. Where's the agreement for any of this? Where's the receipts? What the fuck are you even talking about? Child, an email. And when you're communicating with the courts and lying, that is big fucking trouble. Impersonating officials, big fucking trouble. Doctoring up and falsifying documents, big fucking trouble. Paying people to do these things. The list goes on. I mean,
yeah, when you start dealing with emails and
every fucking thing.
And
all right,
iCloud, all that kind of stuff. That's
so,
communication, wiring communication. That's fraud. I mean, that's federal. That's federal stuff right there.
They said we got more. At Desiree's
That's
direction,
fine. Yeah, that's
tried to
crazy.
convince prosecutors.
She like, but is that RICO though?
Yeah, she's finna break down all. They're finna sum all this up to why it's RICO. It's already RICO, but she's finna sum it all. Keep going. Yes, the answer is yes.
Javon with human trafficking, although there was no legal basis to do so. The excerpt below is taken from an email that Brett sent to the prosecutor in Javon's misdemeanor battery case. As a result of this arduous history of manipulation, I'll be reaching out to the ASA Nichols Chavez and or ASA Brenda Mezig, who is the chief of the human trafficking unit, to request they investigate and pursue felony charges against Mr. Hadley for human trafficking. At the very least, both have been copied. Plotting on that black man. There was absolutely no basis for anyone to pursue felony charges against Javon for human trafficking. Desiree was simply using her money, power, and influence to prevent the Hadleys from being together. Desiree even contacted the prosecutor directly using her Rock Nation business email. And what the fuck did she say in the email that is linked directly to Rock Nation? After the prosecutor told Desiree and Brett that she could not charge Javon, Desiree asked the prosecutor to improperly extend the case because she wanted to keep Javon, quote, on edge. Take a look. On February 1st, 2024, at 6:38 p.m., Desiree Perez, whose email address was dperez@scarterenterprises.com, wrote, right, perhaps even postponing and saying that they're investigating whatever they feel they can say so that he at least stays on edge. Malicious intent is what that sounds like. You are no one's attorney to be talking about postponing anything. And let's go back to the fact that you were sitting up there with Kelsey as she gave her statements, which has already been noted. You ain't no damn government official, child.
Or is she?
I think she is.
You have participated in many things you had no business being privy to.
But look,
there's no way she can do all this without being one.
Fucking insane. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Unfortunately,
you can't do all this shit without having no ties to the government in some kind of way.
Look at this though. Listen to what she did though. She contacted the prosecutor, the DA, the prosecutor, right? And had the prosecutor hold that man a little bit longer over the holidays or whatever, even though he did nothing wrong. That's imprisonment, false imprisonment. Do you understand that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That is false imprisonment. And for them to agree to it. So if she can, again, this is the DA, right? So you trying to tell me she wasn't connected to the DA in Tory's case?
Of course she was. I mean,
You
she can
you can't.
she can wreak all this havoc in her own daughter's life, and this shit is new. I mean, this shit is like this shit ain't like 10 years ago. This shit was like a year ago, bro.
Right, she brought it all the way from, because this has been going on for years. She brought it up from what, a couple of years ago to now. She's bringing it up to now because we're not even finished yet. So to the recent, and why she ended up having to go ahead and do it because just getting out of hand. Go ahead.
This is the most crazy shit I've ever heard in my life.
The prosecutors agreed to Desiree's demand for more time, which ultimately allowed her to continue to wreak havoc on the Hadleys. So not only did she suggest this in an email, but they went along with it. They went along with what Desiree recommended, the one who ain't got no credentials to even be talking to their ass right now. They said Desiree did just that. Let's get into Desiree's third attempt to get Desiree put into this damn psych ward, okay? Desiree's third attempt at a mental health evaluation. On March 26, 2024, after the intervention with Victoria Hunter and training with Rachel Bernstein failed, Desiree directed Natalie Anderson, a Rock Nation employee, to confront Demaree's therapist, Dr. Luz Barrio, who Demaree was seeing for grief counseling after her aunt died. Here goes your Rico. Desiree allegedly had another Rock Nation employee confront her daughter's fucking therapist.
How do you
This is when this becomes.
how do you confront somebody's therapist?
Ain't there like
that is somebody's doctor, private privilege patient? What are you doing?
Right.
And she had a Rock Nation employee confront her daughter's therapist that she was seeing over because of grief over losing, who was it, her aunt? So her daughter lost her aunt. Her daughter lost her aunt, so she was grieving, so she was seeing a therapist. I mean, that's very mature. That's very smart and healthy.
Yeah, hey, I lost my aunt. Let me go get some stuff. But I have a feeling more than just her aunt, because this is just stressful right here. I could only imagine what she was going through. Let's go.
Not only is she using her Rock Nation email address to send messages and shit, she is now employing employees to allegedly carry out her dirty work. Is she also using company funds? And you have to start digging at that point. Child. So Natalie Anderson, a Rock Nation employee, confronted Luz Barrio, Dr. Luz. Natalie Anderson presented Dr. Barrio with a fabricated, oh my God, you guys, with a fabricated audio recording of a woman screaming, "Don't rape me!"
So now you got the mom has created a fabricated audio recording of a woman screaming, "Don't rape me."
And this is before AI and everything. Shit. The
fuck? Girl, go ahead.
So we have gone from kidnapping to rape. Natalie Anderson presented Dr. Barrio with a fabricated audio recording of a woman screaming, "Don't rape me!" At Desiree's direction, Miss Anderson falsely claimed the recording was Javon raping Demaree. Desiree wanted Dr. Barrio.
The husband raping his wife.
Correct.
Man, she really wanted this nigga away from her daughter. God damn.
So remember how it was said that Megan said that she heard Tory Lanez say, "Dance, bitch."
Yeah.
Right before he powed her.
Yeah.
But nobody else, the witness, Kelsey, who was there, nobody else heard that except for Megan. And how theatrical, how much dramatic, I'm gonna say, was that to be said to somebody to be right before you, they pow you
is
believe
dance
that
bitch.
she directed her to say that. It sounds like some. Just this woman is so diabolical.
Barrio to believe that Demaray has some type of mental health issue to capitalize on her threat to Baker Act Demaray. Since Dr. Barrio was intimately familiar with Demaray and had seen her on countless occasions, she knew that Demaray had never been a threat to herself or others
You're making a
and was
lot
not
of
in danger
noise.
and did not meet the Baker Act criteria. Dr. Barrio refused to do Desiree's dirty work. And after learning about Demaray's false Baker Act, as explained below, Dr. Barrio wrote a letter disputing Demaray's supposed need for treatment or hospitalization.
Did you hear that?
Now let's get into.
Yeah.
Oh, girl, it's staticky. Why's it so staticky?
So the mom tried to get the daughter.
Why's your phone so staticky?
I don't know. Let me leave it. Is it still doing it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna play this and then.
This footnote. The young lady said she went to grief counseling after her aunt died. They said the woman was technically Demaray.
Okay. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
All right. Hold on.
There's been no evidence of visual, auditory, or tactical hallucinations. She has consistently
Let me
presented
go
as
back.
intelligent and coherent. In addition,
So the part was she was saying how
recommend hospitalization due to any suspected thought disorder. Regards, and he signed off on it.
All right. Let me go back. I thought you could see this when I was done. But... All right. So
it's still making that sound like it's crackling.
It's crackling?
It sounds like
when I talk?
Okay. It's not doing it now.
Oh, okay. All right. So let's go a little bit back.
To do so. The excerpt below is taken from an email that Brett sent to the prosecutor in Javon's misdemeanor battery case. As a result of this arduous history of manipulation, I'll be reaching out to the ASA Nichols Chavez and or ASA Brenda Mezek, who is the chief of the human trafficking unit, to request they investigate and pursue felony charges against Mr. Hadley for human trafficking. At the very least,
go back.
both have been copied. Plotting on that blackmail.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
No basis for
Should we go back further?
Well, that was the part where go back because so the whole context is right. Just go right there. Are you moving or something?
I'm trying to find where.
I'm talking about by your microphone.
No, I'm not. I'm just 100% like stationary. I'm trying to find the actual part that we like left off at.
I don't think it was that far back. Go ahead. Go up some. Just start it.
Where's the receipts? What the fuck are you even talking about? Child, an email. And when you're communicating with the courts and lying, that is big fucking trouble. Impersonating officials, big fucking trouble. Doctoring up and falsifying documents, big fucking trouble. Paying people to do these things. The list goes on.
Go back some. So she looked like she was some type of official. Start right there. Let me see.
There's so much bullshit.
Could you imagine living a life where every fucking body?
She hired an attorney for Demaray. And then I'm trying to find the part here. She never hired Ben Schwartz.
To be clear, Demaray never hired Brett Schwartz, nor has she ever talked to him. Nevertheless, he filed a fraudulent notice of appearance, which caused the prosecutor in Javon's case to reach out to him. Good afternoon. Child, they got the damn email. I'm the prosecutor in the above referenced case. I saw that you filed a notice of appearance in the case on behalf of the victim in this case. I would like to speak to your client regarding the above referenced case and schedule a pre-file conference. Please let me know if I have consent to speak with Ms. Lopez by Thursday. Let me tell you something. It'll be very easy to prove if he was representing her because you have to sign a release. Okay? So if there's no document that shows that this woman hired you and signed off on it, babe, that's an easy one too. Where, bitch, I ain't hire you. I ain't pay you. Where's the agreement for any of this? Where's the receipts? What the fuck are you even talking about? Child, an email. And when you're communicating with the courts and lying, that is big fucking trouble. Impersonating officials, big fucking trouble. Doctoring up and falsifying documents, big fucking trouble. Paying people to do these things. The list goes on. I mean, everything. Every fucking thing. All right, you guys, let's continue on. So, unfortunately, this wasn't the only occasion that Desiree hired lawyers and pretended as if they were representing Demaray. They said, we got more. At Desiree's direction, Brett Schwartz tried to convince prosecutors to charge Devon with human trafficking, although there was no legal basis to do so. The excerpt below is taken from an email that Brett sent to the prosecutor in Javon's misdemeanor battery case. As a result of this arduous history of manipulation, I'll be reaching out to the ASA Nichols Chavez and or ASA Brenda Mezig, who is the chief of the human trafficking unit, to request they investigate and pursue felony charges against Mr. Hadley for human trafficking. At the very least, both have been copied. Plotting on that black man. There was absolutely no basis for anyone to pursue felony charges against Javon for human trafficking. Desiree was simply using her money, power, and influence to prevent the Hadleys from being together. Desiree even contacted the prosecutor directly using her Rock Nation business email. And what the fuck did she say in the email that is linked directly to Rock Nation? After the prosecutor told Desiree and Brett that she could not charge Javon, Desiree asked the prosecutor to improperly extend the case because she wanted to keep Javon, quote, on edge. Take a look. On February 1st, 2024 at 6:38 p.m.
2024. So this is like last year.
Desiree Perez, whose email address was dperez at
There's a lot of static coming from your end.
Right now, it's okay. So I'll mute mine.
Oh yeah, that's a whole lot better. Go.
Perhaps even postponing and saying that they're investigating whatever they feel they can say so that he at least stays on edge. Malicious intent is what that sounds like. You are no one's attorney to be talking about postponing anything. And let's go back to the fact that you were sitting up there with Kelsey as she gave her statements, which has already been noted. You ain't no damn government official, child. You have participated in many things you had no business being privy to. This is absolutely fucking insane. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Unfortunately, the prosecutors agreed to Desiree's demand for more time, which ultimately allowed her to continue to wreak havoc on the Hadleys. So not only did she suggest this in an email, but they went along with it. They went along with what Desiree recommended, the one who ain't got no credentials to even be talking to their ass right now. They said Desiree did just that. Let's get into Desiree's third attempt to get Desiree put.
Is it still like static a little bit?
Desiree's third attempt at a mental health evaluation. On March 26, 2024, after the intervention with Victoria and training with Rachel Bernstein failed, Desiree directed Natalie Anderson, a Rock Nation employee, to confront Demaree's therapist, Dr. Luz Barrio, who Demaree was seeing for grief counseling after her aunt died. Here goes your Rico. Desiree allegedly had another Rock Nation employee confront her daughter's fucking therapist. Okay, so this is when this becomes, not only is she using her Rock Nation email address to send messages and shit, she is now employing employees to allegedly carry out her dirty work. Is she also using company funds? And you have to start digging at that point. Child. So Natalie Anderson, a Rock Nation employee, confronted Luz Barrio, Dr. Luz. Natalie Anderson presented Dr. Barrio with a fabricated, oh my God, you guys, with a fabricated audio recording of a woman screaming, "Don't rape me!" So we have gone from kidnapping to rape. Natalie Anderson presented Dr. Barrio with a fabricated audio recording of a woman screaming, "Don't rape me!" At Desiree's direction, Miss Anderson falsely claimed the recording was Javon raping Desiree. Desiree wanted Dr. Barrio to believe that Desiree had some type of mental health issue to capitalize on her threat to the Baker Act Desiree. Since Dr. Barrio was intimately familiar with Desiree and had seen her on countless occasions, she knew that Desiree had never been a threat to herself or others and was not in danger and did not meet the Baker Act criteria. Dr. Barrio refused to do Desiree's dirty work. And after learning about Desiree's false Baker Act, as explained below, Dr. Barrio wrote a letter disputing Desiree's supposed need for treatment or hospitalization. Now let's get into this footnote. The young lady said she went to grief counseling after her aunt died. They said the woman wasn't technically Desiree's aunt, but the woman played an integral role in raising Desiree, including going to parent-teacher conferences. So she was a big, big, big factor in Desiree's life and was absolutely like an aunt to her. Do you understand how out of pocket you are to approach someone's therapist? And let me ask this question. How did that Rock Nation employee know who her therapist was? And then locate him and go with it. And then where on earth did they get an alleged audio?
Because they had her phone tapped. Could you
And
imagine?
had access to her contacts, text messages, and everything.
And you know what? Even in the trial with Diddy, you'll see that a person was talking to somebody else and he knew right away, and then he found them and then chased them down because he had whatever technology they had, he had it too. So that's crazy. He was doing the same thing.
Of Desiree being raped. So this is the email that her therapist sent, or the letter that he wrote, rather. To whom it may concern, I've been working with Ms. Desiree Lopez since July of 2022, providing individual sessions. Throughout our therapeutic work, there's been no evidence of visual, auditory, or tactical hallucinations. She has consistently presented as intelligent and coherent. In addition, throughout our clinical work, I haven't found reason to recommend hospitalization due to any suspected thought disorder. Regards, and he signed off on it. Desiree's fourth and successful attempt to unlawfully detain Desiree. On March 27, 2020,
So after all those tries, she finally was able to successfully get and do what she wanted to do.
Yes.
She, after everything that she tried, she been trying for years to get her committed. She finally does. Oh, this is a mess, man.
2024, after striking out with Dr. Barrio, Victoria Hunter, and Rachel Bernstein, Desiree conspired with and likely paid Dr. Daniel Bober, who works at Memorial Regional Hospital, and that's why their ass is named. The footnote says Dr. Bober was also the chief medical officer for Odyssey Behavioral Healthcare and the medical director of Life Skills South Florida Outpatient. Why is that important? It's important because every facility that Demore went to, where she was, where it was written in the notes that she needed to say something wrong with her, he had a very high-ranking position at each of those places. He worked at the hospital, and then he was a chief medical officer at the Behavioral Healthcare Center, and then he was the medical director at Life Skills South Florida outpatient facilities. So you could not escape this man if you got caught up in the system. The very moment that she went to Memorial, she was in his grips. Okay, so Dr. Daniel Bober, who works at Memorial Regional Hospital, a state-run facility, to wrongfully commit Demore to a mental health facility.
Wait, stop right there.
Desiree and her.
So now we're getting into the medical field of having false medical reports created, right? Hello?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, so when you go back through the new, the 36-hour later website, and they show you the 3 doctors of who treated Megan, or allegedly treated Megan, you'll see the first doctor and the third doctor reports are similar in what they saw. The first ER doctor is stating, hey, you know, when you go into the ER, you see a doctor. That's the one who treats you. No they did x-rays. There was no bullet fragments in the foot, nothing. He reported that it was superficial cuts, removed glass. That was it, right? The second doctor, the black doctor, Dr. Little, had this elaborate report about bullet fragments he pulled out. He had to leave some in there because they were too small. Had to do surgery, this, that, and other, da, da, da. The third doctor, who just, all within the same pretty much 24 hours from one day to the next day, the other doctor, she said superficial scar cuts or whatever, no, she did x-rays too, no, she didn't see anything. So he said leftover fragments and all that. The next doctor, the x-ray was clear. Superficial scar, that's it.
So this is
right here, yes.
What he was saying right here. So I'm gonna play it.
Go ahead. But see, most people don't catch this though. They be like, oh, okay, 3 different doctor reports. Yeah, but they don't catch that was a whole fraudulent report.
They did not hear Tory make that statement. And here goes the 2 testimonies right here.
I'll get to the hospital. The doctors do x-rays on my feet. Oh, ma'am, you got bullets in your feet, got bullet fragments in your other foot. I'm thinking the doctors is the police, so I'm still trying not to tell them, like,
he's giving a report on what the second doctor said, not what the first and the third doctor said. She's just giving the report by the second doctor. And this same second doctor that she's talking about is the doctor that she's actually advertised and promoted on her website for his charity or whatever. And then it was also said allegedly, but they showed it. I saw it in another content creator. They showed where Beyonce and Jay-Z are heavy donors to this particular doctor's charity.
Interesting. Let's go.
You know what I'm saying? I'm scared. Like, I've never been shot before. I don't have to lie about that.
You thought the doctors were the police, Megan? You're talking about these doctors right here. By the way, none of these doctors were called in to testify in court. The first doctor.
Now, wait a minute.
Lafredo.
If you have a good lawyer, you're a good lawyer defending you, wouldn't you call all 3 doctors?
Yeah.
If you
have them on the stand, like,
that's what I'm saying. You would have them on the stand. You would have them on the stand. And even if they can't make it on the stand, you have a televised statement, video statement of you asking them the questions, or they could do it, via Zoom or something. But you're going to have their presence of giving their report about that.
Take a picture of herself. She had her phone the whole time. Of the fragments in her foot. Like, why wouldn't
they showed pictures. Those pictures that was updated the next day from 36 hours later, where they showed videos of her foot and the doctor removing, using tweezers to remove something out of her foot. And you don't use tweezers to remove bullet fragments. It wasn't bullet fragments, because if you had bullet fragments in your foot, you would be in so much pain. Everybody said how calm she was and how pleasant she was. So you see the report from the first doctor, the ER doctor that first saw her when she came in, said she was pleasant. She wasn't stressed, none of that kind of stuff. She wasn't under duress.
I stub my toe sometimes, like, oh my.
Girl, that's what I'm talking about. So just think bullet fragments. And they say bullets are hot. They say it's like burning sensation. And just think girl.
The feet will... You'll hit it, and then it'll radiate. It'll be like, oh my God. What?
Exactly. None of that. She wasn't doing none of that. Then you'd have swelling. Somebody said they got shot. Your feet gonna swell up because you didn't hit tendons. You didn't broke some micro bones.
Like Grammys or some shit like that the next day.
I think a few days later, she was at a party or club or something performing. She was somewhere performing. In heels.
Described the injury as a laceration from broken glass. There was no mention of gunshot wounds, fragments, or ballistic trauma. He also described Megan as pleasant and no acute distress. Interesting. Moving on to the right, Dr. Milton Little diagnosed bilateral gunshot wounds based on imaging. He removed 3 small fragments under general anesthesia and called wounds superficial, yet performed surgery anyway. Claims fragments were bagged and given to police. Now, when it comes to what these fragments were, we did also watch her step on glass. Remember that? But yet
So
the
aren't
fragments
glass
just seemed to
fragments?
poof,
Yeah. Yep.
disappear, huh? Now enter the plastic surgeon, Dr. Anna Howell, okay? Described wounds as superficial and cleanly closed. X-rays showed no fractures, minimal residual shrapnel. Dr. Howell treated for cellulitis, infection, discharged without mention of ballistic trauma. Of these doctors, one of which she thought these were police officers, the police, as she said, only one said gunshot. Now, in regards to these fragments that went missing, at preliminary hearings,
No, hold
detectives
on. Let's
stated
stop
bullet
there. So
fragments were
anytime
missing.
that we talked about before that there's bullet shots, fragments, anything like they have to turn it over. It's protocol. You have to turn that over to the police, right? That's why he put in the report that he turned those fragments over to the police, right?
Yeah.
So now that we know that they have connections in the law force, right? Just like Diddy case, he said he got police connections, right? So we know they have police connections, right?
Mm-hmm.
So say Desiree or Jay-Z, whoever, make a phone call to the police, and of course we do because she was in the interview room. So of course they got connections. But anyway, she called, the case with her daughter, she contacted the chief of police or whoever to have her husband arrested. Remember that? Okay, but anyway, so of course they got connections in the police department, contacted them and said, hey, can you write up a report or whatever saying that these bullet fragments was removed from this particular patient at this time, that's what had to have happened because that's how the report that the evidence was there at the police department. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead.
Her co-conspirators' plan is sickening. Desiree hired private investigators Stephen Katie, Jessica Katie, and James Fondo, all owners of Signon LLC, to lure DeMoray to a marina in Dania Beach. You guys, once again, this is
listen to this.
to get her locked up. So as I read this to you, I need you to picture what I opened the show with. Do you remember the interview clip that the news put out where this woman is driving her car, minding her business, because she got a phone call and was told that someone was interested in the landscaping business. So she thought she was meeting with a prospective client. That's how she ended up on that marina. Little did she know that that man was standing right there waiting for her. And as he said, we're waiting on this woman to ride by. We got a GPS tracker on her and we're going to Baker Act her. They were literally just waiting on her. And when she got out, they told her she was going one way or another. And they put her in an unmarked vehicle and they took her. And she was in the facility for 2 weeks.
They threatened her under the guise of they're gonna put handcuffs on her if she didn't willingly get into the car. Of course, she didn't want to be embarrassed by having handcuffs put on her, so she got into the car with people she did not know. You see what I'm saying? And then the doctor, who's the friend of Desiree, is there. Girl, they had called the police and everything to be a part of, have their presence there under the whole whatever act that is to have her admitted. And the police didn't even know why they was there. They was like, okay, what is going on? But again, how they're using the legal system for her own will.
That I'm about to read to you describes that incident, okay? All right. One of the Signon LLC investigators called DeMoray, pretending to be a property owner who wanted to hire the Hadley's landscaping company. So, false pretenses, crime. You literally lured this woman to a location. You cannot do that. Signon LLC placed a GPS tracker on DeMoray's car to follow her movements, a fact that James Fondo later admitted to the police on fucking camera. Everybody take a goddamn look. I'm so damn disgusted.
When I tell you, this woman got all the evidence.
Do you remember that I told you
all the evidence?
That lawyer said that he's never seen a case where it's so apparent that something wrong was done? this is what the fuck he was talking about. Where you can't escape the fact that, girl, you look guilty as fuck, okay? When DeMarais got close to the marina for the business meeting, James Fondo, a former police officer, asked the police to respond on the side of the road near the marina. There goes a photograph of that with the timestamps. 2 officers from the Broward County Sheriff's Office arrived at approximately 5:40 p.m. James Fondo told the officers that Dr. Bober, who was waiting at the marina, was going to Baker Act DeMarais. It's important to note that James Fondo said Dr. Bober is going to Baker Act DeMarais even before he ever met her. In other words, Dr. Bober had no factual basis to initiate a Baker Act because he had never evaluated DeMarais beforehand. At that point, he had never even seen her in person. But since Desiree hired, conspired, and or paid Dr. Bober to commit DeMarais under the Baker Act statute, he was going to do exactly just that, no matter the circumstances. So when DeMarais arrived at that marina, James Fondo, Stephen, and Jessica Katie, Dr. Bober, and the police confronted her. Imagine thinking that you're going to meet a prospective
ambush.
you're bombarded by the sheriff and by
crazy.
a doctor and by these people that's supposed to work for him.
Why is her mom doing this to her own child?
Could you imagine how afraid she was? Where you're literally ambushed. You have been tricked. And by the time you realize it, what the fuck could she do? What could she do? They literally are circled around her and she's in the middle. She literally looks like fucking prey. Like what? All right. So the SIG 9 owners pretended to be a part of an unspecified mobile crisis unit that worked with Dr. Bober. That was a lie. They lied to a fucking official. They told that officer that they came from this facility that doesn't exist. They told her when she said, identify yourself, that they had come from this fucking mobile crisis unit that doesn't exist. That is illegal. You cannot fucking do that. And then they put her in a fucking car and drove off with her.
Oh my God.
They literally kidnapped her. That's just like a predator telling a kid, "Hey, your mom said for me to come get you. Your mom said for me to come get you. I'm a friend of your mom's." And lure the child into the car because they're, you know what I'm saying? And they're like, okay, so they get in the car and then they're kidnapped.
Wow. This is
terrifying for her. The SIG 9 owners pretended to be a part of the unspecified mobile crisis unit that worked with Dr. Bober, which was a lie. And pay attention to the fact that these people didn't travel from so far. You got people coming in from New York. You got people coming in from Cali. You got people from all kind of states, across states, pretending to be other people. Okay? Sitting up here fucking putting on, bitch. All right. Make sure y'all can still see this shit.
Police refuse.
Owners pretended, okay. DeMarais repeatedly told the police that she had never met Dr. Bober before, that he was not her doctor, and that her mother conspired with this man to Baker Act her. Let's go ahead and get into the footnotes. Accordingly, Dr. Bober had no right to initiate an involuntary exam under Florida's Baker Act. The intake report even lists Mrs. Perez as the primary source relied upon by Dr. Bober to initiate the evaluation under the Baker Act statute. That's Desiree Perez. The intake report listed Desiree Perez as the primary source that he relied on to do this evaluation in the first place. DeMarais even called her own doctor, Dr. Barrio, and she begged the police to speak with her, but they refused. The police then forced DeMarais to go with 3 complete strangers in a dark truck with no hospital, police, or mental health facility insignia on it. What does that mean? Let's go to the interview.
They kidnapped her.
And let's pull that up. I'm going to mute it. Welcome back. Be quiet. And what I'm going to do is go on over here to the truck. They put her in this damn truck. And the insignia, these are the markings alongside the car that you typically see.
I want you to pull up this video that they're showing right here of the news clip so you can review it also later.
So take a look at the vehicle. An unmarked gray, the most inconspicuous fucking car to kidnap a bitch in, tinted windows and shit. Child, oh wait. The hell is this? That had to be terrifying. So they put her in this vehicle and child, they didn't whisk her away. Everybody take a look. The police never even identified, the police never verified the identity of any of the individuals on scene to confirm that they belonged to a damn mobile crisis unit. They just took the word of 3 fraudsters and a damn gray pickup truck. Frankly, the BWC footage is disgusting and difficult to watch. And equally disturbing, Dr. Bobo wrote on the intake form that he personally examined Demaray on March 27, 2024 at 5:56. Is this another fake ass medical report? Because people at 5:56 on that day, he's spotted on camera speaking to authorities. You guys, it was 5:56 when his ass was over here, bitch. So what are you talking about? Let me play this one more time for you.
So legally, I can't go home.
No.
Why?
Body camera video shows Broward Sheriff's deputies met on the...
And did you hear that? She said so.
I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play the actual.
She said, so legally I cannot leave, and they said no.
What in the hell? This is crazy, y'all. Could you imagine? This is like the biggest.
It's called the Baker Act. Under state law, people can be forced into a facility for a mental health evaluation if, among other reasons, they are a danger to themselves or others.
But in a new lawsuit, a South Florida woman says that she was held in mental institutions for nearly 2 weeks for no legitimate reason. And she shared body camera video that she says proves her case and raises questions about how this law meant to protect people can be implemented. NBC6 investigative reporter Amy Bateri takes a closer look.
Prevent me from leaving the room. The incident started on March 27th of last year.
So legally, I can't go home.
No.
Why?
Body camera video shows Broward Sheriff's deputies met on the side of the road in Dania Beach.
Hello. How's it going? How's it going?
By this man.
I'm waiting for a car to go by. There's a girl driving it. She's like a kind of mentally unstable person.
BSO has not responded to inquiries about who called the deputies there, but it appears they're taking direction from the man in the gray t-shirt.
She's heading over here right now. You need her or? Yes, they have a GPS on her.
He asks deputies to follow him to a nearby parking lot once she arrives.
I have a doctor, Dr. Boba from Hollywood Memorial Hospital, who's over there right now waiting for her to show up, and he's going to fake her out.
And when I showed up, it obviously was not an estimate.
Demore Hadley says she was lured to that parking lot by someone posing as a potential client for the landscaping company she runs with her then boyfriend, now husband. But according to her lawsuit, when she showed up, she was approached by several people.
We're going to take her.
Including Dr. Daniel Bober, the chief of psychiatry at Memorial Regional Hospital, who also runs a private practice and has been featured as a mental health expert on media outlets, including NBC6.
I already knew I had intuition. Something is not right here.
Deputies also had questions for those present, at least at first.
Who are you guys? So we're a mobile crisis team working with Dr. Boba from Hollywood Memorial Hospital. Okay.
Memorial Healthcare tells us there is no mobile crisis team affiliated with the hospital, and Dr. Bober did not respond to our inquiry. We found the people seen here, James Fondo and Stephen and Jessica Cady, are actually owners of Sig9, a private security company. The men, both former high-ranking BSO officers, according to their bios.
Am I being detained?
For now, you're being detained.
The Baker Act, which Dr. Bober was citing, allows a physician to order someone they've examined in the previous 48 hours be held against their will in a mental health facility if they pose a risk to themselves or others, and the doctor can ask law enforcement to take them there.
He's not my doctor. He's never seen me in my life.
A concern Demore raises several times in the video.
He's a doctor. He's part of the mobile crisis unit.
I've never spoken to him.
I don't care.
And she also says he never examined her. On the Baker Act paperwork, Dr. Bober certified he did that exam at 5:56 p.m. that day. The same time, video shows them all still in that parking lot. He diagnosed her with psychosis, adding she was a risk to herself.
I have 3 different collateral sources of information that say that she's been acting psychotic, that she threatened to overdose yesterday.
He told me was we received a call from your family that you tried to OD the night before. And you're being Baker.
She look just like her mom.
What are you talking about?
Experts tell us it's common for doctors to take families' concerns into account, and ultimately the decision to Baker Act someone is up to the healthcare professional on scene. In the lawsuit, Demore says she has no mental health history and does not use illegal drugs.
That's the husband.
from Memorial Regional showing drug test results from that day were negative.
I have concerns about how all of this happened.
Attorney Hilton Napoleon is representing Demore in the lawsuit she filed this month, alleging she spent nearly 2 weeks falsely detained under Florida's Baker Act and Marchman Act, a similar law that allows involuntary substance abuse treatment. She claims it all stems from an ongoing dispute between Demore and her own mother, who denies the allegations, saying in a motion to dismiss the lawsuit that the family attempted to get help out of concern for her daughter's physical and mental well-being.
I've been practicing law for 20 years and I've never seen a case like this before.
Demore's lawsuit claims deputies never verified the identity of the individuals on scene and took their word, despite Demore repeatedly voicing concerns. In a statement, SIG-9 says they were engaged by a licensed mental health professional to assist with a voluntary transport for psychiatric evaluation to avoid the need for law enforcement intervention.
So
I can't drive myself?
No, you're gonna have to go with them.
Video shows Demore asked to be transported by deputies and was told this.
I can't ride with you and you guys take me?
You're gonna be in handcuffs, so dog's not gonna be able to come?
I don't want to be in handcuffs.
Okay. So I'm gonna wait. We're gonna take you to their vehicle.
A deputy encourages Demore to get into this truck.
You can't just force a woman into a dark gray truck without validating or verifying the story that's being told.
A BSO spokesperson says the incident is now under review.
I don't think I've ever felt so alone and unseen and unheard in my whole entire life.
Memorial Healthcare tells us they can't talk about this case because of the pending lawsuit. Dr. Bober told us initially he couldn't discuss the case because of privacy restrictions. Then Demore provided a release allowing him to speak with us, but so far we have not heard back. In a statement, SIG-9 denied the allegations, adding, "Our role was limited, lawful, and conducted in good faith under the direction of a licensed physician." Again.
Look, everything in that was wrong. Everything about that whole thing was wrong.
Man, listen, let me tell you something. This shows how easy it is for them to like lock you up for nothing.
It goes to show the inadequacy of when people see their own, that they're more relaxed. You know what I'm saying? Because nothing about that should have happened like that. They didn't verify anybody's identification. Nobody had on a company shirt. Shouldn't they have had on company shirts if they're a mobile team? Shouldn't there have been a sticker or something on the car?
ID, show me something. That's crazy. Like, so let's watch.
Legally, I can't go home. They said no. You had no right to tell her that. You had no right to keep her there. You kidnapped her.
Side of the road in Dania Beach.
Hello. How's it going? How's it going?
By this man.
I'm waiting for a car to go by. There's a girl driving it. She's like a kind of mentally unstable person.
BSO has not responded to inquiries about who called the deputies there, but it appears they're taking direction from the man in the gray t-shirt.
She's heading over here right now. Yes, they have a GPS on her.
He asks deputies to follow him to a nearby parking lot once she arrives.
I have a doctor.
You can fast forward that.
Hospital who's over there right now. Wait for her.
But he's directing people. He's directing the officer to do whatever he wants. It's crazy.
Yeah, not the officers taking control to assess the situation. They're being controlled.
He telling them where to go.
Exactly.
Here.
Well, he's going to fake her out.
And when I showed up, it obviously was not an estimate.
Demore Hadley says she was lured to that parking lot by someone posing as a potential client for the landscaping company she runs with her.
Let me speed this up as to not trigger YouTube and them fucking copyright things.
Then boyfriend, now husband. But according to her lawsuit, when she showed up, she was approached by several people, including Dr. Daniel Bober, the chief of psychiatry at Memorial Regional Hospital, who also runs a private practice and has been featured as a mental health expert on media outlets, including NBC6.
I already knew I had intuition. Something is not right here.
Deputies also had questions for those present, at least at first.
So we're a mobile crisis team working with Dr. Bober Baltimore Hospital.
And you fucking lied to a damn police officer. You a damn lie.
Memorial Healthcare tells us there is no mobile crisis team affiliated with the hospital, and Dr. Bober did not respond to our inquiry. We found the people seen here, James Fondo and Stephen and Jessica Cady, are actually owners of SIG-9, a private security company. The men were former high-ranking BSO officers, according to their bios.
Can I be his name?
The Baker Act, which Dr. Bober was citing, allows a physician to order someone they've examined in the previous 48 hours be held against their will in a mental health facility.
And he couldn't take her anyway legally because he hadn't assessed her within 38, 36 hours or whatever it was. She had never met him before.
And she also says he never examined her. On the Baker Act paperwork, Dr. Bober certified he did that exam at 5:56 p.m. that day. The same time, video shows them all still in that parking lot. He diagnosed.
And there it is right there, people. How in the hell did you evaluate her within the previous 48 hours to determine that she was a harm to herself or anyone else if she had never even fucking met you? And at the very time you claimed to have evaluated her, she was spotting you for the first time in a fucking parking lot at a marina. Okay? So, falsified documents. But his statement is bogus because at 5:56 p.m., BWC footage shows Dr. Bober leaning against a truck parked in the marina and talking to the damn police. The timestamp is up in the right, the top.
You
right
see
corner.
how God worked? You see how God worked, girl? At that exact time that he said that he was writing the report, the false medical report intake thing, he was outside the news. I mean, the police cam had him on camera. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, she's cooked. She's cooked.
Oh, girl, everything on here is like solid proof. It's not even, they have to do examination. This is solid proof through each one of these departments saying false report, false arrestment, false, and you know, everything. And she wants a trial. She don't want just a lawsuit to pay out. She wants a trial. This is going to be a RICO trial.
Against her own mother. That's crazy.
Yes, meaning full investigation is going to be done. Financial investigation through Rock Nation, technology for everything. They're going to be going all up and through Rock Nation.
Yeah, that's crazy. This is crazy.
Evaluation under such circumstances. Dr. Bober's license to practice medicine should be terminated. When Demaray arrived at Memorial Hospital on March 27, 2024, the first doctor examined her at 6:21 p.m., noting that she was alert, oriented to person, place, and time, and that her behavior was normal. As you can see, she had no deformities. She was not jaundiced at all. She had no focal deficit present. She was alert and oriented, at the birth, and her behavior was normal. The comments that he listed said that she was calm, reasonable, had good insight, and she wasn't currently responding to internal stimuli. So she was doing fine, you know, especially for someone who had come in being accused of being such a danger to herself.
Please don't tell me they like drugged her up and got her out.
Nurses also noted that Demaray was cooperative and accused Dr. Bober of colluding with her mother, which is consistent with the footage in this case. And so she made sure to note to them that she didn't think she needed to be there. And thank God she did. So what does it say? It says, this patient was brought in by Dr. Bober, and the paperwork states, the patient states rather, my mom knows Dr. Bober and wanted me Baker acted because she doesn't like my boyfriend. I was tricked into coming here. I was led to believing that I was meeting someone at the house for business and PD were waiting for me. 29-year-old female presents as Baker Act initiated by Dr. Bober for unspecified psychosis. The patient is awake, alert, and oriented to person, place, and time. Effect appropriate. She denies SIHI. No previous psych history noted. No suicide attempts on no medications at this time. She denies medical problems. No drug history noted. She says she doesn't even smoke. The patient said her mother is just against her because she's upset about her 15-year relationship with a black young man.
Wow.
The patient works as a social worker for immigrations. She has a bachelor's degree in sociology, and she graduated from Boston University. The writer spoke with Devon Hadley. They listed his phone number. That's the patient's boyfriend. Consent given from patient to speak with him. He states that the patient has no prior psych history and was set up by her mother. They said we're going to transfer her to PEAC for further monitoring and disposition. And so this is what this man got to hope that his wife comes home, that he'll ever get to see her again. Like, hello? Reading between the lines, the hospital staff was clearly concerned about Dr. Bober's decision to detain Demaray for an involuntary examination and documented her side of the story. Nevertheless, Dr. Bober falsely reported that Demaray required intensive, comprehensive, multimodal treatment, including 24-hour supervision, which is something that none of his colleagues at the hospital noted. Dr. Bober even directed staff to medicate Demaray with Benadryl. That he said, knock her ass out. And do you know what Dr. Bober told the people, the staff? If she don't take that fucking pill, inject it in her ass.
You hear that?
Benadryl is supposed to be taken for allergies. But what do we know about Benadryl? That it has this effect where it will make you very sleepy. So Benadryl, to me, strikes me as something you could give her to knock her ass out and keep her ass in there. But you can play it off like it wasn't like one of them real medications you give a bitch to knock them out. I just gave her some Benadryl. You're sedating her on the cool is what the fuck you're doing every 6 hours for agitation. Why the fuck are you giving somebody Benadryl every 6 hours for agitation? It's 24 hours in a damn day. So every 6 hours you want her to take medication that's gonna knock her the fuck out. Let me tell you something. Years ago, I got up one day and I had hives on my arm. I am virtually not allergic to anything on this fucking planet. I've been tested.
You can fast forward this.
That God has created on this earth that fucking irritates my body. Like none of that shit is gonna get a reaction out of me. But my body was responding as though it was allergic to something. So by the time they
Go
said,
ahead,
hey,
you talking about a rash you got.
6 hours by mouth. They said instructions from the administrator. Let me zoom in. Can you see that? If patient refuses PO, give IM. That means sticker.
Do you know how invasive that is? That if she don't want to take the pill for that, she's not even supposed to be there, right? She's not supposed to be there in the first place. Just like Tory Lanez is not supposed to be charged in the first place. But now they're in there. Now they're saying do whatever you want to with them.
Look at that. Somebody said prednisone makes you fat. You better believe it. If the doctors told you,
Speed it up. Go ahead. She just talking.
All of us are
Huh?
Okay, you can speed it up so she's gonna get to talking about the medicine and all that stuff. Go ahead.
that shit to the side. If they would have told me that it makes you gain, I would have never taken that shit in my fucking life. I went from, because I had my daughter by the time. So I was like 150 pounds. I had been 120. And then I had Lauren Lou, and I was like 150. I took that motherfucking medication, prednisone. I went up to 215 pounds. I shit you not. And that was why I went and got fucking lipo, bitch. Literally blew the fuck up off that fucking stuff. I had no idea it did that to you at all. And me personally, I don't think your body chemistry is ever the same after you take that shit. And I'm so thankful that I was able to get off of that shit within a short amount of time. Because people that have been on it longer, and bitch, that shit is being a system and all that kind of shit. And what did I do? I went to a Chinese man and got bitch Chinese therapy. I don't give a damn what these people telling y'all. Go talk to the people and go get into it. I tell y'all all the time, a Chinese man in his basement saved my life because he did, bitch. I had to walk around with an epinephrine pen, and I was my bitch. Hold on, you hold the fuck on, bitch, because this is when it got real for me, and it turned into
Well, you can fast forward it.
So on this particular day, my tongue started swelling and my mouth started swelling, and I was like, "Fuck!" And I had been to the hospital so many times, but I was like, "We gotta go to the hospital because I'm not gonna be able to breathe in a little bit." And it was the first time it went that far, and so we go to the hospital. They put me in the back, and this is when I was in the army, and they give me the fucking IV, and they gave me morphine, Benadryl, everything. Bitch, I just passed out. Went over that form. In the screenshot above, Dr. Boba wrote, if the patient refuses PO, give IM, which essentially means that if Demore refused Benadryl, then force it upon her through an intramuscular injection. IM intramuscular. Dr. Bober wrote false information in his report to keep Demore detained and Desiree happy. Dr. Bober even admitted to speaking to Desiree on the fucking Broward County footage. Important to the issues below, Memorial Regional tested Demore for drugs on March 27th, and it all came back negative. So why did they keep her a second longer? In her interview with the local news station, she says that Desiree called and told them people she tried to OD. How can someone who has not had drugs in their system try to OD? How? They said Demore has responded on social media. It's on Discord. And it will shortly be on your damn screen. You hold on. Oh.
This is the most craziest thing that a mother could do to their own child. This is crazy.
Hold on. Where y'all put it at? Let me see. Hold on. Still looking. Everyone we know with fake evidence. Wow. Wow. We are not afraid of bullies. I will not be silenced. You and your team are the abusers. You started this and continue to harass us. You and your team are not God. Ooh. I know you couldn't see that. Can you see it now? And
this is a post that the post that she just posted.
She said this ends now. I'm over it. I can't do this no more. Child, I'm done. She's done. Okay. All right. Desiree's frivolous Marchman Act and guardianship protection. Oh, I'm sorry, petition. Somebody said protect Demore. Right. Nevertheless, Dr. Bober conspired with Desiree to commit Desiree Demore. Let me read that one time. Nevertheless, Dr. Bober conspired with Desiree to commit Demore to Life Skills South Florida Outpatient LLC, which is a drug treatment facility where he is the medical director. Life Skills is owned by or affiliated with Odyssey Behavioral Healthcare. We got another panel of doctors to question. And you want to know what was so striking about this? The way that it was so reminiscent of the website that Daystar's team put out when they lined up those 3 doctors. Let me pull that up for you real quick. Hold on. So you can see it visually. Because that's the first thing I thought of when I
So
saw
they
that.
had her moved from one clinic, one hospital, medical hospital to
Right here.
Oh wait, so this was like a
Look at the way that this website
was
looks.
a
2 days later, you
PowerPoint
see this.
printout.
I said, child.
yeah. Yeah, it's a whole. That's why I said go to 36hourslater.com,
And then
and it's
you
a
want to know what else
whole
was crazy?
layout.
The fact that 556 keep on popping up. Because that's the 556 that was on top of that damn girl head. 556 is what he lied on that paper. Child, 556. My motherfucking Twitter got deleted yesterday. I say, what the fuck going on with 5? Y'all went online and y'all be in op spaces. So y'all came back and said that a content creator went online and said he's afraid to speak against Rock Nation. Shout out to all the pussy hoes.
Oh wow, so this is like a whole.
All right, shout out to all the pussy ass hoes. I don't know nothing about that. On March 29th, 2024, despite Demore's normal behavior and negative drug tests, Desiree filed an emergency ex parte petition under Florida's Marchman Act, claiming that Demore suffered from drug and alcohol abuse, something that both she and Dr. Bober knew was untrue. Demore ain't never done drugs in her life. Take a look. And this was filed by her mother. Emergency ex parte petition for involuntary assessment and stabilization. Comes now the petitioner Desiree Perez, the mother of Demore, by and through the undersigned counsel, and hereby brings forth this petition for emergency ex parte involuntary assessment and stabilization pursuant to this penal code, also referred to as Florida's Marchman Act, and as grounds would state as follows. Desiree specifically, and I need you to get into this, Desiree specifically requested for Demore to be transferred from Memorial Hospital to Life Skills. Why? So that she and Dr. Bober could continue Demore's unlawful detention. Everybody, take a look at this form. Affecting the respondent's daily functioning, safety judgment as she refuses treatment, the petitioners are also requesting this honorable court enter an emergency ex parte order for involuntary assessment and stabilization and have the sheriff or any law enforcement pick up the respondent upon her discharge at Memorial Hospital.
What?
Get into this. They said as soon as y'all even let her out, I want her transported to Life Skills South Florida, located at 1431 Southwest 9th Avenue.
This is so scary. Could you imagine? This could happen to anybody.
Yeah. But the whole thing is lies.
Right.
It's lies. Everything is lies.
But it could happen to anybody. People could like just say, this person is going through it, whatever, and they can like really like stand firm on it and double down, and boom, you're in a fucking mental ward, bro. This is crazy.
Well, the same way that they are about, they can come take your kids on a lie. That's what I'm saying. That everything about this world is a lie. Everything that's happened to everything in this world has been started behind a lie. Tory Lanez almost got killed in prison behind lies. A man's life, innocent man's life. Emmett Till, lies. Who else? Lies. Just people, just be lying.
All because she want to control her daughter. Like, bro, get a life, bro. Get a boyfriend.
For real. For real.
Sex. Like, why are you just dealing with your daughter like in such a hard-handed way that it had to be your way or the highway? Don't she have other kids? Don't she have a son? Did she like commit him too? Like, why is the daughter like such of a obsession? Let's go.
I don't know.
She specifically asked that as soon as y'all let her out of here, you send her over here where this man is in charge. I want her right over here. They said this is medical fraud as well. That's what someone said. Perhaps most disturbing, does it get more disturbing at this point? Perhaps most disturbing, Desiree also moved for guardianship over Demaray on March 29, 2024, claiming that her 30-year-old,
She
highly
tried to have
educated daughter,
guardianship
who
over
never
her
touched
daughter.
an illegal drug in her life, was incapacitated. Do
She
you know
had her
what it
sent
means
to
to
a
be
drug
incapacitated?
rehab,
Do you understand the
but
gravity
all
of
her
that term?
tests came back negative for
Her mother
drugs.
put this form in regards to her daughter, and it says petition to determine incapacity.
Incapacity.
They said the petitioner Desiree Perez, together with the undersigned counsel, hereby filed this petition to determine incapacity, and in support thereof states as follows: the petitioner is an adult whose present address is as follows, and whose relationship to the herein named alleged incapacitated person is her mother. The petitioner Desiree believes that Demaray, at 29, whose primary spoken language is English, and who blah 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 blah. She says she is to be incapacitated based upon the following factual information. So she lied. Her mother lied and said she has a drug and a drinking problem. So this is what's going on here. And oh my God, child. Okay. And so I'm sitting up here being told other people got a guardian verbatim. And I'm asking, well, why? Is everything okay? They told me, bitch, shut your fucking mouth. So what the hell is going on? And what the hell I'm trying to see. I mean, hello? They said Desiree blatantly lied in her guardianship petition, claiming that Demaray was asking friends and family to share prescription pain pills. Demaray had to deal with her own mother, accusing her of asking for medication from family and friends. Get into this. And when you sign a document, that is not, and you sending it to the courts, that is a legal binding document. That you are signing this under the penalty of perjury, that this information is correct. Okay. Recently, this is what she said. Recently, the AIP has been asking friends and family to share prescription pain pills with her, including this woman named Millie, okay? Someone named Minerva, her grandmother, and Liz. Who is Liz? The Liz that she used to work for? Yes, people. Desiree Perez accused her daughter of asking her boss for drugs.
Oh my God.
Do you understand? That she accused her of asking her boss, asking her grandmother, asking her friends, child. Then Desiree told the damn people that Demaray has gone to urgent care on multiple occasions. And she said, I think she's doing it to get prescription pain medication. Her mother then accused her of going to multiple pharmacies in a day to fill and pick up these prescriptions for pain medications. Desiree contends that she's taking these pain pills to self-medicate and escape her abusive relationship. So let's get this right. This paperwork has a Javon and a Millie. You cannot make this up. Okay. Remember I told you about the series of doubles. You believe it or not. What they said. They said we living in a fucking matrix. So they said the petitioner, Desiree, she spoke to Demaray. And you know what? Every time I say her name, I can't help but think to myself, Desiree, you're such a narcissist. What the fuck is a Demaray?
Thank you. I was thinking the same shit. Like she had to name her daughter something that rhymed with her own name. Come on now.
You so full of yourself that you named that baby so her name could sound like your damn name. What the fuck is a Demaray? Child. Like this shit, I don't even know. Their names is really fucking me up tonight. It's not that I don't like it. I just think that you make that shit up. But I don't know Spanish, so I don't know. They say you should just call her Junior. Yeah, call her Junior. Junior, she trying to love you better. She ain't learning. Child. All right. They said this shit ghetto, bitch. Did you subscribe and are you following? If you can hear the sound of my voice, Twitch. Did you subscribe? You following? I don't know. Okay. Desiree spoke to Demaray and expressed her concern about the prescribed medication she was using because she could become addicted. They said that Demaray explained that she crushed the pills so that they could be more effective and that she received prescription codeine, but it wasn't strong enough. Desiree then painted this girl as a stone cold crackhead. That girl ain't never took no drugs, y'all.
All this is a lie. The woman ain't never took a drug, don't even smoke cigarettes.
She literally
None of
ain't never
that.
even did no damn drugs. And her mama paint her out to be some type of like functioning fucking addict. That she is so down and out that she asking her boss, her grandmother for pain. Like what? That's sick. Desiree listed Liz as one of the people Desiree supposedly asked for pills. The same Liz who Desiree used during the second fraudulent Baker Act attempt and who was financially indebted to Desiree for saving her company. Desiree has all of her text conversations with Liz, and the messages show that Desiree never asked Liz for illegal drugs or pills. Desiree also listed Millie as a person Desiree sought out for drugs, but when Millie was placed under oath by the state's attorney's office, she admitted that Desiree doesn't do drugs or drink. Quote, they reported the victim was getting kidnapped. The victim's mother also petitioned to have the victim Marchman acted and the victim was Baker acted. The witnesses under oath told ASA Subpoena and ASA Farrell that the victim does not do drugs or drink. Millie was the captain. Hold on, let me refresh this. Oh, it's good? Okay. They said Millie was the caretaker for Demaree's grandfather and was frequently in Demaree's presence. Minerva also never accused Desiree of using drugs. Moreover, Desiree filed the petition on March 29, 2024. Desiree stopped communicating with her mama long before that. Desiree made blatant misrepresentations to a court again. Desiree is transferred to Life Skills. Since Desiree concocted a fraudulent ex parte Marchman Act petition, Desiree was then transported to Life Skills on March 30th, 2024. This is after she has tested negative for drugs, y'all. While at Life Skills, Desiree repeatedly asked to be examined by someone other than Dr. Bober, but they initially refused. But an unbiased professional finally listened to Desiree and said, you know what? Okay. The staff member actually wrote, Desiree is, quote, not delusional. Her speech is normal. No hallucinations. Her thought process is intact. They also noted that she was positive. But nevertheless, Life Skills required Desiree to undergo treatment for a damn addiction she didn't even fucking have. Desiree begged them to take a hair follicle test. And eventually, on April 3rd, days after having to undergo treatment for something she was not suffering from, they took a fucking hair follicle test. It detects drugs from at least 90 days prior at minimum. And it revealed that she had no drugs in her system at all. At all. You guys, let's take a look at her medical reports. Okay, this is it right here. They tested her for everything. Date of birth, 11/29. They have her age, all of this. The date collected, April 3rd. Negative. Amphetamines, barbiturates, benzos, cocaine, meth, opiates, oxy, anything. She had nothing, and that was the hair follicle test. Okay, so unacceptable, and she had to undergo treatment, and she stayed. This woman was in this whole predicament 2 goddamn weeks. That's a long ass fucking time, bitch. That's half a fucking month, bitch. Hell no. Are you kidding me? Life Skills still did not allow her to leave after 2 negative damn drug tests. Let's get into her husband's second fraudulent damn arrest, because now let's just go focus on somebody else who got harassed. What? Have y'all donated? Because, bitch, I'm going to need the money on, bitch. Linktree link got everything you need. If you can hear the sound of my voice right now, I'm being sued by these people. If you don't feel compelled at this point to donate, child, you gotta go.
Rock Nation coming from a log road, that's really funny.
We've long since heard the rumors of the entertainment industry being nothing more than dirty politics. But somewhere along the way, we let these speculations for some and facts for others stop us from fighting back. We have watched reports be weaponized based on status and wealth for years, while we, the everyday people that put these now celebrities in position, get treated like lower class citizens. You have the opportunity to change the course of history by donating to my legal defense campaign. Because while my name is on the docket, if I lose, we lose. And the precedent that would be set would affect the way we all exist in the media space. The revolution isn't just being televised, it's being live streamed. Join the cause right now, because no one of us deserves more protection than the next. Because the black man, black woman, black child, and community unified is the most important thing. And because no matter how much we may disagree, all of our opinions are worth something. Protect us.
I'm dirty for that one. Hey, yo.
Yeah. They said, baby, she older than you. No, I'm saying that's her baby. That'll forever be her baby. I was talking to Station Head while we were running that ad, and I said, I just can't understand how a mother would do this to her baby. You got this young lady, Demore. I think she looks better than her mama. She looked like a cuter version, because Desiree look hard as hell. But you see this baby, so full of life and promise, so smart. Not can you do this to her? That's sick. How? I mean, but you've heard about her history. I guess it was easy for her. Okay? And here goes my thing. I thought we were supposed to be believing all the victims. Okay? I thought that we was I thought we were supposed to be believing the victims and da 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 da. Send it to me, mama. And let me know when you send it so we can take a look. All right. Javon's second fraudulent arrest. On April 5th, 2024, while Demore was at Life Skills, Desiree conspired with others and government officials to get Javon arrested for an alleged battery that occurred on September 11, 2023. This was another ploy by Desiree and her co-conspirators because in a meeting in January 2024, just months earlier, the state told Desiree and her team that no probable cause existed to arrest Javon for the September 11, 2023 alleged incident. But as reflected in the state's closeout memo, Desiree essentially hired a team to get what she wanted anyway. Take a look. At some point during March 2024, the victim's mother hired Laura Gatz and former chief of the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office Narcotics Division, Jessica Casso. Let's just call it that. I don't know how to pronounce her last name. So Desiree was so fucking connected, that she was able to go and get the former chief of the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Narcotics Division. Is that what the fuck you telling me? That's too much. Now, allegedly, this young lady, Demore, was on a panel last week. And she was talking about the different reasons why we need to make sure that we show up and show out for these different things. Let's go take a look at that. Oh, not Demore, the fucking mama. Desiree was up here last week. Oh, what did Desiree say last week with Tamika Mallory? And girl, Tamika, what say you?
He was raping and torturing women and families for years. Black women. Yeah, and putting their children in jail if they complained about it. And everybody knew. The police department knew. The community knew. And it took Rock Nation to get involved and Team Rock to lead the work there. And so yesterday they filed a lawsuit against the police department because what we now have learned is that they stall. Like you could be, I appreciate that. You can, you can go and have a rally all you want outside of a department.
Rock Nation is suing that police department.
Or they respond, but they kind of move on. But what Rock Nation has done,
The Kansas City Police Department.
Add that extra it will help you to put something in the Washington Times, the New York Times, the Washington Post.
Once again, I want Tamika Mallory and I want my son, ugly ass. I want them to be just as loud about this as they were about Tory Lanez. Okay? Do that for me. That's all I need you to do. All right, anyway, back to this. So after this, in late March, the victim's mother went back to the police department with a Google Drive of evidence that the police department had already reviewed and reinitiated an investigation into that September 11th incident. The only new evidence between January 2024, when the SAO and the police department found no probable cause, and April 5th, when the defendant was arrested, were the formal recorded interviews of the witnesses. However, those witnesses had submitted affidavits and previously spoken with the state to provide their testimony related to the incident. The recorded interviews didn't change the fact that the witnesses never saw the battery and provided the same information to the state and to the police department. When the April arrest was effectuated, that narcotics division person, the woman named Jessica, they said she told ASA Farrell that she was the former chief of the narcotics unit and was very well connected with the police departments. She also told ASA Farrell to not be surprised if the case is taken from her and given to someone more experienced. During Detective Minod's, however you pronounce that, during the pre-file, the arresting detective that day, her sergeant requested to be present during the detective's pre-file, which is unusual. The detective did not speak to the victim. The detective did not speak to the witness. Detective Palmer did, a whole nother person. Despite how frivolous this arrest was as recognized by the state, Javon was initially ordered to stay away from Desiree. Desiree capitalized on Javon's wrongful arrest and wasn't finished terrorizing their ass. Let's get into the third time she had his ass arrested, allegedly. On April 8, 2024, as Desiree was about to be released from Life Skills, Desiree conspired with others to get Javon falsely arrested again for allegedly violating the stay away order related to the April 5th fraudulent arrest. This was another bogus event captured on body-worn cameras. That day, Javon responded to his home to feed the damn cat. Desiree was still in custody under the fraudulent Marchman Act petition, but was set to be released later that day. Desiree's private investigators were watching Javon and called the police and told them that Javon was at the goddamn house. The footage captured from the officers showed them speaking with their supervisor about this case. The officer said, quote, higher ups directed them to arrest Javon. This nefarious act was also addressed in the state's closeout memo. It's in black and white, people. It is in black and white. This arrest, and I'm gonna tell y'all something. If we don't hit 1,000 this weekend, I'm going missing all next week. I'm gonna make y'all look for me, bitch. And Twitter gone, good luck. So they said the arrest was prompted by a private investigator hired to follow the defendant. The private investigator contacted a police department sergeant to report the defendant at the residence, which was under surveillance. This violation is not based on any contact with the victim and was quite frankly discovered through questionable means. When the arresting officers arrived on scene, they had no idea why they were even there. They responded to a domestic violence violation, but were directed to go to the address by the sergeant. A private investigator then approached one of the officers to provide them with a copy of the stay-away order. The responding officers had to call the sergeant to figure out what was going on and why they were there. Dang. In trial, the cross of these officers will be detrimental to the state's case. So, after Desiree calls the police to wrongfully arrest Javon a third time, Desiree was released from life skills. Desiree's reign of terror did not stop there, though. Okay, it did not stop there. What the fuck happened after that? Desiree immediately, they said that we at 736. So I need y'all to get that to 1,000. That is simple math. Get her done. So Desiree immediately reported to the prosecutors that Desiree was using her power, influence, and money to keep them apart. The state asked Desiree to give a sworn statement in their office on April 26, 2024. When Desiree arrived, the receptionist instructed her to sit in the waiting room. You guys, you're about to hear something very disturbing. The state asked Desiree to give a sworn statement in their office on April 26, 2024. But what happened? When Desiree got there, the receptionist instructed her to just go have a seat in the waiting room. We'll be with you shortly. While waiting for the prosecutor, Desiree saw a lawyer come in, Laura Getz, an attorney who supposedly represented the witness in Javon's case. She walked in and spoke with the receptionist. They said Laura Getz was really hired by Desiree. Laura walked up to the receptionist and asked her, has Desiree Lopez arrived yet? She's supposed to be meeting with the ASA at 9 a.m. She hadn't seen that Desiree was sitting right there off to the side. The receptionist said, who are you? She said, I'm Demaree's attorney and the witness's attorney. The receptionist said, well, your client is in the waiting room. You want to sit with her? Laura knew damn well she didn't represent Desiree. So she told the receptionist, oh, I'll just wait outside. Okay. She told her that she would literally just wait outside. I didn't know the screen was frozen. Take a look at that. The receptionist, 238. Go on down. She said, well, your client is sitting right over there. Desiree sitting there the whole time watching the whole thing. Knowing damn well, bitch, she don't represent me. Fuck she talking about. So somebody else lying down there. Child. Desiree believes that her mother instructed Laura to respond to the prosecutor's office to intimidate Desiree. This was the second time that attorneys hired by Desiree falsely claimed that they represented Desiree. Eventually, the prosecutor dropped all the charges against Javon. Hold on. I want to make sure you can see this shit. So, eventually, the prosecutor dropped all the charges against Javon and wrote a scathing 11-page closeout memorandum explaining Desiree and her co-conspirators' unlawful and inappropriate actions. Desiree's frivolous lawsuits. On April 22nd, 2024, Desiree filed a frivolous lawsuit against Desiree. In that case, Demaree's mom and stepfather, Desiree's husband, surprised Desiree with a new car in December 2020, which they put in Demaree's name. Desiree claimed that she was the lawful owner of that car, which was a lie. She said she had the title to the car, and it was always in Demaree's name. Desiree claimed that she had a mutual agreement where Desiree was granted use of the vehicle with the understanding they would not be disposed of without her permission. That was a lie. Desiree claimed that Desiree wrongly asserted control over the vehicle, causing harm to Desiree. Make no sense. A brief reading of the lawsuit shows how low Desiree will stoop to get what she wants. Let's go to that footnote. Even an upset multimillionaire suing her own daughter over a car is rare. They said that she was willing to do anything because you got so much money. Why are you even suing your daughter for that? That's not petty to you. Your daughter was making $65,000 a year. Like, what are you suing her for a car for? That's what they want to know. So they said recently Desiree filed a separate lawsuit against Javon, claiming that he violated her right to privacy in a home that she doesn't live in and only entered 3 times in the last 4 fucking years. In fact, Javon and Desiree actually lived in a house that Desiree somehow claimed the right to privacy in. The lawsuit is also frivolous and only intended to harass the Hadleys. Desiree and Javon, whoever heard that before, Desiree and Javon have spent a large amount of money on lawyers to escape her unlawful detentions and lost out on countless job opportunities. They've suffered economic and non-economic damages from Desiree's acts and others, including lost wages, emotional distress, pain, and suffering. Oh, I can relate. What are the counts that they're bringing up against Desiree, Rock Nation, and everybody else? Count 1, violation of the RICO Act against Desiree Perez. That is the first charge. Desiree Perez is being charged with a RICO. Well, she's being accused of being a part of it. They want her ass to be charged. So the courts have not charged Desiree with these things, but her daughter has filed this, hoping that they do. She's hoping that this gets picked up, and she wants her mother to be charged with these things. And to be honest with you, with all that she's presented, which I don't even think this is all they have, I think that's just some light work. I don't see how a judge wouldn't look at it and say, yeah, we have reason to uphold you. How do you not? If anybody is doing a motherfucking job, how do you not? All right. And they list all the reasons why they feel like she should be charged with that. I'm not going to sit up and go over that. Count 2. Civil conspiracy, Florida law, against Desiree Perez, Rock Nation, and Natalie Anderson. This has to do with everybody down there at Rock Nation. She is accusing Desiree Perez, Rock Nation as a whole, and that employee that approached her therapist. That's all of them right there. So there you go with that. All right, count 3, civil conspiracy against Desiree Perez, Sig 9, Daniel Bober, James Fondo, Stephen Katie, and Jessica Katie. All of these people that were following her. All of these people that's sitting up, waiting on her to do this and do that with the plans that they spoke on. They're going to Baker Act her, all of that. She passing drug tests and they still keeping her, putting her in that car, kidnapping her and shit. Absolutely not. All right. 4th Amendment violation against Desiree Perez because she unlawfully detained Damore. These are the crimes against the damn Baker Act. Okay. Where she's saying, girl, hell no. Hold on. Let me refresh it. Right here. So we went from count 3 to count 4. So Baker Act. All right, the next one. Violation, the 4th Amendment violation for Daniel Bober. Unlawfully detained Damore. And this is pursuant to the Baker Act. 4th Amendment violation against James Fondo, Stephen Katie, and Jessica Katie. They unlawfully detained Damore. Child. Next count. 4th Amendment violation against the unknown officers 1 and 2 who unlawfully detained her after lying to her and telling her she could not leave. Another count, state law, false arrest and imprisonment against Sig 9. They falsely imprisoned Damore under Florida law. Next charge, state law, false arrest and imprisonment against James Fondo, Stephen Katie, and or Jessica Katie. They falsely imprisoned Damore under Florida law. The next charge, state law, false arrest and imprisonment for Broward County Sheriff's Office. They falsely imprisoned Damore under Florida law. Negligence in regards to the South Broward Hospital District. They say all of you failed me. Violation of Florida's Marchman Act against Daniel Bober, Odyssey Behavioral Healthcare, and Life Skills South Florida Outpatient LLC. All of y'all got her fucked up. She said kiss her ass. The next count, negligence against the Odyssey Behavioral Health and Life Skills South Florida Outpatient LLC. Woo. Violation of the Stored Communications Act against Desiree Perez and Rock Nation. My God. This comes from her saying, not only did you do these things, but I watched you tell other people that you work with or that work for you to go and do these things. She's saying it ain't even just me. They round there doing this to other people. They cloning phones. They doing it. They doing all of that shit. She said it's all of them. She said Desiree Perez and Rock Nation. She didn't even specify her. She said, look at the whole company. All right. So, another count. Violation of the Federal Wiretap Act against Desiree Perez. These bugged vehicles, cameras in the house, all of this shit. The phone being mirrored and shit like that. Okay? She said absolutely the fuck not. Another count. Violation of Florida Security of Communications Act against Desiree Perez. She said go back and read everything I wrote. They said Desiree knowingly, line 399. Desiree knowingly and willfully intercepted audio and visual transmissions of Damore and Javon's loved ones by placing recording devices in her bedroom without her consent. You understand? Another count, intentional infliction of emotional distress. Desiree Perez, Daniel Bower, James Fondo, Stephen, and Jessica Katie, all of you. Fraudulent misrepresentation and inducement, Iconic Creative. Fuck y'all got going on. Y'all done sat up here and pretended that these people was working here and then hell, now you a lie. Fraudulent misrepresentation from Rachel Bernstein. You acted like your ass was somebody you wasn't. Bring your ass here. Who else we got? Child. Intentional infliction of emotional distress against Iconic Creative and Rachel Bernstein. Since y'all act like y'all in damn cahoots, Miss Nike Academy. Negligence. CTS Research Inc. They got your ass right here. And at the end of it all, DeMore says, I demand a jury trial. Under the penalty of perjury, I declare that I have read the foregoing and the facts alleged herein are true and correct to the best of my knowledge, belief, and understanding. Dated May 9th and signed and submitted. I just wanted to come and tell y'all about that. I could not read that on Station Head and not come read that for y'all. Okay. So we have a Patreon. Make sure that you check it out. What else? I don't know. Just make sure you stay plugged in. We have lost 11 fucking pages. So losing the Twitter page ain't nothing. We still gonna keep it moving, child. And they gonna change the goddamn thing. We just won't be on Twitter right now. And so just make sure that you're in the loop. My link tree.
Hey, black woman, how you doing? Hello? You there? Well, I think I've shown you everything on this case, so shouts out, peace out, much love, and queen.
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money move.